Good morning. Good morning. My name is Endre Vanyolos, architect, urban planner from Sapienza Hungarian University. And it is my privilege to start the conference, to start this special day. So, dear guests, dear participants, it's an honor and a joy for our university to have you online today at the 6th Conference on Horticulture and Landscape Architecture in Transylvania. Hope everybody is fine, is in good health, and ready for today's challenge. This year's edition is a special edition as we live through special times. The pandemic not only forced us meet online and not in person, but also had an influence on the content of the conference, shifting the focus on rather urgent ecological issues. Under these circumstances, in this special context, I should wish you a good day, good presentations, heated, prolific debate, questions and answers that would make your virtual stay in Transylvania memorable. To cut it short, hereby, as member of the organizing team, I kindly ask our Dean, the Dean of the Faculty at Târgu Mureș, Mr. Domokos József, to welcome you to the conference. Kedves meghívottak, kedves résztvevők, különös öröm, megtiszteltetés számunkra a Sapienza Erdély Magyar Tudományegyetem számára, hogy önöket a mai online konferencián láthassuk. Ez a 6. tájépítészeti, kertészeti és tájépítészeti konferencia, amelyet megtartunk, amelyet az intézményünk megtart. Ez egy különleges év, különleges alkalom, ugyanis sajátos időket élünk. Egyrészt ugye a járványhelyzet arra kényszerített bennünket, hogy online módon tartsuk meg ezt a konferenciát. Másrészt azt hiszem jótékony hatással is volt a konferenciára, ugyanis tartalmi szempontból is hatással volt a konferenciára, a konferencia megszervezésére, és bizonyos mértékben azt hiszem a rendkívül sürgős ökológiai látásmódra, megközelítésmódra helyezte, irányította a hangsúlyt. Hát ezen sajátos körülmények között, ebben a speciális kontextusban nagyon hasznos, kellemes napot kívánok mindannyiuknak. Jó előadásokat, vitát, termékeny vitát, kérdéseket és válaszokat, amelyek remélem, hogy az önök virtuális itt létét Erdélyben kellemesebbé, emlékezetessé teszik majd. Hogy rövidre zárjam, ezúton fogom majd felkérni a Marosvásárhelyi Kar dékánját, Domokos József urat, hogy hivatalosan is megnyitsa a konferenciát, a konferencia munkálatait. Bună dimineața, dragi oaspeți, dragi participanți. E o onoare, e o bucurie pentru noi să vă avem alături la această conferință organizată de Universitatea Sapientia, Facultatea din Târgu Mureș. Este a 6-a ediție a acestei conferințe, conferința de horticultură și peisagistică în Transilvania. Sper că toată lumea e bine, e în bună sănătate și putem împreună să începem, de fapt, provocările acestei zile. E o ediție specială, ediția din acest an, deoarece pandemia ne-a schimbat, ne-a influențat, ne influențează în continuare zilele. În acest sens, nu numai că ne-a forțat să trecem online cu această conferință, dar totodată a avut și o influență asupra conținutului conferinței. Cred că într-o oarecare măsură influență benefică, dat fiind faptul că cumva ne-a orientat atenția pe subiecte ecologice, care cred că sunt niște subiecte extrem de valabile, actuale, urgente. În aceste circumstanțe, în astfel de condiții speciale, vă vă dorim o zi eficientă, plăcută, cu multe prezentări bune, cu dezbateri prolifice, utile, întrebări și răspunsuri care să vă facă ziua, să vă facă, de fapt, șederea virtuală în Transilvania cât mai plăcută, memorabilă. Astfel, în final, aș dori să-l rog pe domnul Domocoș Iosef, decanul Facultății de la Târgu Mureș, să deschidă această conferință, să înceapă lucrările conferinței.
Jó napot kívánok, bună ziua, I wish you a warm welcome and thank you for the invitation to open this conference. 3 nyelven próbálok meg én is köszönteni minden kedves résztvevőt ezen a konferencián. Köszönöm szépen a felkérést, és örömmel vagyok itt házigazdai minőségemben, habár nem szemtől szembe, vagy nem egy teremben tudunk találkozni, hanem így ezen a virtuális Zoom platformon keresztül, de annál nagyobb szeretettel üdvözlök minden résztvevő, meghívottat, minden előadót, figyelőt, megfigyelőt, illetve az itt lévő diákokat is. Szeretettel üdvözlök mindenkit, tehát a 6. Erdélyi Kertész és Tájépítész konferenciánkon. Aș dori să mulțumesc pentru toți cei care au făcut eforturi și participă la această platformă virtuală în cadrul celei de-a 6-a ediții a conferinței de horticultură și peisagistică din Transilvania. Cu părere de rău că nu pot să vă întâlnesc în campusul nostru, față în față, doar prin intermediul acestei platforme Zoom, dar salutările mele sunt cu atât mai călduroase. I am happy to announce the beginning of the 6th Conference on Horticulture and Landscape Architecture in Transylvania conference, and I want to wish a warm welcome to all the participants, all the invited guests, colleagues, and students who are participating at this conference. I am a little bit sad because I cannot meet you face to face, just through this online platform, this online Zoom platform, but my wishes are warmer in that form. I want to present the co-organizers of this conference. The Sapiențe Hungarian University of Transylvania has a number of 6 co-organizers for this conference: the Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Science Institute of Landscape Architecture, Urban Planning and Garden Art from Budapest, Hungary, the Transcarpathian Hungarian Institute, Ferenc Rákóczi II, Department of Biology and Chemistry from Ukraine, Beregszász, the Ecopsychology Institute of Budapest, Hungary, the Association of Hungarian Farmers in Romania, Mureș Country Organization from Romania, the Botanical Garden of the George Emil Palade University of Medicine, Pharmacy, Science and Technology of Târgu Mureș, Romania, the Transylvanian Museum Society from Cluj-Napoca, Romania, and also the local council and the City Hall of Târgu Mureș. Aș dori să prezint și vorbitorilor, participanților vorbitori de limba română, coorganizatorii acestui eveniment, pe lângă Facultatea de Științe Tehnice și Umaniste din Târgu Mureș a Universității Sapienția. Avem 7 instituții coorganizatoare, partenere la această conferință, și anume Universitatea Maghiară de Științe Agricole și ale Vieții din Ungaria, Colegiul Maghiar Transcarpatia din Beregszás, Ucraina, Institutul de Ecopsihologie din Ungaria, Asociația Fermierilor Maghiari din România, Organizația Județeană Mureș, Grădina Botanică a Universității de Medicină, Farmacie, Științe și Tehnologie George Emil Palade din Târgu Mureș, Societatea Muzeului Ardelean din România, cu sediul în Cluj-Napoca, respectiv Consiliul Local al municipiului Târgu Mureș. Engedjék meg, hogy ismertessem a konferencia partnereit, társszervezőit is, a Szapiencia Erdélyi Magyar Tudományegyetem Marosvásárhelyi kara mellett a Magyar Agrár és Élettudományi Egyetem Tájépítészeti, Település Tervezési és Díszkertészeti Intézete, Budapestről, Magyarországról társ intézményünk. A második Rákóczi Ferenc Kárpátaljai Magyar Főiskola, ennek a biológia és kémia tanszéke Beregszászból, Ukrajnából. A Budapesti Magyarországi Ökopszichológiai Intézet, a Romániai Magyar Gazdák Egyesületének Maros megyei szervezete, a Marosvásárhelyi George Emil Palade Orvosi Gyógyszerészeti Tudomány és Technológiai Egyetemnek a botanikus kertje, az Erdélyi Múzeum Egyesület kolozsvári székhelyű intézménye, és nem utolsó sorban Marosvásárhely polgármesteri hivatala, illetve a helyi tanácsa. Egy pár információt gyűjtöttem be a konferencia szervezőitől, és örömmel jelentem be, hogy összesen 38 előadás, illetve 13 poszter kerül bemutatásra ennek a konferenciának a keretében. Ezek közül 12 plenáris előadás, 26 pedig ilyen szekció előadásként fog elhangzani. Hazai és külföldi szerzőknek a dolgozatai kerülnek bemutatásra Magyarországról, Szlovákiából, Ukrajnából, Hollandiából, illetve az Amerikai Egyesült Államokból. Conferința este un forum internațional cu participanți din România, bineînțeles, din Ungaria, din Slovacia, din Ucraina, din Olanda, respectiv din Statele Unite ale Americii. Vor fi prezentate un număr total de 38 de prezentări și 13 postere în cadrul conferinței, în mai multe secțiuni pe care urmează să vi le prezint. Dintre aceste prezentări, 12 vor fi prezentări în plenul conferinței, iar 26 de prezentări vor fi susținute în diferitele secțiuni ale conferinței. I am very happy to announce that this conference is an international forum, and we have a number of 38 presentations and 30 poster presentations. 12 presentations will be held on plenum, and 26 presentations will be section presentations. And we are happy to announce that we have participants from Romania, from Hungary, from Slovakia, from Ukraine, from Netherlands, and also from the United States of America. A konferencia 5 tagozatban fog megrendeződni, 5 szekcióban. A szekciókat szuggesztív elnevezésekkel, az oda illő dolgozatoknak a tematika szerint csoportosítva állították össze a konferencia szervezői. A szekciókat is bemutatnám: a fenntartható terület és környezettudatos település a tájban, múlt, jelen és jövő, ez lenne az első tagozat vagy szekció. A konferencia második szekciója a közösségi és magán külső terek, kerttervezés, mint összetett műszaki és kulturális tevékenység. A harmadik szekció az a környezetkímélő gazdálkodás, növénytermesztés, fenntartható technológiák alkalmazásával. A negyedik szekció kis és családi gazdaságok lehetőségei a Kárpát-medencében, szuggesztíven a small farm with big ideas, kis farm, igaz, hatalmas nagy ötletekkel címszó alatt kerül megrendezésre, míg a nem utolsó sorban az ötödik tagozata a konferenciának a szükséges interdisziplináris tudományok, a természet és ember-környezet felelős alakításának szolgálatában. Tehát ezek a címszavak köré sorolódnak fel majd a bemutatók az elkövetkező két nap alatt. Cele 5 secțiuni ale conferinței în care se vor prezenta lucrările și vor avea loc dezbaterile sunt tematizate. Aș dori să vă prezint cele 5 teme principale ale celor 5 secțiuni ale conferinței. Prima secțiune se intitulează Teritorii și așezări sustenabile trecut, prezent și viitor. Cea de-a doua secțiune, spații exterioare publice și private, proiectarea grădinilor, o activitate tehnică și culturală complexă. Cea de-a treia secțiune este intitulată sugestiv Agricultura ecologică, cultivarea plantelor folosind tehnologii durabile. Cea de-a patra secțiune, Small Farm with Big Ideas, oportunitățile gospodăriilor mici sau fermelor mici și familiale în bazinul carpatic. Și în ultimul rând, cea de-a cincea secțiune de prezentări se intitulează Interdisciplinaritatea necesară, științe angrenate în modelarea responsabilă a mediului natural și a celui creat de om. Let me introduce you the 5 conference sections which have their own domain of discussion. The first conference section is entitled Sustainable Territory and Environmentally Aware Settlements in a Landscape, Past, Present and Future. The second one is Public and Private Outdoor Spaces, Garden Design as a Complex Technical and Cultural Activity. The third conference section is entitled Environmentally Friendly Farming, Crop Production Using Sustainable Technologies. The fourth conference section is with a suggestive name, A Small Farm with Big Ideas, and presents opportunities for small and family farms in the Carpathian territory. And the fifth, not the least, conference section, the necessary interdisciplinarity, sciences for responsible shaping of the natural and man-made environment. A konferencia, amint említettem, 2 napra fog tagolódni. Az első nap 2 szekció kerül megszervezésére. Rögtön ez a megnyitó után 10 órától veszi kezdetét az első tagozatunk, és délután 16 óra 50 perctől pedig a második tagozat. The conference is organized in 2 consecutive days. Today, after this opening ceremony at 10 o'clock, we'll start the first section of the conference, and in the afternoon at 16 and 15 minutes, we'll start the second section of the conference. Conferința este organizată pe 2 zile consecutive. Astăzi, după această ceremonie de deschidere a conferinței, se vor desfășura 2 secțiuni ale conferinței, una chiar după această ceremonie de deschidere, începând de la ora 10, iar cealaltă începând de la ora 16:50. Puteți urmări pe programul conferinței exact care prezentări vor fi incluse în fiecare dintre secțiuni. Iar în cea de-a doua zi vor fi organizate 3 secțiuni ale conferinței, începând mâine de la ora 9, de la ora 11, respectiv de la ora 14 vor avea loc aceste 3 secțiuni. A holnapi nap újból találkozunk, és 3 konferencia tagozat kerül lebonyolításra, 9 óra, 11 óra és 14 órától kezdődően konferencia részletes programját a honlapunkon megtalálhatják, és ott a dolgozatoknak a beosztását, besorolását is megtalálják az egyes szakosztályokba. The second day of the conference will be tomorrow, and will contain 3 sections, starting from 9 a.m., from 11 a.m., and the last section of the conference will start at 2 p.m. The conference program and the list of the presentations is available on the conference website in the program guide, and you can choose your preferred presentations. Meg szeretném köszönni így a konferencia indításakor mindazoknak, akik elfogadták, hogy részt vegyenek és prezentációkkal gazdagítsák, a dolgozataikkal gazdagítsák és színvonalát emeljék ennek a 6. tájépítész és kertészmérnöki konferenciának. Meg szeretném köszönni mindazoknak, akik az elbíráló bizottságban segítséget nyújtottak és tehetővé tették a konferencia kivonatos füzetének a megjelenítését, illetve azt is bejelenteném, hogy a teljes terjedelmű dolgozatok, cikkek, tudományos cikkek a konferencia kötetében, illetve 2 tudományos folyóiratban is megjelennek, az Acta Biologica Marisiensis, illetve az Acta Universitatis Sapientia Agriculture and Environment folyóirat számaiban. Ugyanakkor köszönjük a szervezésben és a lebonyolításban szerepet vállaló munkatársaknak. Előre is köszönöm az alkalmazott nyelvészeti tanszék munkatársainak és hallgatóinak a munkálatosságát és a segítségét annak érdekében, hogy több nyelvűvé tudjuk tenni ezt a konferenciánkat, és besegítenek a fordításban. Doresc să mulțumesc în final tuturor participanților care și-au consumat energia realizând publicații și prezentări prin care contribuie la setarea unui nivel înalt al conferinței noastre. Și doresc să precizez că rezumatele lucrărilor vor apărea în caietul de rezumate a conferinței, respectiv lucrările integrale vor fi publicate în proceedings-ul conferinței, respectiv în 2 reviste de specialitate, Acta Biologica Marisiensis, respectiv Acta Universitatis Sapientiae Agriculture and Environment Series. Doresc în prealabil să adresez mulțumiri și Departamentului de Lingvistică Aplicată, colegilor și studenților care vor contribui la traducerea acestei conferințe, astfel încât să poată fi urmărit atât de vorbitorii de limba română, cât și de vorbitorii de limbă engleză, participanți internaționali ai conferinței. I wish to thank finally for the organizing committee and for all the people who help in reviewing the papers. I want to present that the papers will be published in the conference proceedings, and the full papers will be published by two journals, the Acta Biologica Marisiensis journal and the journal Acta Universitatis Sapientiae Agriculture and Environment Science series. I want also to thank for the colleagues and the students from the Applied Language Department of Sapientia University, who will guide you through this conference and will assure the translation of the programs in Romanian and English language. Ezennel akkor én eredményes ülésszakokat, jó konferenciázást, termékeny szakmai vitákat kívánok, és ezzel megnyitnám a konferenciát. Acestea fiind spuse, declar deschiderea acestei conferințe și vă urez o conferință fructuoasă și dezbateri interesante pe diferitele aspecte tehnice tratate la această conferință. Finally, I give the start for this conference, and I wish you good conferencing and good debate on the technical aspects treated in the different sections of the conference. Thank you, köszönöm szépen még egyszer, és vă mulțumesc foarte mult. Viszontlátásra!
Köszönjük szépen a dékán úrnak a köszöntőt, és hogy ezennel hivatalosan is megnyitottam a konferenciát. Hát elérkeztünk ahhoz a pillanathoz, amikor az első szekció ülése elkezdődhet. Jó magam és Benedek Klára kolléganőm fogjuk ezt a szekciót moderálni a mai nap folyamán délutánig. És hát mindhárom nyelvet fogjuk helyjel közel használni, úgyhogy ez azt hiszem, hogy a konferenciának egy kötelező tartozéka és természetes tartozéka, azt hiszem. Jelen esetben a szekció nyitása az magyar nyelven fog történni, de angolul és románul a fordításban lehet majd követni a szekció felvezetőjét, bevezetőjét. Hát röviden akkor annyit mondanék az első szekció kezdete előtt, hogy úgy gondoljuk, hogy a megnevezés is utal arra, hogy ez egy olyan szekció, amely az építészet, tájgazdálkodás.
The first section of the conference is at the meeting point of architecture, landscape architecture and urban planning. And I believe that this type of cooperation is the must in our days. And the idea of sustainability in these areas is not only very much present in current academic research, but also in professional practice. And the two can mutually reinforce each other. In fact, if we want to be honest, we have to say that sustainability as an idea was present in the past as well, in the way we lived together with our environment. It is not necessarily a revolutionary idea, but I believe that this special context of the pandemic has led to behaviors that are needed. The following presentations are going to discuss such topics, and I propose to rediscover this past, this idea of sustainability in the past, while having a review of the present and see what is going on today in the topic of sustainability, and possibly a hint of innovative ideas which will probably and surely form our future. Hereby I invite Clara Benedek to present the technical aspects of today's session. And then I invite our first presenter, Krisztina Kincses, to start her presentation. Welcome everyone at the 6th Conference on Horticulture and Landscape Architecture. Welcome to all of our colleagues, those who follow us on YouTube. Sustainable territory and environmentally aware settlements in a landscape, past, present, and future. This is the title of our section. My name is Clara Benedek. I am the head of the Department of Horticulture. First of all, a few technical information. The section presentations will be held according to the program until 4:50 in the afternoon. The plenary lectures will last 35 minutes, meaning 30 minutes the presentation and 5 minutes for questions. And the section lectures 20 minutes, 15 minutes presentations and 5 minutes for questions. I would like to draw the attention of our participants that they have the possibility to ask questions after the presentations on our YouTube channel, on the chat way, not only those who are here on Zoom. We will try to answer the questions as time allows, but if we do not have time to answer the questions, I would like to ask our presenters to follow the chat wall and answer them in writing. Furthermore, I would like to remind you that you will be able to view the posters that were submitted to the conference. We are going to post the links of the posters, and you can view them by clicking on the link in the chat, and you can send questions to the authors by email. This can be done not only now, but during the whole conference, today and tomorrow. And I would like to kindly ask the authors not to forget to answer these questions. I would like to wish all of you a successful day, and thank you very much for your attention.
Tisztelt Hölgyeim és Uraim!
Ladies and gentlemen, to meet all the participants of the 6th Horticultural and Landscape Architect Conference, entitled Landscape, Garden and Man, Professional Challenges of the Present and the Future, organized by the Department of Horticulture Engineering, Sapienza University of Transylvania. I respectfully welcome all the speakers and students of the plenary session, Sustainable Area and Environmentally Conscious Settlement in the Landscape Past, Present and Future. Please allow me to thank the organizers for embracing these topics. Please allow me to call an international event to support the importance of the topics of the conference, the section, and my presentation. Yesterday and the day before, 26 May 2021, the 11th Conference of the European Council's Convention on the European Landscape was held. Like so many events, because of the pandemic, it also took place online. It was important to me that this 11th conference took place under the assistance of the European Council's Hungarian presidency of the Committee of Ministers. The conference is the main forum for member states to share information, decide and monitor the implementations of the European Council's Landscape Convention. In addition to the representatives of the parties ratifying the convention, other representatives were present at the conference as well. Representatives of the one signing the convention, representatives of the bodies of the European Council, and representatives of the member states of the European Councils, which are not yet parties or signatories of the convention, and other governmental and non-governmental organizations. At this time, the deputies present the most important measures taken and the results achieved since the last conference. The international, governmental and non-governmental organizations are also making a statement. Although we needed 3 times more effort to take action and achieve our goals, and 4 times more effort as we did to prepare the conference working documents, yet the convention's working groups.
Kedves Krisztina, nem látjuk a PPT bemutatót, hogyha lehet még egyszer megosztani. Nem jelent meg a képernyőn. Ha lehet, elnézést én, hogy közbeszólok.
Köszönöm a visszajelzést, mert nekem azt mutatta, hogy meg van osztva. Nem jelezte, hogy...
Most már minden rendben, látszik, most már látható. Köszönjük.
Jó, most az első dia látszik?
Igen.
Igen, jó, köszönöm. Akkor... Mégis az egyezmény munkacsoportjai,
Yet the Convention's working groups, experts of the European Council and cooperating partners have produced important gap-filling and long-awaited documents. The conference discussed and adopted a report and draft recommendation on landscape and concerned parties' responsibility for sustainable and harmonious development, report and draft recommendation on urbanization, urban planning and landscape, and the report entitled Urban Landscapes and Climate Change, the contribution of landscape architects to improving the quality of life. Draft recommendation on landscape and agriculture. With these documents, the European Council assists the member states in transposing their international obligations into national law. However, one of the most important news of the conference is the entry into force of July of Protocol number 219, amending the Convention, which does not impose any new obligations on the parties, does not introduce any substantive changes, extends the territorial scope of the Convention to non-European states and towards the European Union.
Ezzel összefüggésben megváltozik az alapegyezmény neve, az Európa Tanács tájegyezmény.
In this context, the title of the Fundamental Convention is changed to Landscape Convention of the European Council. As usual, the conference adopted its work program and elected a president and vice president for the next conference. Sensitization is an important tool for increasing responsibility for the landscape. Please allow me to share a virtual exhibition related to the conference, presenting the landscapes of Hungary and processing the photos of Magical Hungary. Magical Hungary, which has moved thousands of nature photographers, has been giving glimpses to the country's natural wonders for 10 years now. The photo competition is open all year around on a variety of topics from landscape to abstract representations. Every year, Magical Hungary publishes the most beautiful works in a beautiful photo album and exhibits them to the general public.
2000-ben az Európa Tanács
In
nemzetközi
2000, the European Council, at the initiative of international organizations, launched the European Landscape Convention, recognizing that the deterioration in the quality and diversity of landscapes adversely affects the quality of everyday life. The primary objective of the European Landscape Convention is to encourage this protection, management and planning of the landscape, and to facilitate cooperations to that end. Due to the different approaches and shortcomings of the national legal systems, it defines the following concepts: landscape policy, landscape quality objective, and landscape protection and landscape management. Guided by the recognition that wherever we live, the landscape determines the quality of our life everywhere, the Convention holds a brief for each landscape, regardless of the natural facilities, use, or legal status of the landscapes. Each party shall, without prejudice to its constitutional principles and administrative system, implement the general and specific measures set out in this convention in accordance with its national system of separation of powers. Paradoxically, we primarily consider indicators of our material well-being as a measure of our well-being in the context of happiness, security, and health. We tend to forget about long-term social interest or give up for short-term economic interest. The use of the concepts of well-being in common speech is often confused, and there are not even statistical estimates of what people usually think when they use or hear these two terms. Humanity has been shaping the image of our Earth for thousands of years. Landscape change is present everywhere, but the pace and acceleration of transformation varies significantly from area to area. The interventions change the surface cover, the structure, and functions of the landscape. We have been using more and more areas since the Industrial Revolution. Human interventions have started a process of becoming unified with the unfortunate concomitant loss of natural and cultural heritage values. The main engine of landscape change is the change in our lifestyle needs. The need for an easier, more comfortable, more informal, more independent, and more meaningful life, because people do not want to live like the previous generation. The small needs of a multitude of individuals combine to form a social need. They call for a response from, among others, the construction industry, the tourism, and development policy, causing a change in investor thinking. They also affect the legal environment that provides the framework for implementation and the support schemes that provide the funding background, which as part of and with the international regulatory space fundamentally define land cover, landscape structure, and functions. As the population flows, the preferred target agglomerate. In the agglomerating landscape, the uses within the city are becoming more intensive. The suburbs, mainly agricultural areas, are being integrated to the settlements. Therefore, the distance between the resident and the workplace is increasing. At the same time, there are and there will be aging, depopulated parts of the settlement, which are deteriorating and destroying. Settlements mostly expand at the expense of agricultural land. As the agricultural area decreases, the land use that requires live work decreases. Instead, the holiday land use or other scattered construction appears on the outskirts. With the incorporation of suburban areas, local needs are transformed and new residents expected new infrastructures. This also leads to an increase in the size of the built-in and covered surfaces. Due to the increasing occupation of newer buildings and paved surfaces, the destruction of the topsoil is significant. At least as much of a problem is that infiltration on built-in surfaces ceases locally, and the runoff factor becomes less favorable. All this, even with the same amount of precipitation, causes of periodic overload is the rainwater drainage systems and an increase in the yield of floods. In the transformed landscape, water management conditions are changing dramatically. Water distortions, even without the effects of climate change, present increasing risks, and the increase in risk requires increasing social and economic costs that are unsustainable in the long run.
A zöld felületekben szegény városközponti
In urban areas which are poor in green space, the increase of paved areas along main roads is accompanied not only by the local water deficit, but also by changes in thermal conductivity and heat capacity. The resulting change radiation conditions as well as modified airflow, together with emission from transport, industrial activity or other sources, create a typical urban climate. As the distance between the abode and the workplace and the distance between the abode and the place of supply increase, so do the needs for the transportation, which further increases the demand for cars and lorries. In this spiral of claimed growth, we are building more and more transport infrastructure and other service infrastructure along the transport infrastructure. The occupation of areas are growing and landscape is fragmented. Land grabbing not only destroys arable land and reduces the biologically active surface, but also disrupts landscape harmony, thus reducing the attractiveness of the area for which we have built in the infrastructure. Ambrogio Lorenzi's fresco, painted in Siena, reminds decision makers for hundreds of years that our decisions leave an imprint on the landscape. The fresco, which also inspired the birth of the European Landscape Convention, draws attention to the need to analyze casual relationships and take responsibility. The landscape can be captured not only in its...
Recording in progress. Recording stopped.
Az Európai Tájegyezmény születését inspiráló freskó felhívja a figyelmet az okozati összefüggések elemzésének.
Draws attention to the need to analyze casual relationships and take responsibility. The landscape can be captured not only in its physical reality as a set of its elements. Again, the focus of scientific interest is on the mental construction that arises in the brain after the perception of physical reality. The landscape changes the mood, evokes feelings, inspires thoughts. This view of the landscape beyond physical reality has been relegated to the background in many countries, in the shadow of the scientific approach. In many countries, government administrations fragment the landscape according to sectoral responsibilities. However, the complete lack of holistic interdisciplinary approach cannot effectively address many issues. The European Council approaches the landscape from a not just physical reality, but also In order to explore this value system and the local knowledge gained about the landscape, it's essential to address the locals and involve the stakeholders. Despite the theoretical possibilities of broad social involvement, in many European countries, generations have little willingness to engage in social debates and speak out. So participatory decision-making needs to be put into practice is needed and to make it work. The development of participatory landscape policy also faces another significant problem. Mankind has spent thousands of years developing interior spaces that are comfortable. Nowadays, we are so successful in designing interiors that people spend little time and less time outside the buildings, indoors, and less time in undeveloped parts of the settlement. The mental map of a person torn from the landscape is simplified and narrowed. His knowledge of the landscape becomes superficial and incomplete. Thus, in parallel with the increase of their willingness to express opinions, people must be taught to see, perceive, live, and understand the landscape. Thus, in social inclusion, new methods must be used to map their landscape consciousness. The change of landscapes is a bit slower, and many change trends arrived in the Central and Eastern European region with a delay. So the globalizing effect of recent years has made the originally diverse Hungarian landscape even less uniform. But the Hungarian landscape is also changing, and the intensification of land use is causing a permanent and continuous impoverishment of the vegetation heritage. With the entry into force of the Landscape Convention 2008, Hungary undertook to implement the general and specific measures contained in the convention, thus accepting the paramount importance of the participation procedures and that the protection, management, and planning of landscapes gives everyone rights, but obligations as well. Hungary stated in the introductory of the law advertising the convention that landscapes are essential components of the human environment, express the diversity of their common cultural and natural heritage, and form the basis of their identity, thus fulfilling one of the general measures of the convention. The units of the holdings responsible for the Landscape Convention worked under the control of the European Landscape Convention on preparing execution and general and unique arrangements. Among other things, the implementation of the Landscape Convention requires the development and implementation of a landscape policy. In 2017, the government of Hungary adopted the National Landscape Strategy for period 2017 and 2026 as an implementation of the general measure specified in Article 5 of the Landscape Convention. The Landscape Strategy builds on the spirit of the Landscape Convention. It interprets the landscape in accordance with the provisions of the Landscape Convention. The aim was to create a landscape approach that views and analyzes the landscape not holistically, but in unity, based on all its features. In addition, it undertook to design, manage, and protect the average of degraded landscapes, which have not been of outstanding value in our values so far. Its important mission is also to analyze the effects of the landscape and the state of the landscape together to reveal the complex relationship of causes and consciousness. At the same time, it draws attention to the need for individual and social responsibility, to the fact that we are responsible for each other and for the next generation. Its aim is for the parties to work together at all levels, from the local to the international level, to protect, manage, and plan domestic and cross-border landscapes. The landscape strategy reviews the situation of compliance with the international obligations in Hungary, presents the most characteristic and significant landscape change process, their driving forces, and characterizes the state of the Hungarian landscapes. The extensive goal of the landscape strategy is responsible land use based on landscape features. The extensive goal also imposes qualitative and quantitative limits on land use. The aim is to use certain areas of the landscape only for the purpose suitable for the given landscape. We are looking for suitable areas for the spatial placement of socially necessary new functions. This approach of sustainability needs to be accepted by society as a whole and extended to all levels of decision making, including individuals. The development of responsible land use, adapted landscape potential, requires diverse and close cooperation of the participants. The search for solutions should start from the synergies inherent in different policies, flood protection, water management, and long-term preventive thinking. In order to achieve responsible land use based on landscape conditions, the landscape strategy formulates three priority objectives: establishment of landscape utilization based on landscape features, livable landscape, and increasing landscape identity. It sets out nearly 100 measures. Its tool system is the trilogy of protection, management, and design. The domestic significance of the Hungarian National Landscape Strategy lies in the fact that it has become a reference base and reference document in strategic planning, which can ensure that the currently missing horizontal aspects are integrated into sectoral policies and that a complex landscape-level approach prevails as a territorial dimension of the implementation of policies and their scope. On the other hand, the landscape strategy provides a reference criteria far beyond the state administration, which can also be utilized in education. Its international significance stems from the fact that many of its findings are valid at the international level, which we have presented several times as good practice, thus contributing to the development of landscape strategies in other countries. Based on the European Landscape Convention, in accordance with the landscape strategy, a landscape typology method based on landscape characterization for Hungarian landscapes and a methodology for delimiting landscape character areas must be developed. Based on the previous statement, a complex digital database of landscape character areas should be created. In 2016, the Ministry of Agriculture, co-financed by the European Regional Development Fund, launched a comprehensive project under the Environmental and Energy Efficiency Operational Program and the Competitive Central Hungary Operational Program, one of the aims of which is to provide a strategic foundation for the preservation of natural and landscape values. This project, in which the character-based identification of Hungarian landscapes began, is implemented by a group of investors led by the Ministry of Agriculture. The resulting databases as a basis for landscape utilization based on landscape conditions will be utilized in the planning system. The professional results of the project are already available on the project website. The landscape strategy also calls for the further development of the compact settlement model and climate-friendly settlement models. During the development of settlements, the wise and economical use of arable land, the mitigation of the adverse effects of the urban climate, adaptation to the climate must be enforced together, and new infrastructures must be designed and developed in a way that does not increase ecological fragmentation. Efforts must be also used to ensure that landscapes elements that retain their ecological function in agricultural areas can be preserved in the long term, and that the ecological stability of the network is increased. For this, there's a need for a so-called greening organization approach, which motivates farmers to achieve the professional goals of green infrastructure development. Today, we see it's not enough to just keep biologically active surfaces. In order to moderate the impact of climate change, the extent of these forests must be increased by the planning of new forests, grazing, and the creation of new urban green spaces. In the design of green infrastructure, in addition to the use and aesthetic aspects, more and more attention must be paid to ecological and human health aspects. Rehabilitation interventions will also be needed to adapt field and forestry practices to local and landscape conditions. In some areas, it may be necessary to change the way land is used and to change the intensity. The landscape strategy also formulates goals in connection with education and attitude formation. In addition to the training of experts in the assessment and operation of landscapes, the transfer of knowledge related to the landscape should be extended to all training whose future experts influence the condition and use of the landscape with their decisions. The strategy attaches great importance to the training of engineers in this perspective, but in addition, lifelong learning must be strengthened with the approach to thinking about the landscape and the knowledge about the landscape. In order to increase and develop social responsibility, targeted programs must be launched towards state bodies and civil society. We don't use our natural resources in a provident way. People torn from the landscape don't even notice that the destruction of arable land, degradation of soil life, declining biodiversity, distortion of water management, the formation of urban heat climate, increasing light exposure, changes in the character of landscapes are ultimately impacts of small claim increases. We don't notice because at the level of individuals, the increase in energy and the raw material claim needed to provide a different standard of living from the previous generation is small. We do not notice because we don't see it. We don't feel the loss of natural and cultural values lost during land use change as our own loss, and therefore do not hit the level of sensitivity of social enough. The favorable landscape status, the diversity and harmony of the landscapes are important resources of our well-being. Sustainability is based on land use and based on social needs, economic activities, and balanced relationship between the environment. At both national and international levels, we have a shared responsibility to provide a framework for interventions that affect the well-being and well-being of the individual and society. The European Council plays a key role in this effort, and Hungary has undertaken this as an exemplary manner by adopting the National Landscape Strategy. I believe that the presentations of this conference will contribute to the implementation of the Landscape Convention across borders and beyond. I wish you a successful conference and much success in your work. Thank you for your attention.
Köszönjük szépen az előadást, Kincses.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Kristina Kincses. It was a very, very interesting presentation, including European and Hungarian contexts on the landscape and the ways of thinking about the landscape. If there are any questions, you have the possibility to do so.
Esetleg, hogyha
Recording stopped.
kedves Klári, hogyha esetleg megnézed a...
Clara, if you can check YouTube if there are any questions. I believe that there are no questions on YouTube.
Hát azt hiszem, hogy majd a szekció végén is, hogyha...
I believe that if we have any questions, we can answer them by the end of the session.
I will switch back to English this time, and I will try to keep it in English from now on, except some short periods in Romanian and Hungarian. So thank you again to Kincses Kristina for a really nice presentation, and I would like to ask Nico Tilia from the Netherlands to continue with his presentation.
Okay. Oops. Let's switch this off. Apologies. Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me for this nice conference. I really enjoyed the previous presentation, and I really think it's a great example of the existing landscapes and your topic today. I hope I can add some nice point of view to that. Let me check if this is the right presentation. And yeah, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Yeah. So, about 25 minutes roughly. Well, I try to be quick, but okay. So urban ecology, eco-cities, and planning for synergies in a regional context. And maybe that's a bit off the topic of today, but I think there is a big link between the urban system and the landscape systems as we see today and experience all over Europe, and especially the beautiful landscapes in Romania, Hungary, and that part of the world. So my approach today is I would like to talk a bit about the urban ecology and eco-cities group we are working with,
and not too long, of course, but just to show you that it's there. Maybe for some of you this is peanuts, you know, it's maybe you know all this, the basic concept of ecology, so that all organisms are interdependent, but especially also interact with their physical environment, and that biodiversity is extremely important because, you know, we can take out a few building blocks and then, you know, it still works. But if we take out too many building blocks, it starts to collapse. And of course, we have examples from shorelines with growth of seagrass and coral reefs, but also these plants growing in the water, which kind of take away the tsunami waves, for instance. They protect better against waves than artificial dikes do. But if we take out too many species, it collapses. And it's the same with everything in our landscapes, with water storage and you name it. So we focus from the organism level to the ecosystem landscape biome level, I would say. Well, that's a nice area to focus on. So what is then urban ecology? Well, it's obviously the whole of interactions. Organisms build structures and physical environments where people are concentrated. And well, of course, it's the link between, oops, what's happening? Cannot see my own presentation now. Yeah, sorry, it switched to something else. So, so the insect is eaten by the pigeon, and the pigeon is eaten by the peregrine falcon. That's nothing new. But what is new to our group is that we now try to make this building more bioreceptive, so that mosses can grow on, that it's good for other plants and animals to breed in, so that the whole life cycle from reproduction, housing, safety, finding food can be found in the city. And what can we do to shape that? So that's basically what we're trying to do. Here, a student did that at campus level. He said, well, look at campus as rocks, the buildings are rocks, and then we have forests, meadows, and water. So where else do you delve in urban ecology? Well, until recently, it was mainly approached by biologists. As Alberti calls on, and she says, well, it's about time that new research angles come in. So in our view, we think urban planning, landscape architecture, and all the engineering disciplines can contribute to a system where we see cities as urban ecosystems. And this has also effect on the landscape surrounding the cities, we think. And so it's also a matter of how to translate the eco-city principles to our cities, because we can then take off pressure of these surrounding landscapes. Things we do, for instance, is looking at trees, of course, urban forestry, but also looking at bird boxes with this heat sensor. If we know when the birds are breeding, when they fly in, so we have that monitored. And a nice step is, of course, how to measure all of this, how to measure this landscape system, this ecosystem, with field mapping, spatial analysis, obviously, and let's say the classical tools, but also citizen science. How can we use internet data, Twitter, Instagram, pictures people make when they're on holiday, what they like, satellite data, for instance, LiDAR data, and this sensor technology. And one of our contacts, Nadine Galler, who focus on Internet of Nature, is actually linking these two worlds. And that would give a lot of interesting information to our additional information we have from classical resources, which I think are extremely valuable, but they could be enriched and linked to this, let's say, smart city world. Because often, well, I experience it myself here in the Netherlands, people from the green world are seen as, you know, slow, and from, let's say, it's not, let's say, the high fashionable thing. But I think they are completely wrong, because I believe it's the future to go to have this nature as a basis, but that doesn't mean we cannot link to these new technologies. I think there's a big opportunity there for us. We have a lot of students in the lab focusing on different things, but mainly urban in this case, but we are going more to landscape right now. One of the studies we did is in Rotterdam in 2014 on urban metabolism, on flows, and to see how these flows, these landscape, but also urban flows influence, well, the shape, the urban shapes, the urban landscapes. And well, we don't just pick an area in the Netherlands, but we specifically looked at the bioregion. So what are the natural systems behind this and not the human-made systems or the political systems. So we also, yeah, it was also, because you work with flows, it's also a different way of mapping. How do you map a water flow or a biota? So that's also kind of, yeah, well, new to work on, and also nice. And sometimes you fail and sometimes you succeed, but sometimes they give nice images. Yeah, of course, we also want to design on site. So we need to zoom in, and in this case, we picked the Rotterdam region. Of what is happening there. And here, let's say on the top right, you see Midden-Delfland, which is the landscape area between Rotterdam and Delft. It's a kind of peat landscape. And that landscape has been there for centuries. Some of it has been dug away. The peat has been used and been burned over the centuries. And it's now mainly pastures and some farming. And it's basically for grass. It's for the city to be built in. At least that's what many people thought, but we were able to protect it. But I will come back to that later on. So what we first do is, of course, we look at what is the available background information. So what are the landscape ecological contexts around Rotterdam? So peat landscapes, clay landscapes, dune landscapes, the tidal river area at the delta. So we try to understand that with the students. And from there, that's our basis to work in and around the city of Rotterdam. But then again, when we're in the city, we have a different world. So we look at the neighborhoods. So what are neighborhood typologies? Pre-war typologies have different green structures, have different species and different target species. So the nature in the city is becoming more and more important. However, I think that does not mean that we should forget about the outside nature. It's just that we like to improve nature in the city as well, because it helps people to link to nature and also protect nature outside the city. So there's a clear link between those two goals here. Here we try to do that for Rotterdam with the students. And one of the theories we use, and it is probably known to many of you, is this patch corridor matrix model, basically linking core areas with corridors. But each time a student, because we have students in architecture, urban planning, and landscape architecture, each time a student has to build or intervene, do an intervention in some of these areas. For instance, the yellow triangle, usually they would just put a building there. Yeah? But now we say, look guys, you really need to see where are you building? How can you build the building in such a way that it's beneficial to all the area? So maybe the middle yellow triangle should be more related to a floating building, or a building on poles, or a building which actually works with nature instead of building dikes and working against it. And so this way of thinking, and we also try to translate that to the city, where we say, well, if you make a building with a green roof, that's fine, but maybe some spots in the city actually are much better to build a building as a kind of ecoduct in the city, so that we connect different parks and different landscapes. Well, of course, planning for synergies, so a water system, but why not make it a water system combined with recreational functions and woodland for wood production? Because the landscape on top basically is again just for water, but nothing happens there. There's no farming, there's no cows, there's nothing happening in that landscape on top, because it's too small and it's too close to industry. So we said make it functional for recreation for people, but also add trees and grow trees for maybe its wood production. Here's another example where, but that's more urban, where a bridge would have been just crossing this water and then go on, but the roof of the school on the left-hand side is used for the bridge landing, for bike path, and at the same time this circular going down of the bike path is also, well, the courtyard of this school where the school children can sit. So let's say it's a kind of synergetic design between the school, the public space, and the green environment, and this bridge. And well, maybe this is a kind of way of thinking we could also do with ecological interventions in the city, but also in certain landscapes. We could take it a step further. Maybe some of you have seen this already, where we use ecology to really restore kind of certain elements in the city, like this canal in China, where this is the background of the city, basically, and why not make it the front again, where you indeed open it up to people to experience it, and here with floating gardens, basically turn it into the front part of the city and have it used again. So that is one of the ways we also try to focus. So it's basically either restore or conserve what is there, restore, or come up with a whole new system. So nature inclusive design is also a part of that, but these are small interventions in the city at building level, so nest holes for birds, etc. And most of the nature inclusive design in the Netherlands focuses on adding things to buildings, at least in the city. And well, I always tell people, well, be aware that urban ecology is not just for adding some birds or bees. It's often the fundament of your urban planning or landscape planning and design intervention. Here are two papers by McPherson and Bush, which link the ecology and the urban ecology to urban vulnerability, to urban resilience, to nature-based solutions. And so I think the natural system, even in cities, should be used much more often in city planning instead of wiping everything away and come in with all the, well, let's say modern systems. And so that we can really make use of the ecosystem services at hand. So, for instance, and this links maybe a bit more. So we have an urban and landscape architecture link here to, oh, there's a typo, to biodiversity. So we already have this system, and then of course the urban, the city has in this system, well, intervenes in these natural cycles, I can say. And then, but of course, what happens, the system below it, of course, leads to a certain landscape. That was the previous lecture, I also mentioned that, and habitats, and then of course species and biodiversity. So what we do, the flows, all the actions we do in the city and the landscape, let's say the farming method we do, leads directly to the outcome we see in outside and the species and the habitat and species we see there. So as a designer, we can influence certain systems. So that's where we can intervene. We can intervene in habitats. So just, for instance, building a pond, or have some solutions to have extra bird nests. But I think if we only focus on the bird nests and, well, have some habitat interventions, which we can build, but not focus on the system, then at the end, we will lose the game. Because if the system is not, then we only create kind of cultural zones, so to say. And some zones should be protected, but maybe some also need a new economic basis, or restore the old economic basis. So that is where I have a bit of doubts, but I also think it's very interesting. So because of that, I would like to focus a bit on these flows in natural and hybrid systems. But these are these systems like a water cycle, nitrogen cycle, the phosphorus or the carbon cycle. We all know this from geography in secondary school, or we've certainly seen this. And as I mentioned, the city intervenes in these systems. You can calculate all the flows, like here in urban metabolism, the energy, water, nutrients, and waste flows, what goes in a system, what goes out of the system, etc. And here, for instance, a village grows into a major city, and the groundwater extraction is getting more and more. Why not extract groundwater and clean it already? So not send it to the sewage plant, which then basically sends it to a big river to be sent to the ocean. Why not clean it and have it infiltrated again in the local landscape, so that the groundwater tables and all the natural richness around that in an urban area are still intact. Now we only extract, use, clean, and then to the ocean. So it's only extracting. So it never restores. So this is something I think which also would be quite interesting. Some examples. So here is, for instance, so I will now do a few examples on flow. Here's a flow from the city of Rotterdam, where we thought, let's understand the system first and then do the intervention. So this is, of course, so here we have more rainwater, river discharge, and groundwater. And so basically we have a water issue, which is not a great surprise, probably. So then some people say, oh, well, let's solve this let's just make more ponds, and then we can get rid of the water when it rains a lot, and then, we pump it out. But we thought, well, a few ponds, why not use this? Because many different ponds can also mean that this is an opportunity for a systemic change, a system change in the city. So why not use that water to improve this quality of life in some neighborhoods? And that's what we tried to do in 2005. So instead of adding a few ponds, we said, no, we need new waterways in the northern part of the city. Or we need to build more climate adaptive near the river. Or we need to add new canals and systems in Rotterdam South. So combine the water solutions with good housing, good public space, and good water transport. And that's what we focus on. Oops. And that's also what we designed with. So we came up with water squares, water living, floating buildings, etc. So this is one of the water squares, which then fills up. But you see them coming now over the place. They're now also in Copenhagen and many other cities. But it's a way of synergetic planning, a synergetic design, where you solve one issue, but at the same time add to another. So what did we do? We did a flow analysis. So what are the facts and figures of this system? Let's say water system right now. Of course, diagrams and schemes related to spatial systems. It can be as simple as this 8-year-old drawing, or as complicated as a research institute. And what is the relation between flows? What are possible assumptions for the future? Because obviously we don't design for tomorrow, but for the coming 20, 30, maybe 50 or maybe more years. And what are related challenges and opportunities towards a circular system? So can we already pick up and implement new solutions, which we see coming already? And then, only then, we start making a spatial strategy, which lead to architectural, landscape architecture, or urban planning interventions. And that is where our design comes forward from. So we really try to not to sit at the end again. We only do, for instance, nature inclusive design with some bird boxes, or the habitat level. We do those two as well, but we really try to intervene in that systems level, because we think for the long term that is also very valuable. We tried this a few years ago together with GCFO, also for the Rotterdam example. Let's not waste too much time on these, but you can think of the flows like water, energy, food, nutrients. We didn't pick data, money, and regulations and laws at that moment, because there's only so much you can do. We focus on many scales, but mainly the Rotterdam region. But let me go back to the topic of your conference, which is basically these landscapes. And actually, when I saw this image, of your landscape in Romania. And I visited Romania in, I think it was in 2005. I made a big trip with a friend in April, and I saw all these great flowers and great landscapes. We actually did Austria, Hungary, Romania, Bulgaria. So it was really great to see all these forests and these landscapes. So I fell in love with your landscapes. And also when I saw this picture again, I thought, wow, what a beautiful landscape this is. But I also thought, well, the farmer who is farming this, will he have someone to take over when he's old? There must be many farms who will stop. And what happens then? Will this disappear? Will this be a cultural or nature reserve? So what happens here? So it also worried me a bit because I know also, well, of course, the economic forces in Romania are becoming very strong, new landscape and agricultural systems. So is this an outcome of a historic system, or can we do something about it? And what can we do about it? And I think the previous presentation much better addressed this. But what I'm trying to look at is how maybe there are different ways to pick this up. So I'm originally from Maastricht in the Netherlands. This is the land. So that's this is a kind of quite hilly landscape for the Netherlands. And here too, we were losing all the hedges. We were losing orchards. We were losing our cultural landscape. And if we would have not have intervened, this would have been gone. And now, instead of so these hedgerows you see are actually newly planted. They were all disappeared, and now they're bringing back. But here they made a choice for tourism because it's near Maastricht. People go there and they bike around. This is my daughter, me. I come from this area, so we did some mountain biking last weekend there, and really, I liked it a lot. But I also saw that the economic basis is in this case recreation and ecology. Biodiversity, that's the economic basis, so that people spend money in hotels here. But farming is not an economic basis here. So going back to this image, we would say design intervention in the system. I would like to pick up one or two flows which to show some different issues here. So this is urban agriculture in Rotterdam. This is an image of 65,000 farmers in the Netherlands providing food for 17 million people. And look what happens in the middle. There's 5 offices, 5 purchasing offices, so supermarket chains who buy from these farmers. And they control all the prices. They control that 1 liter of milk, they pay only a little more than that the farmer makes costs. So the farmer is continuously under pressure to produce more and more. And biodiversity loses out because they only want 1 species of grass, and they want this and they want that. So, so be aware that this system is happening. And so we also looked at these farmers markets, which is a very thin line at the top. That is nothing yet. But can that grow? Can we somehow escape this kind of lock-in we are in? And so also if you look at, for instance, this is about these facts and figures. So we also looked at space use and greenhouse gas emissions and saturated fats, which you need for beef, cheese, pork, chicken. And if you go vegetarian, so this also you can relate this to CO2 system, etc. But so that is where the data stuff comes in. But also we mapped what are the values, the cultural landscapes around Rotterdam in the area. So where can we have vegetables, milk, honey, meat, etc. And we did this because we saw that the farmers were having a difficult time. They were only farming because, because they were almost going for retirement and no successor. So that was it basically. And then the city of The Hague or Rotterdam could grow even more into the landscape. And then, so one of the things we did, and of course we had some protection laws in place, but this city councilor, what she did, instead of going to a trade mission to China or to India or to the United States, she did a trade mission to all the local farmers. So she invited the local supermarkets, the local restaurants to go to farmers outside of Rotterdam and to connect basically producers and consumers, so that the local meat, the local cheese, the local milk would be used. And well, you could maybe also do a kind of dating app for that, a kind of app where you bring these people together. But this was a very strong sign to these communities. And now, since then, you know, it starts to grow that Rotterdam people eat more local food. They visit this area more often. It becomes in their minds, and they start protecting this area. They fight for it. Whereas before, it was just some leftover landscape to them. Another issue, so not food, but nitrogen. So there's many negative effects, for instance, breast fertility, throat irritations, but also soil acidification and also loss of biodiversity. So because of industry and a lot of traffic, you know, we have too much nitrogen. Basically, every time it rains manure. It rains artificial fertilizer on our land, which means that those areas which are oligotrophic and need less, they don't want more nutrients, they suffer the most. We don't want that anymore. So looking from this perspective again, how can we do something in the system? Of course, we need to bring down that car traffic and industrial farming and these kind of things, so that we could have focused on that, but I will skip that now. But one of the things we can also do is, for instance, alnus glutinosa, it kind of binds a lot of nitrogen, you know, or all the legumes, the peas, etc., the robinia, or all these the different species which do that. But there's also this one, which is a kind of floating fern, and it grows in our ditches in the Netherlands. And of course, we are a very wet country. And the funny thing is, it's not native, but it's now all over the place. So, okay, it's there anyway. But the funny thing is that this species is used or can be used as industrial purpose, such as animal fodder, human food extracts, and industrial adhesives. So, of course, this is not a nice image, but what if we could design this as a new landscape with new water landscapes and make this the new economic base, for instance, for some areas? Would that be possible? So this is also a way of thinking. We try to see if we can find new ways to have an economic base for certain landscapes. And here are some of the data that it doubles every 2 weeks, the nitrogen fixation per hectare, how much we can use for farming, how much it creates for biomass, etc. Another thing that we do is, for instance, the CO2 storage. So how can we restore peat landscapes? So on the left-hand side, it's in the Botanic Garden in Delft. We created a peat bog, and we explained to students. And on the right hand, excuse me, on the right-hand side, it's a kind of peat restoration landscape. And so we try to focus on many things in the design. So, so my main point, what I try to make is, so where do we restore our landscapes? Where do we conserve our landscapes, the beautiful landscapes, which is the image of your conference, and where can we develop new ways? So there's different bases to deal with these landscapes, and maybe we should make a vision or something, or for the whole, I don't know, maybe for all of Europe or whole parts or whole regions, where we say, look, this is our culture, our landscape, like here in Limburg, like in Romania or Hungary or wherever, and this is what we should preserve. But we cannot stop the forces, because these landscapes are outcomes of the past. So either we stick to that and use it for recreation or other kind of stuff, but there are also areas where we can have new economic bases. And well, I hope this was an interesting insight for you, and I'll leave it with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nico. It was really fascinating to see in a broader context the whole issue, that seemingly it's much more complex than at the first sight, it might seem that urban planning or territorial planning, spatial planning, or architecture, or how we see our cities, our villages, the nature around us, it's much more complex and depends on many things, from political decision making to agriculture to all kind of sciences, sociology, so on. And then I'm really happy to see a question as a at the end of your presentation. It's really a good question. Where are we heading to, and we have to put this question to ourselves. These being said, I would invite all participants, all guests, to raise questions or ask questions if they have one. Clara, do you have any information if anyone sent a question or not?
There is a question from Klaus Birtler here in our chat wall.
Okay.
Yes. Is the existence of beneficiary of rivers like fishes, landscape, kayakers, etc. defined in the water law of Netherlands?
So if the question is clear or not clear, I will intervene if it's possible.
Oh, no, I see it in the chat
Thank
here.
you.
In the existence of this, yeah, that's a good question. It's not. I don't think so, actually. So because in the Netherlands, since the 1200s, so let's say the 13th century, we have water boards, which are organizations who deal with the safety of the Netherlands for the water. So their main task is safety, but over the years, those tasks have been widened. So they also have adopted kind of regulations where they say no, but now we also need to be safe, but also it needs to be biodiverse, and it needs to be next to biodiverse. It also needs to indeed what you say for kayakers, etc. So the water boards are now more and more shifting towards exactly this question. So it's been happening for the past 10-15 years. So slowly it's also getting into the laws, but it's of course the main one is safety. So as soon as something happens, they get rid of it and they build a dike. But on the other hand, they don't always choose to build a dike anymore. They also go for nature-based solutions more and more and try to be an example in that. So you see things shifting. I don't know if there's an equivalent of water boards in your part of Europe. Maybe not, because you do not have these water issues, but maybe there are different bodies where this happens. So think about it. Yes, it's slowly coming into the laws. Yeah. Does it answer your question? Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Feel free to ask your questions in any of the languages, Romanian or Hungarian. It's really shouldn't be a burden.
And just to this image in Maastricht, it was the city region of Maastricht. So let's say if Timisoara or another city, because Maastricht attracts all these tourists. But as soon as they have visited the cathedral and 2 other things, they go again. And so Maastricht said, no, we also want them to enjoy the landscape because it's a beautiful landscape. So we need to preserve the landscape so that they can enjoy it and have more tourism. Not that tourism is always good, but this was one of the issues. And so it was a city region of Maastricht and the surrounding communities who made sure that there was this landscape plan. So there's also a foundation called Little Landscape Elements, which now takes care of these hedges and orchards, let's say these old cultural elements. But you must have something similar in Romania and Hungary, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Is there any more question, observation, proposal? If not, then thank you again.
Okay.
It was really good to see somehow that we're not alone, I think, or nobody's alone in Europe with these issues. And sooner or later, we will all face more or less the same problems, the same issues with landscape management, water management, how we live, how we use our resources.
Right.
Thank you again.
Well, thank you for the invitation, and I think it's really a very interesting topic what you have addressed for all of Europe. And many of my students would like to work together with your institutes and would like to do joint projects. So so please, if there is anywhere an opportunity to do so, you know, for graduation labs or whatever, we are open to that, because if we do this together, we can, I think all these landscapes we shouldn't lose them and lose the identity of our regions. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We take it as an invitation, and we will answer this invitation. Thank
Great.
you very much.
Yeah, good luck, and I'm very interested in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Bye bye. So okay, then if I see it well in the program, now we'll have a short coffee break. We are slightly over the scheduled time, roughly 7 minutes. So it's this delay. It's not that much. I think we're still in time. So I would like to propose then this 10 minutes break, and then we'll come back and we'll continue with the next presentation with Mr. Ilyas Bogdan from Romania. So 10 minutes break. We'll be back in at 11:27 a.m. Romania's time, Eastern European time. Okay, see you then later. Okay, I think we are at the end of the coffee break, so we can start. Așadar, aș avea rugămintea pentru următorul invitat, pentru domnul Ilieș Bogdan, să înceapă prezentarea.
Bună ziua, mă auziți?
Hello, you can hear me?
Da, se aude. Da, se aude.
2 secunde.
2 minutes, please.
E regulă din punct de vedere tehnic?
Everything is okay in technical.
Ok, thank you. Bună ziua.
Hello.
Numele meu este Bogdan
My
Ilieș.
name is Bogdan Ilieș.
Doctor în istorie.
I'm a historian with a PhD
În același timp,
and an engineer at the same time. I'm the vice president of the Archaic Association from Sălaș, an association which coordinates the program called Ambulance for the Monuments in this county.
pentru monumente. În cele ce urmează,
In the following, I would like
doresc să vă prezint câteva aspecte
to introduce you to
legate de
some aspects of the activities related to the ambulance of monuments
în contextul
in the context of sustainability of the cultural landscape in rural areas.
În accepțiunea asociației noastre,
According to our organization,
mediul rural
the
contemporan
contemporary rural environment
este
in
locul
the place where the two elements
ce definesc
that
peisajul
define the
cultural,
cultural landscape,
anume natura și
named
mediul,
nature and man,
se află în cea mai
are most
evidentă
obvious
depășire.
intertwined.
Provocările
The challenges
ultimilor
of recent years,
anume migrația forței de muncă,
labor migration,
îmbătrânirea
aging
accelerată a
communities,
comunităților, industrializarea
industrialization of agriculture and
și urbanizarea
urbanization of
satelor
villages
au avut efecte
have had
asupra
negative impacts on
sustenabilității
sustainability in rural areas.
în mediul rural. Din perspectivă culturală,
From a cultural point of view,
consecințele nefaste a
the
acestor
adverse consequences
transformări
of these transformations
se regăsesc în
are found in the
deteriorarea,
deterioration,
uneori aproape
sometimes
irreversibilă,
almost irreversible,
a identității
of the
locale,
local identity.
dispariția
The
meșteșugurilor tradiționale
disappearance of traditional crafts and
și,
in particular,
în mod particular, distrugerea
the
accelerată a patrimoniului.
accelerated destruction of the built heritage.
Alăturat,
Next to it,
puteți
you
regăsi
can see
o fotografie
a current
actuală
photo of
a
Cămărzan
localității
Community,
Cămărzana,
Satul Mare County.
din județul Satul Mare. Din perspectiva celor prezentate
From the
anterior,
perspective specified before,
fotografia este cât se poate de relevantă.
the photography is very relevant.
Închipuiți-vă aceeași localitate care
Imagine
la
the same
sfârșitul,
locality in the late 60s, early
la
70s,
sfârșitul anilor 60, începutul anilor 70, când aici încă
when
existau
there were still
un număr
a
însemnat
significant number
de
of
case
old
vechi,
traditional houses
tradiționale,
covered in straws
acoperite cu paie sau cu șindrilă.
or roof shingles.
La acel moment,
In that
Cămărzana
moment,
a fost propusă
Cămărzana was
pentru a fi
proposed to be declared as
rezervație
a
etnografică.
ethnographic reservation.
Astăzi, în urma migrației
Today, as a
forței,
result of labor migration,
în special în străinătate,
especially abroad,
aspectul localității s-a schimbat considerabil. Alături de vechile case, au apărut construcții de factură modernă, masive, care au prea puțin din spiritul locului. În contextul schimbărilor profunde, Totul este în regulă din perspectiva traducerii în limba engleză? Mă auziți?
Da.
Da.
Lemutoltak.
Se poate continua? Vă aud foarte, foarte slab. Nu, din păcate nu vă aud. Puteți să vorbiți mai aproape de microfon?
Engleza nu se aude și încercăm să remediem acest lucru.
Ok. Doriți să continui sau doriți să fac o pauză?
O clipă de pauză, dacă...
Sigur, sigur.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. We are having some slight technical issues, but we are working on it.
Hello, you can hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe we can continue.
Ok. Thank you. În contextul schimbărilor profunde,
In the context of profound changes
din ultimele decenii,
in the last decades,
a luat naștere proiectul de salvgardare
the project to safeguard the built heritage was born,
numit Ambulanța pentru Monumente.
named the Ambulance for Monuments.
Acesta a fost inițiat în anul 2016
Initiated in 2016
de către Asociația Monumentum.
by the Monument Association.
Ambulanța pentru Monumente, ca și proiect,
The Ambulance for Monument as a project
a fost precedat de alte inițiative asemănătoare,
was preceded by other initiatives such as the project,
precum a fost proiectul 60 de biserici de lemn
60 wooden churches
din nordul Olteniei și sudul Transilvaniei,
in northern Oltenia, in southern Transylvania.
Demers inițiat în anul 2009
Initiated in 2009
de arhitectul Șerban Sturza,
by architect Șerban Sturza,
împreună cu Ordinul Arhitecților din România,
the Order of Architects of Romania,
și Fundația Pro Patrimoniu.
and the Pro Patrimonial Foundation.
În ultimii ani,
in recent years,
proiectul Ambulanța pentru Monumente,
the Ambulance for Monuments,
a căpătat o bună notorietate și
has received project gained a good reputation and
s-a extins,
has expanded,
fiind gestionat în prezent
being currently managed by
de o serie de organizații,
a number of organizations
existente sau nou create, cu activitate independentă în mai multe regiuni ale României.
Existing formula of newly created within independent activities in several regions of Romania.
În prezent,
in the present,
proiectul Ambulanța pentru Monumente,
the Ambulance for Monuments
reprezintă
efortul collective effort
a numai puțin
of
de
no
7
less than 7 associations
asociații de protejare a
for the protection of the building heritage in Romania,
Asociația
the
Monument,
Monumentum Association,
cea care a inițiat proiectul,
that initiated the project,
este
is
cea
currently the
care
national coordinator of the entire
coordonează proiectul la
project.
nivelul întregii țări, la nivel național.
National level.
în ordine cronologică a
in chronological
apariției
order of the apparition of
ambulanțelor din teritoriu,
from the territories.
Ambulanța
We
pentru
mentioned
monumente
the
din Banat,
ambulance for monument from Banat,
gestionată în prezent de
currently managed by
Asociația
the
Prin Banat.
Print Banat Association.
Apoi,
Then,
în anul
in
2020,
2020,
au apărut aproape concomitent,
Vernacular Association.
au apărut aproape concomitent asociațiile vernacular, ce gestionează
That manage the ambulance for monuments.
Ambulanța pentru monumente în Arad, în județul Arad.
In Arad.
Și Asociația Arhaic.
And the Arhaic Association.
Ce coordonează același
manages
proiect în cadrul județului
ambulance
Sălaj.
project from monument in Sălaj.
În ultima perioadă,
in recent time,
au fost înființate asociațiile ACTUM,
the ACTUM Association that carry out
ce desfășoară acest proiect în zona de nord a
northern part of Moldova.
Apoi atelierul de patrimoniu.
Then the heritage workshop from the ambulance from monument.
Pentru partea de nord a
Muntenia.
Și Asociația Inima Olteniei.
Heart of Oltenia Association.
Asociație ce gestionează
association
proiectul
that managed the project in the west part of Oltenia.
Scopul declarat
the purpose of this
al proiectului Ambulanța pentru
monumente
este acela de a realiza
interventions to secure the
a patrimoniului cultural
heritage
cu ajutorul
with the help of craftsmen
și a
volunteers
în colaborare
in collaboration
cu comunitățile locale
with local communities
sub stricta
under the strict supervision
a specialiștilor
of heritage conservation specialists,
patrimoniului, a autorităților locale,
local authorities,
și autorităților cu atribuții în domeniu.
Responsibilities in the field.
Astfel,
the
programul Ambulanța pentru
Ambulance for Monument Project
propune o modalitate
efficient way
ce ține cont
which
de
takes
principiile unei
into account
dezvoltări
the
durabile,
principles of sustainable development,
adică protecția mediului,
environment protection,
dezvoltarea socială,
social development,
și dezvoltarea economică,
and economical development,
pentru punerea în siguranță
to secure
a unor obiective de patrimoniu
important heritage
importante,
sites
aflate în
in
stare
an
avansată
advanced state of
de degradare
degradation
sau precolaps.
or pre-collapse.
Protejarea patrimoniului construit
Protecting the building heritage
este de regulă costisitor,
is usually expensive,
iar lipsa acută a meșterilor și a specialiștilor
and the acute lack of craftsmen and specialists
face ca acest demers
makes this work
să fie și mai dificil.
even more difficult.
Din aceste considerente,
for these reasons,
pentru a ajuta comunitățile
in order to
aflate în
help communities in difficulty,
Ambulanța pentru
the ambulance for monuments
a acționat cu
acts
precădere
mainly in rural areas.
în zona rurală. Alături
Next to it, we
avem o
have a
fotografie de
photo
la
from the
țiglăria din localitatea
tile
Am.
factory.
Această
This
țiglărie
was designed from
a fost gândită încă de la
the
început
beginning to
pentru a
make
realiza
tiles
țiglă
and
și
bricks
cărămidă
in
în manieră
the traditional
tradițională,
way,
iar întreaga sa
and the
producție
entire production
a fost
of
folosită
this factory is
sau este
used
folosită în procesul de
the process
restaurare
of restoring the
a
history
clădirilor istorice din partea de
buildings
sud a Transilvaniei.
in the southern parts of Transylvania.
Această inițiativă
This initiative
a fost gândită încă de la
was
început
conceived
pentru a fi gestionată de
from the
familia unor
beginning to
localnici
be managed by the family of some locals
cu scopul de a încuraja
to encourage
antreprenoriatul
entrepreneurship
în mediul
in
rural.
rural areas.
În cadrul programului Ambulanța
Within the
pentru
program,
monumente,
the Ambulance for Monuments,
Au fost formulate o
We
serie de
formulate a
obiective.
series of objectives.
Dintre acestea,
From
le
these,
reținem pe cele mai
we
importante.
hold on to the most important ones.
Implicarea
To get
comunităților
the community
în
involved
acțiunile
in
de salvgardare
sustainable
sustenabilă
heritage
a patrimoniului,
safeguarding actions,
salvgardarea patrimoniului
then to
imobil
safeguard the immovable heritage
și
and
realizarea
keep
evidenței
a record of
patrimoniului,
such heritage,
inclusiv
if
în
possible,
ceea ce privește starea de conservare a
including it
acestuia.
in a detailed state of preservation.
Creșterea
To
nivelului de
increase the level
pregătire
of professional
profesională
training
a
of the
specialiștilor
experts
prin
through
educație
non-formal
non-formală și
and
informală,
informal
participativă,
participatory
după sistemul
education
hands-on training.
based on hands-on training.
Recuperarea tehnicilor
It was another goal
tradiționale
of this project,
și a
to recover
materialelor
the
locale.
traditional techniques and the local materials.
De asemenea,
It is also one of
creșterea nivelului filantropiei
the
și
objectives
crearea
of the
de
project.
noi
At the same time, to
audiențe
increase the
pentru
philanthropic level and creation,
patrimoniu.
addition of such heritage. This was another goal of this program proposed.
În fotografia alăturată,
Next to it, you can see another
veți
relevant image.
vedea o acțiune relevantă a voluntarilor
This
ambulanței pentru monumente,
from Ambulance from Monuments,
desfășurată în localitatea Porți din județul Sălaj,
from Ports, Sălaj County,
în care voluntarii ambulanței pentru monumente
the volunteers from the Ambulance from Monuments
au întâlnit pe cei mai mici membri ai comunității,
had together
copiii și
with the local
adolescenții,
communities and action in which the younger of the locals were involved,
cu scopul de a
namely the children
încerca
and
încă
the
de la această
teenagers, because
vârstă
at this age,
crearea unei responsabilități,
to create responsibilities,
deoarece peste 30 sau 40 de ani,
because after 30-40 years from now,
când va fi din nou nevoie de înlocuirea învelitorii de șindrila a bisericii,
when it is necessary again to change the wooden covering of the church,
generația lor va fi cea care va trebui să susțină
this
acest
generation will
demers.
be the one who has to support this approach from the community.
Una dintre cele
One
mai
of the
des
most common
întâlnite întrebări
questions
legate de
related to
ambulanța
ambulance
pentru
for
monumente
monuments
este
is that
cum funcționează acest
how this
program.
program works.
Ei bine, sunt două
Well,
elemente
there are
foarte
two very
importante.
important elements.
Pe de o parte,
First, the local
comunitățile
community must
ce trebuie să
provide
asigure
the necessary
materialele
materials for the
pentru
proper
utilizate
conduct
pentru
of the intervention,
să asigure
to
cazarea
secure
și
the
masa
monuments, and also
pentru coordonatori,
to provide
meșteri și
accommodation
voluntari.
and meal to those who coordinate the site, for the craftsmen and volunteers.
Totodată,
At the same
ambulanța
time, the
pentru
ambulance for
monumente
monuments
asigură
provides the
uneltele
tools
și mâna de
and the
lucru,
hand of work
adică meșteri și voluntari,
in this
și ajută
process.
la întocmirea documentației necesare pentru buna
It provides
desfășurare a intervenției.
for a financial perspective. There is a similar and common slogan.
Din perspectivă financiară, ambulanța pentru monumente are un slogan simplu și concis. Donația ta plus voluntarii
Your
noștri
donation plus our
egal
volunteers
monumente fericite.
can make monuments happy.
Desfășurarea programului Ambulanța pentru
This
monumente
project, Ambulance for Monuments,
probabil că nu ar
probably
fi
could not have
posibilă
been possible without the
fără susținerea
generous support
generoasă a
of
alteței
His
sale regale,
Royal Highness,
Prințul de Wales.
the Prince of Wales.
Alături de acesta,
Also with him,
în susținerea
in the
financiară
financial
a
support of
proiectului,
the project,
în ultima perioadă
recently a
s-au
series
alăturat o serie
of
de
Romanian
asociații și societăți comerciale
foreign
românești
foundations
și străine,
and companies that give
ce susțin din punct de vedere material
materials,
efortul
support joined the
asociațiilor
effort of the
pentru
association
salvarea și
participating
punerea în
in
siguranță
this project to save and secure the
patrimoniului
building heritage
construit.
through the country.
În fotografia alăturată
Next to it,
surprinde un
in
moment
the photo taken,
important pentru
photo,
cei ce participă în cadrul proiectului
who
Ambulanța pentru
participate in this
Monumente.
project.
Este o fotografie realizată în
Is a photography
Cuștelnic,
captured in Cuștelnic,
județul Mureș,
in
în
Mureș County in
2019,
2019.
atunci când
Very
voluntarii Ambulanței pentru Monumente, cu
when the
ocazia,
ambulance for Monument volunteers,
cu ocazia
with the occasion,
întâlnirii generale anuale, au avut ocazia
general meeting,
să-l întâlnească pe
had the
Alteza
opportunity to
Regală,
meet
Prințul de Wales.
His Royal Highness, the Prince of Wales.
Cu acea ocazie au fost
Also on this
prezentate
occasion, we presented
și utilitarele,
the utilities,
acele ambulanțe, acele
those
mașini
vans
dotate cu unelte care sunt
that are
folosite
equipped with tools
în timpul
necessary for the
intervențiilor de
proper
punere în
conduct
siguranță a
of this,
monumentelor.
the activity of securing the monuments.
După 4 ani de la
4 years
lansarea
after its
acestui
launch,
program,
the Ambulance for Monuments project
proiectul Ambulanța pentru Monumente a primit
received
recunoașterea
international
internațională în anul 2020,
recognition in 2020,
atunci când
when
în prima parte a anului, în luna
it
mai,
first
a câștigat secțiunea
the education,
Training and
translating,
Awareness Rising,
training and awareness rising,
iar mai pe urmă, în toamnă,
and after that,
Public Choice, din
the
cadrul
Public Choice
premiilor European Heritage,
Award,
Europa Nostra.
Europe Heritage Awards, Europa Nostra Awards 2020.
Ce alte activități se desfășoară în timpul intervențiilor de punere în siguranță a
What other
monumentelor?
activities are in the Ambulance of Monuments?
În timpul desfășurării acestor lucrări avem și o serie de activități
We have activities
prin care încercăm să prezentăm voluntarilor noștri și să cunoaștem monumente și comunități locale din zone apropiate.
from
În cazul de
the
față,
rural areas.
În cazul de față, o serie de voluntari, de voluntare de la Universitatea din București, de la Universitatea de Arhitectură din București, pentru prima dată în zona Sălajului, în partea de nord-vest a țării, au vizitat bisericile reformate din
The Reformed Church
Buileacu și Mleului
in Akash,
și Acăș, județul Satul Mare.
From Satul Mare County.
În timpul lucrărilor
During the
desfășurate,
works carried out,
avem ocazia să ne delectăm cu o serie de produse
had the
locale
opportunity to enjoy the local products
cu care
that the
comunitatea
community
locală
members usually offer.
ne răsfață. Cu ocazia aceasta,
With this
voluntarii,
occasion,
meșterii, dar și coordonatorii
masters and volunteers,
au
or even the coordinators,
au oportunitatea de
have the opportunity to
a intra în contact cu comunitatea,
enter in contact with the community,
de a afla valorile pe care aceasta le are, să afle mai multe despre
the values
specificul
that they
locului
have and the specific that the place has,
și de ce nu despre ce înseamnă
and why
monumentul pe
not
care îl
what the
repară
heritage means on which they work on
pentru comunitatea locală.
For the local community.
Fără aportul unor
Without the contribution
fără aportul unor meșteri care să știe încă să prelucreze
traditional crafts,
într-o manieră
who still know how to process natural products in traditional ways.
Intervențiile realizate de ambulanța
The works organized by the Ambulance for Monuments program will be impossible.
Din această cauză.
Precisely because of this.
În cazul reparării acoperișilor de șindrilă,
the reparation of roof shingles,
ambulanța pentru monumente lucrează cu meșteri șindrilari.
Follows the action of several teams of craftsmen
din zona Maramureșului,
in the Maramureș region,
sau din zona munților Apuseni,
or from the Apusen mountain area.
Totodată, experiența meșterilor este importantă.
Also, the experience of the craftsmen is important.
Deoarece aceștia răspund întrebărilor formulate de voluntari.
They advise volunteers.
Și sfătuiesc voluntarii atunci când se pune problema de a realiza într-o manieră tradițională un acoperiș de șindrilă.
To manage in a traditional way the shingle roofings.
Fie că vorbim despre paie,
straws,
lemne, pământ sau piatră, în cadrul
intervention organized by the Ambulance for Monuments,
încercăm să folosim cât de mult se poate materiale pe care le găsim pe plan local. În situația în care
the situation requires,
contextul o
for example, in the case
de
of
exemplu în cazul șindrilei,
roof shingles,
și aceasta trebuie
which usually has to be made of softwood,
din zone unde încă rășinoasele
from mountain areas where conifers grow.
Sigur, aceasta se aduce
But at the same time
din zone unde încă șindrila se mai realizează, dar în cadrul ambulanței pentru monumente există programe proprii de cercetare ce vizează găsirea unor soluții
have our own research program that aim to identify traditional historical solutions
pentru a realiza de
locally, for example, the use of wood
esențe de lemn mai
species less used for roofing,
precum fac
such as oak wood or beech.
Un alt aspect
Another important aspect of the
activității ambulanței pentru
within the Ambulance for Monuments
acela de a discuta
refers to communication.
Indiferent că vorbim despre
talk to the press regularly or whether we talk to the radio or television.
În cadrul acestor intervenții încercăm
whenever we have the opportunity to talk about the importance of heritage preservation
pentru comunitățile locale și despre
we talk about local traditions and about the communities.
În cursul intervențiilor noastre
in the interventions
să ne întâlnim cu situații cu totul și cu totul aparte.
Organized by the Ambulance for Monuments, we often end up facing completely and utterly atypical situations.
În anul 2020,
such a situation was also encountered in 2020 during the work carried out in the wooden church in Zalnok, Sălaș County.
Am întâlnit în Biserica de Lemn
in the church,
o colonie maternală de lilieci.
We encountered a colony of maternal bats
cu peste 200 de membri,
formed from 200 members,
ce aparțin
which belongs
specii protejate de lege.
Types of species protected by the law.
Cu această ocazie am luat legătura cu o
we contacted a non-governmental association
specializat în protecția și cercetarea
research and protection of the small creatures.
Care ne-a oferit sprijinul lor în această situație pentru protejarea acestor mici făpturi.
Protecting them, the little creatures.
Am amânat cu câteva luni.
I postponed for a few months the treatment.
Tratarea cu substanțe pentru protejare a noi învelitori de șindri la biserici.
Of the new shingle roof of the church.
Astfel încât vaporii
this way, the vapors of this solution don't affect the bats protected by the law.
Cu acesta aș dori să închei.
I would like to conclude by
prin a preciza că principiile după care ambulanța pentru
the Ambulance for Monuments program works are
vizează păstrarea
identității preserving the local identity,
urmărește păstrarea calității mediului natural,
the quality of the natural environment,
și nu în ultimă instanță,
and last but not least,
revitalizarea mediului rural.
Revitalizing the rural environment.
Totodată,
at the same time,
sunt avute în vedere dimensiunile economice,
the financial, social and cultural
sociale și culturale a dezvoltării durabile a zonelor rurale.
Of sustainable development of the rural areas are taken in account.
Cu acestea,
with this, I would like to thank you on behalf of the Ambulance for Monuments
pentru atenția
for your attention.
La revedere.
Goodbye.
Vă aud cu întreruperi. Dacă vă puteți apropia mai tare de microfon.
Încerc cât de mult.
Acum vă aud.
Da? Ok. Vă mulțumim foarte mult pentru prezentare, pentru această nouă ipostază a...
Thank you very much for your presentation on what the cultural landscape means, and that we have to take care of the built heritage and the cultural heritage, and we have to be conscious of this. Of these small or big and significant values. This sensitivity would be identified in the way you presented the shingle roof project. I believe that in general, we need specialists and craftsmen to help us. Thank you again. And I believe we can deal with the questions.
And all questions are welcome.
Eu nu văd întrebări pe YouTube, nici aici. Dar până când oamenii mai gândesc la întrebări, vreau să cer ceva. Deci trebuie să cerem să ieșeți din interpretare, fiindcă dacă sunteți pe interpretare, atunci o să auziți vocea și asta o să zic și în limba maghiară și în engleză. Meg szeretnénk kérni a kedves előadókat, hogy a fordítás funkcióból, az interpretationből megkérjük szépen, hogy lépjenek ki, mert abban az esetben fogják hallani a fordítást egész végig, ameddig beszélnek. Köszönjük szépen. And we would like to ask to turn off the interpretation, because if not, you will hear the voice of the interpreter all time of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Clary, for this administrative clarifications. It's very important to try to proceed in this way so that you will not hear double all the presentations, and everything will proceed more smoothly. Thank you again very much for the presentations. If there will be any questions later on,
okay.
I think I can say from, I assume I can say from your behalf that you're available for
yes.
Answering these questions even a bit later on. So I ask all guests, all students to have the courage and ask the questions. It's a good opportunity to do so. And then I would like to, at the same time, would like to ask the next speaker. Now we are entering the section communications, as our key speakers already presented their lectures. I would like to ask the first speaker, Ning Dongjae. Sorry if I pronounced it not very correctly. I would like to ask you, Ning Dongjae, then to proceed and begin your lecture.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yes, you are pronounced very well. Yeah. I'm Ning Dongjae. Yeah. Okay. So I will share my screen now. This one. And here is, oh, sorry. Okay. So you can see my screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you so much. And good morning, everyone. I'm Ning, PhD candidate from Hungary University of Horticulture and Life Science. And here I'm so glad to meet and make my presentation. So my topic is about sustainable waterfront landscape paradigm based on traditional Chinese philosophical perspective. And the case study will be in the Xiangjiang River basin. And here is my contents. So basically, I will introduce my my research in 4 sections. First of all, I'd like to introduce the reason why I do this research. The reason is during the last decades, I have seen lots of urban disease in my country. For example, the water logging. You can see in this picture, it's very awful. And the car is running like boat. But at the same time, some traditional village or even some ancient cities still functional well. You can see in this image is a traditional village, but it can go through the heavy rainwater and without a big problem. So I was thinking why this can happen, and can we learn from that, and what's the main reason for the difference between the modern city and the ancient city. Basically, my method will be in history research and site theory. So first, I will try to give a cultural background of the traditional waterscapes. And with the site story, I would go to the village and the Asian city to talk with the local people, do an interview. and just to try to figure out how they build, how they lay out. So, so the waterfront settlement, basically, it's under the comprehensive influence of the traditional Chinese philosophies. It's like Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism. So they combine together to form like an ecological concept between the nature and man. And this study will take 3 traditional settlements in the upper, middle, and lower reaches of the Xiangjiang River basin. Here is the research area. This one is China, and here is the Hunan province. The 3 cases is here, here, and here. So first of all, I would like to introduce the horticulture and the traditional philosophy. But I would like to start with the orchard wounds. So this picture shows how the Chinese calligraphy improved. This is a very old one, and this is changing, and this one is the one we nowadays we use. So this line is the meaning is water, and the second line the meaning is the river. And you can see how they create these ultra letters. It's like the river inside and surrounds some settlements. And also the letter river have combined the water and this you can see this one. So this one means yes. In Hungarian is like again. So it I think it's a positive letter. So until nowadays, we still have this positive meanings, and therefore the memory and association of living by the water have continued to this day. So in addition to the text letter, the water is also a very important element in Chinese painting. It's like a mountain and water, always the basic components of traditional Chinese painting. The mountains represent stability, firm and upright. It's like some masculine qualities. While the water is flexible and breathing, gentle and calm. It can representing like feminine qualities. So the combination of these 2 forms get together, become the harmony of the male and the female elements. It's like yin and yang. Okay, here we start with the case study. The first one is the waterfront settlement landscape of Golan village under the framework of Taoist philosophy. So our agent always selects the settlement location between water and mountain, and the best is the village back to the mountain and face to the water. So it's also like between the yin and yang, between the man and the female. So it's always the best location. And this philosophy of idea of yin-yang harmony, it also comes from Taoist. Okay, the second one is metaphor of the water from the Zhangguyin village under the influence of Confucianism. So this one is a picture from air, and you can see it's very big buildings, actually it's a clan. That means this whole village have the same first name. They have the same family name, and the way how to separate the space is like in the middle. The leader of this clan always have the biggest. This one is patio. Always have the biggest patio, and surround him, the space is separated by his if he's a grandpa, and there is a father, and there is a son. So the space always separated like this, and it's just like the river. It's like the main body is first ancestor, and the second is second generation, and always separate, and also some kind like the roots. For this patio, it also has some special functions. It can collect water, especially the rainwater. It all can go down to the patio and collect it. And the most interesting part is the biggest patio always belong to the leader of this clan. I mean, this Confucianism is like he wants to build the order for the clan, and that's why how it can be this way. Okay, and the third case is water and Chinese Buddhism in Kaifu Temple, not just a lotus pond. In China, the Buddhism after Xuanzang introduced the Buddhism from India to China, it changed a lot. We have different Zen, and finally in China, the water become a very important element. The character of water is have been extended by Buddhism with its cool, clean, and surely the qualities. So you can see with this picture, the monk always practice the meditation in front of the peaceful lake, and by observing and contemplating the water, we can understand Zen. We can remove the influence of the material world and create the inner peace. In addition, Buddhism also contains the idea of cherishing life and allow people to set animal free and accumulate good karma. This lake and this one, we call it a free life lake. It's like you can release the fish here and accumulate the good karma. So it's also can realize the function of ecological diversity. So as a conclusion, we can get this paradigm. So it have two parts: internal drive and external landscape expression. The internal drive include traditional values, customs, and belief systems. From the analysis of above three waterfront segments, it can be concluded that the traditional Chinese philosophy of Confucianism, Buddhism, and Taoism have had an important influence on the values, custom, and belief of the Chinese people, which in turn has helped form a solid and sustainable concept of environmental planning. This is of great value for promotion of the sustainable development. And also, I believe, not only in China, in lots of other countries, we also have some similar philosophies. And I also believe it's a very important values. It have very important values for the future, for a sustainable future. And here's my reference. And okay, thank you for your attention. Hello.
Thank you very much for your presentation, for the insight in how water is perceived in Chinese culture, in Chinese traditions. I think we can learn a lot from intercultural exchanges and see how different aspects of landscape are dealt with in various parts on the world. Thank you very much again for your presentations. And I would like to invite everybody to ask the questions. Through the chat section of or through YouTube.
We don't have question in the YouTube channel.
Okay, then maybe I would propose to, if anybody needs more time to ask the questions, to think of the questions, I would propose then to ask those questions and to have the answers just before the next coffee break, before the next part of this section will go on. So now I would like to invite then our next lecture speaker, Mr. Adam Weiser, to proceed and to start his presentation.
Thank you very much. I'm sharing my screen. So first of all, I want to ask you if everybody see my screen, my first slide, and if you hear me well.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for the feedback. So, my name is Adam Weiser. I'm doing a PhD research in landscape architecture at the Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Science. My research topic is about the identity and the image of the public space. To put into context, I would present these sketches from the book of Kevin Lynch, who analyzed the city through layers, that I do also, and the work of Alex Lehnerer, who wrote the book Grand Urban Rules, that is a discussion about great rules. For me, it is very interesting to talk about the city and buildings without a word about great architects or great buildings, only about great rules. Well, I also want to talk about great things, however I'm not on the same level as the presented authors. And I also want to represent a theory. The theory that I will present is about the relationship between landscape character and settlement identity. Regarding to the canonized literature, the two main significant drivers that have shaped the character of the urban landscape in the past decades are the uniqueness and the adaptation to successful patterns. The uniqueness can be detected in the appropriation of existing natural and local values, in the discovery of the cultural heritage of small communities, or exploring the city by tourists. These are the great things, but on the other hand, there is the eager desire to adopt the successful patterns and turn it into economical benefits. So now a lot of city has its own London Eye, and some parts of the world we see that new landscapes characters were born, such as artificial islands. This phenomenon is very similar to building globalization. We can see this photo montage created by Rem Koolhaas to the Venice Biennale in 2040. The pictures talking about the fading out of the traditional architectural character during during 100 years. What can we learn about the building globalization? Well, a lot. But we can conclude that in the globalized world, not just the constructing methods, but the planning methods are also tending to be similar. One of the latest planning tools in the field of urban governance is the streetscape or public space design guidance. And this tool is spreading around the world. We see very good examples from England to Australia, to the Middle East, or to the Far East, or to Central Europe. And we can say that this tool is for regulating and coordinating the developments and actors in the urban design field in response to the expanding user needs and the increasing environmental impacts. More and more specialized design manuals are published. However, comprehensive studies that represent great narratives are not common even in the European Union. And we can also say that a lot of design manuals are not just not common in builds, but also in the topic, because there are a lot of design manuals for special needs, such as public space use for handicapped people, solutions for water management, but the most common ones are the generals with the topic of the pedestrian city usage. These manuals are talking about proportion of use, or how to extending the pedestrian territory and how to highlight it, or how to avoid chaotic signaling, and recommending detailed designs that can adopt by the same way in similar situations. But these manuals are very, very good and handy tools for framing the visual image, for framing the physical image of the street and the settlement. But our research tells that the guidance are not suited to thinking and planning identity. We examined 27 settlements, the design guidance of 27 settlements, and we found that the aims of the guidance and the tool elements of the guidance are very similar. In this very, very small chart, we can focus the density of the dots. In this chart, we see the cities, and here are the aims. And we can see that, we can tell that the same aims are representing in the manuals, and also the elements of the guidance are very, very, very similar. So what is the reason? The reason of it is the guidances are tailored to the same needs. It is a globalized things, of course, and is inspired by the same urban design theories, such as the new urbanism, that is focusing on walkability. It's phenomenon from the 80s, or the landscape urbanism that is focusing on urban ecosystem. So these are the two main theories that are the basics of the pedestrian-friendly cities, and the manuals that are created for regulate them. To take a look of its physical results, in this image we can see pedestrian-only streets. The structure is the same from Guangzhou to London to Montreal to Moscow. We see the structure of the facades, the row of the urban furnitures to make the place comfortable. In all the image we can see the alley of the trees and some artistic installation hanging from the skylight. The identical aspect of this image, of the image of these elements, the furnitures, the artistical installation, or the trees of alleys, may differ to each other. It has a regional context in somehow, but the structure is the same. What can we see in the next slides? This set of images are a boring and disappointing repetition of a successful installation that spread around the world. Instagrammers adoring it from Portugal to Istanbul. And of course we can tell a difference between the meanings of the two images. More or less, the two different kind of set of images telling the same differences that two Hungarian urbanists draw in their theories. Tamás Medgyessy has created his own concept about the image of the city. The main points are the image of a settlement is defined primarily by the characteristic of the built environment. And he tells that he clarifies and distinguishes the image from the concept of identity that can only be experienced by residents. So he tells that the image of the city is for everybody from the world, for all over the world. However, the identity of the settlement is only for the residents, only they can expire. While Gyula Istvánfi thinks a little bit different, this idea, this concept, the concept of the image of the city. He tells that it has three components: the landscape, history, and society. And he used image as an abstract concept, as an idea which is identical to the historical heritage and the content related to it, that is the tradition. So he tells that the tradition has a visual impact, and this impact is part of the image of the city. Both of them, and also the canonized literature from Manfort to Madanipur, are agree that in regarding the relationship of the landscape and the settlements, we can observe an unanimous opinion of the planners and researchers that the architectural patterns and the architectural patterns characteristic to specific settlements were developed on the basis of the knowledge of the building materials, while vernacular architecture is uniform in a region the difference between the regional representations are distinctive to ethnic regions. Examining the regional character or the regional architectural character and the landscape character, Anna Pliny has a very important research that clarifies that a clear relationship exists between the landscape characteristics that influence the development of settlements and ethnic regions. But what is landscape character and why we need to consider it? Landscape character is defined as a distinct and recognizable pattern of elements that occur consistently in a particular type of landscapes. The reason why we are surveying landscape characters is to have a comprehensive assessment of landscape characters that can be a basis for the mitigation of impacts of development and for the appropriate land use to protect the existing character. We can also analyze different characters of subfields of urban landscape driven by the same reason. The categorization of the open space, the settlements can be divided into three aspects: the nature of the usage of the place, the special theoretical approach, the role of the given place in the urban spatial structure, and the social approach, the significance of the place for the community and the relationship between its members. One of the latest and advanced categorization is created by the Transport for London, from the municipality of London, and they created this image that categorizing the open space, the public spaces of the settlement into nine divisions, and this is a very good method because they allow to develop one category to another. So the town square during an urbanization can be developed to a city place, or there is a relationship between the high streets, the high streets of the cities to the city hubs. And I really like this method that we allow the change in time, and driven from this table, I categorized the main characteristics of these categories, and I was considering all of this, and I made a Google Street View research in different kind of settlements with different development approaches. Settlements which are free from big city effects. My example is Kispetri, Petrinzel, or location with central developments but free from the effects of big cities, like the Balaton Uplands. My research settlement was Mincentkala, or the settlements that is developing parallel in the agglomeration of a big metropolis. My village was, or my city was Trögbalint. We clarified the main aspects of the character of public spaces, and basically we determinized the physical characteristic of the different spatial typologies. And we find that there are 6 main types of public space characters that determine the public space characters: the traffic, the pedestrian space, the edge of public and private, landscape, drainage, and urban equipment. So my aim or my next goal is to match these public space categories to the public space categories characteristics to the public space categories. So again, I want to match the characteristics to the categories and make a research about the developments of each categories, of how the characteristics are changing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think we already have a question. There is on the chat board, but I would say it to you. I will tell to everybody. It comes from Slagers. Thank you, Adam, for your well-structured methods and presentation. How do we understand and design the genius of place? Is there a space to embrace specific local character without public needs, without just providing copies of interventions? Maybe the public needs more diverse authors?
First you asked about the genius loci, or no? I misunderstood.
A genius of place, or
yes, kind of.
This is exactly how it was written in this case.
Yes, I want to say that there is a globalized need of usage in each kind and in each scale of settlements, and this genius we can find through the sub-elements of the public space characteristics, and also I would say that that the globalization is necessarily appears through the elements related to networks and technology, but preserving the traditional proportion of different use and preserving materials and craftsmanship, the local character can survive. I don't know if it's an answer or not for a question.
Thank you, Adam, for your answer. It was really fascinating, and I would add some thoughts, even though I'm not really in the position. It's fascinating, given as I'm really into public spaces and to see on different levels on public space, settlement, landscape, all these interconnections, and also this kind of question or awareness that was already raised about copying and seeing the same street or the same way of rehabilitation, restoration, or refurbishment of our public space, wherever they might be in the world, and it's a good question. How can we deal with this and try to be specific or very local, while at the same time trying to find somehow common characteristics for and try to define, to come with definitions and more broader general definitions to what a public space, a type of public space might mean in our case. It was really nice. I think it's a really nice research, and I wish you good luck.
Thank you very much.
With it. Further questions, if there are any, feel free to ask your question. I would encourage everybody to do so. If there are none at this point, then I would like to kindly ask the next speaker, Diana Pable, to start her presentation.
Okay. Jó napot kívánok! Megosztottam.
Welcome.
Nem tudom, hogy látszik-e, és hogy el tudom kezdeni. Látszik, akkor mehet a... Jó. Szeretettel köszöntöm én is.
Good afternoon. Welcome. I am Diana Pable, a student at the Doctoral School of Plant Science of the Hungarian University of Agricultural Studies. I carried out my experiment under the supervision of Dr. Julian Natashi. In my presentation today, I will talk about the results of sowing experiments with commercially available and my own formulation of wildflower and herbal wildflower seed mixtures. Our trial area is located in Fejér County, Hungary, in the Zámoly Basin microregion, in Csákvár, directly adjacent to the Csíkvarsai Meadow. Csíkvarsai Meadow has its own mixtures of seeds, which is important. Our experiment is a two-factor sub-experiment with randomized strip plots of 3 by 2 meter size. The first seeding experiments were conducted with commercially available mixtures with 3 replicates. But due to the initial experience, we increased this number to 4 replicates of the mixtures of our own composition. Spring and autumn sowings were also carried out. Of the commercially available mixtures A and B.
Gondoltuk, hogy ezt mindenképpen meg kell vizsgálnunk, és nagyon érdekesen alakult majd ennek a tekintetében az eredmények. A kereskedelemben...
Of the commercially available seed mixtures A and B are 2 foreign compositions, and C is a mixture of domestic compositions. Based on our initial experience with these, we have developed our own mixtures of D, E, and F. It is very important to note that in our experiments we have tried to maintain the plants extensively, so we have abandoned the initial 2 to 3 weeks of irrigation recommended for mixtures A and B. In the top picture, you can see part of our trial area with the Csíkvarsai Meadow behind. You can see in the picture that there is only one row separating the two. Before starting the experiment, we marked our area and took soil samples from the experimental area. This was done at 5 different points, 2 depths, and 3 replicates. In addition, indicative germination was carried out, and rainfall was monitored continuously. A very good opportunity. We wanted to do this with sadly, due to security reasons, these units have been destroyed. So luckily, we could use the rainfall measuring station in Zámoly, and we could use its official data. After sowing, we made a sinological analysis using the Balázs quadratic method, but we did not carry out this analysis on the entire 3x2 plot, but used 2x2 meter quadrants in order to avoid various damages, such as frost damage. We also carried out rooting and mowing tests alongside. The evolution of the sown species by seed mixture, group by year, is shown in the graphs. There was a large variation in species numbers between the different seed mixtures. The 2 foreign mixtures had a much higher number of species, with 95 species in a mixture A. This has been developed specifically for horticultural companies and municipalities for use in larger areas. By contrast, the number of species in mixture B is much lower, with 69 species. But this has also been developed for smaller areas. And also, this is significantly higher than the 15 species found in mixture C. Nevertheless, our experience with the 2014 autumn and 2015 spring sowings was that despite the high number of species used, only a fraction of these actually appeared in the field. On the other hand, the number of plants that emerged in the 15 species mixture was close to the maximum everywhere. With this in mind, we thought that we would also use fewer species in our own mixtures. So for the autumn 2015 and spring 2016 sowings, we have now set the D, E, and F mixtures as 12 species. And you can see both sowings have produced very good results. What I would like to underline, and you can see in both sowings, is that the initial year, the year of sowings, there were no hatchings of the seeded plants anywhere, but only introduced plants could be found. The variation of these, the shift in the proportion, can be seen in the later sowings, and it is true that they appeared, but not in the same good proportion as in the autumn sowings. For the plant species found in the trial area, further groupings were made, but here no distinction was made between sown and introduced species. Together, we examined the proportions of different species found in the long grasses, fabaceae, and wildflowers. As can be seen in the diagrams, spring and autumn sowings were studied separately. I have to say that about the mixtures that A and B mixtures, several grass species and different cultivars were found, whereas in seed mixture C, no grass species were used at all. On the base. On the basis of our initial experience, we thought that we would use long grasses in our own mixtures, but in a much smaller proportion than we used in mixtures A and B. We can follow the variation of the different proportions from year to year in the graphs. It can be clearly seen that in the spring sowings, wildflowers were encountered in the year of the sowing, but not long grasses or fabaceae. But we've met a great difficulty, which was only apparent in the spring season. There have been many allergen plants, but during the autumn sowing, this has never been with a noticeable amount. The top graph shows the changes of percentage of coverage of sown and hedged plants by sowing date and years. It can be observed that the percentage of emerged plants is much higher in the autumn sowing than in the spring sowing. And in the case of the spring sowing, unfortunately, in the year of sowing, this is 0%. Since all introduced plants can be cured on the field. The lower figure shows that the changes in the percentage of coverage of settled plants, also by sowing date and the elapsed years. Here we actually did better in our spring sowing, as there are a much higher number of established plants in the area, but then we see a relatively larger decrease in the first year, and then another smaller increase. The autumn sowing has a much lower percentage of introduced plants, and then gradually there is a small increase in the percentage. The changes in the percentage of coverage of allergenic weeds was a very crucial point in our study. Here we also examined it on the basis of sowing time and the years that have passed. And we can see how high the percentage was in the spring sowing, then a drastic and then continuous decrease. But still, compared to the autumn sowing, this has caused a great ordeal for the following year, since we had to keep the measure of plants very low, and we had a high cost compared to the autumn sowing, where we did not encounter any measurable amount of allergenic weeds. We have already looked at the cover of the emerged plants, but we thought it important to look at the coverage ratio in relation to the total coverage of the area. Here again, I can say the same thing, that the autumn sowing had a much higher coverage rate, and the spring sowing, despite showing a steady decrease, could not match the autumn sowing in these years. During the evaluation for part of the trials, we took commercially available mixtures and seed mixtures of our own composition separately, and found that although the commercially available foreign seed mixtures from abroad contained a large number of species, we have to say that these compositions couldn't be provided year by year, provided that the same mixture was used year by year and every package used a different mixture, but the species number was still around the same. Number of species. Very few of these were actually hatched and found in our trial area. Conversely, it is true that the few species were present in seed mixture P and in our own seed mixes, but most of these did germinate. For the sown and germinated species, the coverage increased steadily over the years. But unfortunately, for the spring sowing, there was no appreciable amount in the year of sowing. For the coverage rate of crops, it was also observed that the autumn crop performed much better, although there was a slight drop in the second year. By contrast, the opposite was observed for the introduced plants, i.e. a much stronger presence of introduced plants than in the spring sowing, which was obviously the strongest in the year of sowing and then showed a steady decline. Here in the second year, a slight increase was observed in both the autumn and spring sowings. Overall, it can, and a much higher number of introduced plant species in the trial. Fortunately, we had similar experience with allergenic weeds as were only present in measurable quantities in the spring sowings, although the proportion has decreased year on year. Overall, we found that the spring seeding had fewer plant species that were sown and then hatched, more invasive, and the presence of allergenic weeds. By contrast, in the autumn sowing, we observed a higher cover of hatched plants, a much higher diversity, no measurable quantities of allergenic weeds, and fewer invaders. In any case considered, it is important to carry out further studies specifically focused on autumn sowing. And I think that with the foreign mixtures, they advised us that we don't sow them during autumn, which for here in Hungary was exactly the opposite, which they perform better during the autumn sowing. And thank you very much for your attention.
Köszönjük a borzasztó érdekes előadást.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. And we are waiting for the questions. I've checked the YouTube channel. We have no questions there. To be honest, if there are no other questions, I would have one. I was really glad to see this presentation. And I could see that you used your own seed mixture. What did you consider? Did you consider it important to use autochthonous seeds? Yes, we wanted to use, besides grass, as we carried out these analysis in the Csíkvasai meadow, we think that, of course, foreign compositions are very interesting. For example, they can contain orange colors, but these are not exactly what we have at home. So we thought that this would be some kind of a danger if, for example, there is a seed which likes this area very much and would stay here, and this would not be beneficial for our own domestic seeds. So we worked on our own areas. I would like to congratulate you on this because we have talked lately with many people about the lack of domestic seed mixes that we can buy. I am very glad that such research is being carried out. I would like to add that when we started our experiment in 2014, we didn't really have very much support on behalf of the authorities. I could only use my own plots of land. However, in the past few years, I have experienced some kind of an opening of the inhabitants, so that they have a different perspective of these areas. And I believe this is very important for the success of these experiments. And of course, we have another question from Patricia Sabo, who wishes to find out about the proportion of perennial and non-perennial species. I will have to check the percentage. However, the perennials were dominant. Maybe there are a few species that are very nice in the case of mixtures, but perennials were the majority. We used 3 mixes and we tried to create compositions in which most gardeners, for example, would say that yes, these meadows are very nice with the flowers, but they would prefer these large, but they believe that these do not match modern buildings, for example. They match farmhouses and such buildings. So we selected a seed mixture in which we used mostly beige flowers that can be used in minimalist gardens as well. So we had to pay attention not to take into consideration only one type of buildings. Thank you for your answer. We have one more question from Andrea Sipos. And the question is, what are the possibilities in the case of urban development regarding the procurement of seed mixtures? Well, this is a wonderful question. Unfortunately, everyone uses foreign seed mixtures because none of the domestic seed mixtures are available in a large quantity. So let's say a city or a local authority does not have the possibility to buy them in a larger quantity, so they could use them on larger areas at the same time. And this is a very big problem on the market. Of course, people have realized that this is an issue, having only foreign seed mixtures on the market. And I believe it would be very important to use domestic seeds, not foreign ones. We have other questions as well. András.
Vagy mondja, vagy hozzáfűzi, bocsánat, hogy Máté András nagy mennyiségben termel védett és egyéb őshonos növény magját.
Zsolt Molnár writes that András Máté uses domestic seed mixtures in large quantities.
Tehát ez éppen tényleg az utóbbi pár heteknek a beszélgetése volt. És akkor szintén egy újabb kérdés, ebben az esetben fel lehet venni a kapcsolatot a kutatócsoporttal, hogy lehessen előrelépni.
We have another question. Could we contact this research group so we can work together? Of course, we would like to move on and develop our connections with producers or local authorities. We have had some interest on behalf of local authorities, some of whom would like to repeat our experiment with the autumn sowing. And I'm really glad about this because when we started our work, such local authorities did not want to participate, and this has changed in the past years. So we are very glad if anyone wanted to join us. This is a very important topic, and very small research is being carried out in this area. I would like to ask my colleagues if we have any questions on the YouTube channel. I can see that there are none. Based on the program, we have a lunch break now. So we will meet at 2 o'clock in the afternoon after the lunch break. Of course, at 2 p.m. Romanian time or Eastern European time.
Jó, Miklós, jó.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. I hope everybody had a good lunch and short rest before we are heading to this afternoon program. I would propose to continue to start the afternoon program, and if I see it well, then the next speaker is going to be Zita Szabo. So I would kindly ask her to proceed and start her presentation. Can you hear me, Zita?
There is a problem.
I'm wondering if Zita is there or not yet.
Her microphone is open.
Okay, she answered now. She's here, so and she can hear us. So can you, Zita, then proceed and begin your presentation? There seems to be a problem as far as I can understand. No, I cannot hear you, Zita. Can you try it again?
Or can we go to the next presenter?
Okay, this is also it's also a solution. Then in the meantime, Zita can solve the problems, communication problems. Then the next speaker in line would be Gábor Sándor. Can you hear us, Sándor?
I am here, but I prefer the Hungarian language.
Okay, I will switch then to Hungarian. Rendben, akkor hallasz bennünket?
Igen.
Rendben, akkor azt javaslom, hogy kezdjük el a bemutatót, az előadást.
Egy visszajelzést kérhetnék, hogy látható és hallható vagyok?
Minden rendben.
Tökéletesen.
Akkor üdvözlöm a kedves résztvevőket.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Gábor Sándor. I am a PhD candidate in the Doctoral School of Earth Sciences and the University of Debrecen. The topic of my dissertation is the study of urban soils in Debrecen. In today's presentation, I will present the humus content and how humus content has changed due to the anthropogenic impact in this city. In our research, we were looking for answers to the following questions. On the one hand, how the humus content varies in the city, how it changes in different areas. For this, we established soil sections. We were located in different places.
Debrecen nagyon érdekes talajtani szempontból egy tájhatáron fekszik, a Hajdúság és a Nyírség határán, és a tájalkotó...
Firstly, from the control plots of the outskirts of the city, which are mostly power spots. And secondly, we examined the suburban and inner city of Debrecen separately.
Az, hogy össze tudjam hasonlítani a húsztartalmat a másik területeken, tehát jól le kellett határolnom azt, hogy honnan veszek talajmintákat, és ez alapján megfigyeltük azt, hogy
we have seen that that on the suburban area and the inner city parts of the city of Debrecen, the vertical distribution of humus content was considered very important in answering this question and how the vertical distribution varies. Varies and how anthropogenic influence is presented is shown by SSTS index. We know that natural soils have a higher humus content in the topsoil, and that this humus content will tend to decrease with depth. If there is a change in this tendency or outstanding values can be found, we can attribute this to the topogenic effect. In Debrecen, a total of 22 soil selections were selected and sampled. The depth varied from 1 to 2 meters. The reason but in the city center and the suburbs, we were mostly able to sample the discovered excavation pits from various construction projects, so we used them as soil sections. And depending on the work or the extent of the project, we were of different depths, and we could not always get permission to sample the soil. Another very important aspect of was the landscape of these sections, as Debrecen lies on a very interesting landscape boundary from a soil point of view. The eastern, larger parts to the Nyírség, where sandy soils full of humus are found. The western, smaller part belongs to the Hajdúság and has well-developed Kinozone soils. We have tried to distribute the sections in such a way that they cover the town in proportions to the area of the different landscapes. In this respect, four sections were selected from Hajdúság and 18 from Nyírség. Each of these 22 sections was photo-documented and is surrounding described. And these 22 sections were found in different land uses. Forest, green space or park, traffic zone, cemetery and yard. Sampling was also a bit different, as the profiles established by us at the control sites did not show any disturbance. There, we sampled the soil per vertical level, but in the city, where we could already visually determine that the soil had been disturbed, the vertical levels were not fully recognizable and ascertainable, so there we could sample soil from 20 centimeters by separated layers. The collected soil samples were processed in the geographic laboratory of the University of Debrecen. Firstly, the soils were dried at 40 degrees Celsius and then sieved through a sieve with a hole diameter of 2 millimeters. That is, we homogenized it, and plant parts, root remains, and coarse skeletal parts, which were mostly found in urban inner city areas, be separated. It is easy to read from the map how the sample sections are located in Debrecen. We have also marked their identification. The line in the middle of the map indicates the boundary between the two landscapes. I mentioned earlier that in Hajdúság, the Kinozoic soils are found in the Nyírség. Humus content of the control sections, the humus content of the Kinozoic soils is inherently higher, ranging from 3 to 5% in the surface layers. The image of control 6 on the slide shows that this is a Kinozoic soil from the Hajdúság.
Löszönki alakult, jó fejlettsen, azon talajokat találtunk, magas humusztartalommal rendelkeztek. Ez a humusztartalom ez ilyen 3-5% körül mozgott, és a
Gas control 2 is a humus content of the control sections. The humus content of the Kinozoic soils is inherently higher, ranging from 3 to 5% in the surface level. The image of control 6 on the slide shows that this is a Kinozoic soil from the Hajdúság, whereas control 2 is a Nyírség humic sandy soil with a humic layer of a few centimeters thick at the surface, but with humus content of around 1 to 1.5%.
Ezzel szemben a nyírségi mintákban, vagy szelvényekben gyengén fejlett humuszos homogot figyeltünk meg, itt A és C szinteket tudunk azonosítani, alacsony a humusztartalom. Megfigyeltük azonban, hogy a szerénybeli lefutásuk a felső szintekben a legmagasabb humusztartalom.
It is important to note, however, that naturally buried soils may occur in the quicksand areas of the Nyírség, but this is not the case in these areas. During our excavations, we did not encounter or find any buried soil, so this outlier value is clearly the result of anthropogenic impact.
Ugye a Nyírségben lévő, vagy Debrecen külső részén lévő erdőfort, amit megmintáztunk, azok nagy része telepített erdő, és ahol amelyik fiatalabb erdőtelepítést tudtunk megmintázni, ott azért felismerhetőek, ha nem is teljesen telepen vizuálisan, de adatok alapján kimutatható volt, hogy a felszíni 10-20-30 cm-es rétegben valamilyen bolygatás előfordulhatott kismértékben. Ugye a korábbi erdőtelepítés, erdőkivágás, gyökérmaradványok átalakítása egy pici földmintával járt, azért ezek a nyomok...
Humus content of suburban sections. First of all, it is important to mention that the suburban sections show similarities in land compared to the control areas and the inner city sections, since the outer parts of the suburban sections are also derived from forest patches, while the parts near the inner city are more typical of the sections explored next to the traffic zones. And if these are taken into account, it can be said that overall, that these sections are more and more characterized by anthropogenic impact or interference from forestry, various green area treatments, other infrastructures and developments, work pits, pipeline installations, other construction processes or interventions. The diagram clearly shows that the vertical runoff that we can observe here in terms of humus content does not show a uniform picture at all. We can see in the following, we will look at the city center sections. This is the zone where the anthropogenic impact is most intense. Here, the most important impacts are the different green surface treatments and the encroachment from different construction activities. This can be clearly observed in the images of the two sections shown. In section 8, the left image, we see that we could not identify the genetic levels in the section. The soil material of this section has been completely penetrated, so we could only sample this section in well-separated layers every 20 centimeters or so. In section 11, we can see that the humic layer at the surface is a good dark layer. How different it is.
Az itt megjelentett két szelvényfotón azt vehetjük észre, hogy nem ismeri fel a genetikai talajszinteket. Teljes mértékben áthalmozott talajokról van szó. A képen láthatóak, hogy ilyen törmelékek, építési, bontási törmelék, műtermékek vannak.
The diagram shows that these few highlighted urban soil sections are usually the ones that have suffered the most from anthropogenic impacts. However, their humus content in the surface ranges from 1% to almost 2.5%. We have seen in the past that the humus content in the topsoil of suburban sections was not so high either, so we can definitely attribute this to the intensive treatment of green spaces in the city center and the parks, either by aforementioned soil preparation or by nutrient detection or composting. As you can see below, the outlier values tend to occur around 60 and 100 and 110 centimeters, which proves that the infrastructural developments have coarsened the inner city sections in almost all of them. So the intensity of the anthropogenic effect itself is mainly reflected in this.
Vagy más helyről származó, magas humusztartalmú talajanyaggal töltik fel ezeket a részeket, tehát ilyenfajta talajterítést végeznek. A jobboldali szelvényen az a belvárosból származik, debreceni színháztól egy olyan 30-40 méterre, és viszonylag egy éles határa lehet látni, hogy ez a humuszos réteg, sötét réteg véget ér, alatta viszont ez a világos, áthalmozott törmelékkel teli talaj.
Image on the right, we can see the different layers with an increased humus content. But we can see the effect of humans, the anthropogenic effect. We can see on these samples and on the pictures as well, this the vertical structure of these samples, also in the 100 centimeter layer. In order to be able to talk about this, we use the SSTS values. We know that there is a clear anthropogenic effect. We have not found such layers. The literature on ratios is that if they are close to or above 1, then there is a clear anthropogenic effect. The overall SSTS values range from 0.18 to 1.41. This was taken as a starting point, and we determined these to be the disturbance-free sections. We examined the nyírség and hajduság control samples where there were no anthropogenic effects. These were below 0.4 values. So they are free from anthropogenic influence. The other group is the one between 0.4 and 0.8, moderately disturbed soils. And from there upwards is highly disturbed soils. The SSTS values were first used by researchers from Moscow, and they say that if these values are close or to or above 1, then there is a clear anthropogenic effect, and if the value is close to 0, then there is almost no anthropogenic effect. This diagram can be imagined as if the soils of Debrecen would be compared with other soils. And as we go to the east, we reach the city center, then a suburban area, and at 3 and 4, we are in the eastern part of the city. So if we look at it on a map, this is how it looks. We have 7 or 8 segments. Sorry. In the case of 7, 8 segments, based on the SSTS value, we discovered an anthropogenic effect. These were present on the control area. The samples, the moderately disturbed samples, are close to the forest area, but still part of the suburban and urban areas. We found high anthropogenic effect in 2 cases. In the case of intensive building sites. Overall, we can say that this SSTS index can help us classify the anthropogenic effect on different soil samples, and we can see how human activities affect the soils. We know that the most intensive anthropogenic effects are in the center of Debrecen due to human activities. And besides these infrastructural effects, of course, soil development, soil management is also very important. In the suburban zone, disturbances tended to occur in the 24 to 60 centimeter depths. And in the city center, it was between 1 and 2 centimeters. With the irregular structure of the surfaces, we could show that in the outer areas, in the 20-30 centimeter depth, we could still find humus. And one more reference, we took into consideration the outer soil samples as well. In the city centers, the areas with the highest values of human interaction, we could see the way it affected the structure of the soil. Thank you for your attention.
Kérdések, hogyha vannak, nagy szeretettel várjuk.
There are any questions? I would like to ask a question because I found this presentation very exciting, especially because I am invested in this area. Sometimes we only deal with what we see on the surface, and if we do not consider all the aspects and see what is below ground, we need to understand that this is as important as the surface. So this presentation was very exciting to me, and my question is whether such research has any type of a formalized, controlled, regulated framework. For example, in the cases of urban development plans, and can these used in such plans, or any type of urban development plans, especially if we talk about a larger public area or the rehabilitation or revitalization of such large public areas, considering the ecological aspects as well. So my question is whether there is some kind of a legal framework or institutional framework. Thank you for your question. Such research does not have a legal framework. What we know is that the settlements need to have an ecological program in which they have to discuss the surrounding areas, such as the soil and the forests and the levels of smog. And the soil is discussed, for example, that in the city we have 184 buildings in the city that can have such and such effect on soil and the types of soil. So that they discuss the types of soils in the settlements. The scientific part exists. Some of the cities have such analysis, Szeged, Szombathely, Debrecen, Budapest, Miskolc has partial, Székesfehérvár also has partial results, and they use these databases or my samples. I believe that in urban development, it can be used, of course.
Valahogy én ezt egyszer megfogalmaztam már, ez ilyen saját gondolat volt.
I formulated it as one of my thoughts to create green surfaces, you need healthy soil. And my answer is that they do not use such research or analysis in urban development, and it would be great if they did. Most of these cases, usually they simply restore the soil or change the soil. They have a budget for this. However, I believe that it would be very good to get to know the soil and find out what it is made of. We could even save money in the long run if we researched that. And we could go to, let's say, the local government when we want to build anything. So this is the direction of my research. And it seems that somebody else will finish it. I believe that if we could make people understand that this would save money, then such research and analysis would be part of urban development projects. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. I checked YouTube. There are no questions there. I would like to ask the presenters, and I would tell the presenters that on the YouTube channel we have several questions, so you could answer these. If there are no questions, then we could continue with Zita Szabó's presentation.
Igen, köszönjük szépen.
Elnézést a technikai problémákért még egyszer.
Jó, hogy megoldódott.
Igen. Már is. So welcome everyone. My name is Zita Szabó. I'm a PhD student from the Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Sciences, and I would like to present our research with Viola Prohászka and Ágnes Sallai. We made our research on Visnya-Szeplak, where we examined the energy system of the eco-village. First of all, I will talking about what is the background of the research. I'm showing the materials and methods that we use. I show the results and at last the discussion. First of all, from the late 20th century, as we all know, we have a new challenge, that's climate change. And the background of the climate change, it's the energy consumption and production system, because this is the main source of the greenhouse gas emissions. Also, agriculture, it's a part of these emissions. There are some new trends also in natural sciences, socio-economic system and cultural system that shows this is important to see the energy transition on landscape. The background is there are new research on the effects of renewable energy uses on nature and in environment. Also important, not only in EU, but all around the world, the economic system changing to a circular system. That means the system should be using a kind of a circle that we should thinking about how much waste we do, how much emission we do. So it's a kind of a circular system. Also important that the influence of the cultural system, it's a very big effect on carbon neutrality. If we think about also on pandemic and we cannot go abroad, we cannot go on holiday, and how much the energy consumption decreased because of this effect, we can see, or also our norms or cultural behavior affect our energy usage. And also important that comes from partially from new Hungarian research, that traditional ecological knowledge, we should be more careful to understand how the environment works and how human and environment can work better. Our sample area is Visnya-Szeplak, which is an eco-village situated in Somogy County. As it was established in the early 1990s, it's a good example because they have almost 30 years experience on living with nature, living on established ecological approaches. The material and methods that we use, we did interviews with 2 members of the community, and we during this interviews we took notes, and also we made audio recordings. We used maps and database to see the land use system, and also the connections with the surrounding settlements and towns. And we also did research on cultural system, which was mainly the material culture of the community, the cognitive norms they have, and the energy practices. As we come to a result, there are 3 main spaces of energy usage and also production of the eco-village. This is household, agriculture, and small-scale industry. As this figure shows, these spaces are defined. However, it's always in a connection with each other. Here you can see we also identify what kind of activities related each spaces. what is the main energy resources with these activities, and also the place of the production of the energy resource. Some of the households has no electricity. Also, some of them using already solar panels, but the proportion is very low. And also, as they found out, the efficiency is also very low. They only can charge, for example, their mobile phones, sometimes using for lighting, but it's very low. And also some of the households connected to the grid. Also, it's important to know for transport and for machinery work, they still have to use petrol and diesel, which is come from non-local resources, of course, and this is the main problem in carbon neutrality, because it has a technological barrier to turn to another kind of energy resource, and also the problem of how they can do it, how they can find the capital for a bigger investment. Also, here it's visible that the household and the small-scale industry, it's almost the same in activities, energy resource, and place of the production of the energy resource. We made a rough estimation how sun energy can be a base of the electricity in the community. Approximately one household in the eco-village using 3,000 kilowatt hour a year. This is the energy consumption. It's a high rate, not all of them using this amount. There are plenty of different kind of solar panel systems, so we picked up a quite high efficient one, and the price is it's a bit lower than the average. As we see, 1 kilowatt solar panel in this area, the production approach is 1,200 kilowatt in a year. So if we count with a 5 kilowatt system, it means they can produce 6,000 kilowatt of power a year, which is double than they use it. And this amount of energy, they required 26 square meter, which means they probably can put it on the roof. So they don't have to put it in the grass fields. It's also important to not increase the built-up area. The question is it possible to change to an electric transport system with a car? To count it, we take as an example to traveling to Kaposvár, which is 30 kilometers from the community. What is important, some services are only available in this town. We count with 20 working days per a month. In the real life, they don't have to go every weekdays to Kaposvár, but we wanted to equalize. Sometimes they have a longer distance trip. So with this calculation, we can be sure that the distances it's covered. So in this case, the annual consumption of a median consumption of an electric car is around 17 kilowatt per 100 kilometer. And at the end, for the annual consumption is 2,448. So that means this 5 kilowatt system can cover both the transport and both the electricity usage. The other resource they use, renewable resource they use, it's biomass. It not only means they're using only wood, they also using other biomass resources that as a waste of the agriculture. As it's visible from the ecosystem map of Hungary and the current land cover, that the area, it's very mosaic, which is very good for the ecosystem. And it also shows that they, with biomass, they cover the food, the cooking and heating. Just to give an example how they use it, cooking and heating, and to have an expression about the lifestyles. These are the furnaces from the eco-village. Some of them both using cooking and heating and at the same time, and it's quite effective use. At the end, we made a SWOT analysis. As we see, the energy system has barriers inside the eco-village community and also outside because of the technology. What they have as a strength that they have the holistic approach in the community, which is very good as we turn into this circular economic system. So it's very important to learn from this kind of communities, how they see energy resources, how they use it, and how effective they use it. What they have on the other side as a weakness is absolutely the missing capital and the missing technological limitations. What we have found that agriculture is very slow to turning to electric engines. It's because of the technological improvement. And also only muscle power can replace the machinery in this case. Some of the opportunities that hopefully EU provide subsidies for technological improvement, but also from outside that we only have services 30 kilometers away. It's very hard to replace the transport in the community. So here again, we identified barriers and enablers. So there is this holistic approach. It's important, the traditional knowledgement, and also how they care about the environmental conditions. But we're talking a lot that there are new technology in renewable energy. But when we did this research, it's pretty clear that are still technological barriers that make it very difficult to turn to carbon neutrality. Also in this community, it's very difficult to find the capital to do this kind of investment. and also as the socio-economic and cultural system needs. As I mentioned, only muscle power can replace the tractors, and as it was described in the interviews, like 50 years ago, all the village come together to cut the grass for the winter to feed the animals. Because of the change in the cultural system, in the economic system, it's impossible nowadays. So these are the barriers and enablers, and it's clear that there are still problems to turn to carbon neutrality, even we know a lot about technology, environmental effects of renewable energy. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Zita, for your presentation. It was also similarly to what I mentioned in the previous at the previous presentation. I find it exciting to see how complex this issue of sustainability can be in how we use, how we manage, how we live in the landscape in our cities, villages, and beyond what we see. There are so many things that remain invisible, but very much with a essential impact on what we see and what can be sustainability in our settlements, in our landscapes. If anyone has questions, please do so. Please ask your questions. If not, I would have one short question, somehow similar to what I asked previously. Is there any connection, or is this sort of research about energy management? Is it used in urban development or spatial planning projects, or even actual building projects? Your kind of research, is it used, or is there a format of how these informations can be used in certain building or planning projects? I think you have to turn on the microphone.
Okay, so sorry. Yes, in some way it's in the legislation, because the buildings should have some energy requirements. However, what I see, there are still missing spaces in it, because it's more about buildings than a town, than a neighborhood, because there are some in a neighborhood we can find waste energy, we can find it's a kind of also a kind of a problem in space and time. So I mentioned sun as a resource of the energy, but if we think about, we use the electricity when there is no sun in the evening. So it's as we counted, it's possible for the community to provide enough electricity, but they have to find out how to store or they have to connect to the network to use this energy they produce. So it's also a problem of spatial planning. And of course, there is the technology, because we see how it is developing the household photovoltaic energy use. But I think to improve in this part, I think it should be more implemented in the spatial planning. What are the possibilities? How much energy we can produce in a small town or one household? So.
Thank you very much for your answer. More questions?
I don't see any questions in the YouTube channel.
Okay, then I suppose we can continue with the next speaker. If I see it well, then Patricia Szabo is our next speaker. I would kindly ask her to proceed and start her presentation.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask you if you can hear me. All right. And now I am going to share my screen. Can you all see my screen now? I would take this as a yes, because I
yes,
cannot.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. So good afternoon, everyone. I am a doctoral student of the doctoral school of landscape architecture and landscape ecology at the Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Sciences. And I am doing my research on climate adaptation in landscape architecture with the supervision of Máté Sáros-Pataki. The topic of this presentation is climate change in the context of landscape architecture. The diagrams and the images I use in the presentation are my own work or my own photographs. I used images of contemporary climate action posters to illustrate this contemporary public environment we are working as landscape architects as well. Just a brief overview of my presentation after introducing my topic and my methods. I'm going to talk about the findings, climate change in the context of the history of European garden art, and also in the context of the documents of climate change action and the key terms that we can find there in relationship to landscape architecture. So to start with, we are landscape architects. I am a landscape architect as well, and we design green spaces. And when we design green spaces, we work with the given conditions of the site. These are natural, physical, the natural and physical environment, but also the social and cultural environment this space is in, and of course it is an economical environment as well. And we always intend to enhance the existing conditions and enhance the site or what was there before our intervention. Climate change is a challenge for the built environment and also for the professions of the building industry and also on the individual level as well. For landscape architects and landscape architecture as a discipline, the challenges related to climate change are energy transition, as we heard in the previous presentation, the increase of the temperature, which results in heat and heat stress. Also, the extreme quantities of rainfall, either or the events when there's no rainfall at all for longer periods of time, and these all have an impact on human health as well. So my question is, what do we need to change in the practice of landscape architecture design approach? And what are the things we can keep in our approach, and what needs to be revised in the context of climate change, or to bring about green spaces that last for a long time, so that climate change has the least negative impacts on the green spaces, and also for these green spaces to be able to have a positive effect on buffering the effects of climate change. So for this question, I have divided it into two parts. I am going to examine climate change in the history of European garden art, and also examine the documents of climate change related to climate change and the terms used in it or in them. To do this, I did a qualitative analysis of primary and secondary literature. So the first main topic is how we can place climate change in the historical context of European garden art. As you can see on this image, industrialization and urbanization are or have been a major landmark in the history of garden art. It marks the time when the increasing fragmentation of the landscapes started, and the landscape that had been mainly agricultural changed into a fragmented and industrial landscape. An important feature of gardens throughout the history of garden art was their effect, or their positive effect, on the health and well-being of the users. With urbanization, the focus has shifted towards more to the public health and well-being features of works of garden art, and this gave rise to the public park movement in cities and urban environments to give an answer to the negative effects and of urbanization and the unhealthy environment, the industrial activity or activities resulted in. And as the profession evolved, so the profession of landscape architecture evolved, these public parks were connected into an urban green system. And just recently, the concept of green infrastructure has also come into the big picture. Climate change and the term climate emergency are recent, are very recent in this historical context, although with the industrialization we can count the start of climate change. So climate emergency and well, the growing concern about the changing of the climate has resulted in many documents, mainly in the second half and the end of the 20th century. I made an analysis of these documents. What you can see on this table is not an all-exhaustive list of scientific or other bodies and associations, but it is to give you a main overview about the fact that on the global level there are many principles and available recommendations about the practice, but the practice will always be implemented on the local levels. For this, we need project reports. And when there is a successful or any project at all, it's important to communicate the lessons learned from them, not only inside the profession, so that we can learn from each other, but also towards potential clients, so that they know that these things exist and that there are valid answers in landscape architecture as well to the challenges of climate change. So after analyzing these documents, I have grouped these the main terms that these documents used related to climate change. I grouped them according to whether they are activities, consequences of these activities, or sources of risks. A group of what we think are at risk, the tools of landscape architecture and landscape architects that we can use. And the fifth group is qualities and properties that can be coupled with these actions and tools. So for landscape architects, our main tools are green spaces, and of course green spaces in interconnected, so in connection with each other, and also using nature-based solutions. The activities that these tools can do, or the role that they can play, is adaptation and mitigation. Adaptation is to adjust to local, actual or expected climate risks. And for example, this can be used by rainwater retention. If we talk about an excessive amount of rainfall, or the use of vegetated shading to prevent risks to human health, for example. And mitigation is to reduce the contributions of greenhouse gases and to sequester carbon. And in landscape architecture, it means growing the urban canopy. So the number of trees that there are on public spaces as well. And these all can have an effect on climate change and the urban climate and the local effects of them. The next step was that I organized these terms and concepts into to represent their relationship with the landscape and within the landscape. And what comes into the center is processes and flows that are a key activity or phenomenon taking place between the built environment and the landscape. And these processes and flows are are owned by this system of the landscape and the built environment within the landscape. And what determines how they function in the long term is their qualities and properties, among which we can find resilience, efficiency, circular or circularity, inclusiveness, and sustainability. So to conclude, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that human health and well-being has been an overarching principle in the history of garden art, and it is necessary that it should remain so. Then my second conclusion is that green infrastructure and the city are interconnected systems. So the processes need special attention with regards to climate change. And the third one, which may not be a happy one, but maybe a necessary one, is to acknowledge and accept the fact that change is always coming along with uncertainty, and it will be it is and will be a challenge for landscape architecture as a discipline. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Patricia. I think it was a fascinating presentation with a very actual topic, climate change. And again, I would emphasize that so many things are not that much revolutionary or novelty. And in this respect, also this phenomenon of climate change must be addressed in a broader time frame, probably. And I appreciate very much this first conclusion, or first or second conclusion. I'm not sure yet which one. About what garden art and landscape architecture are or were meant to be in respect to public health, to human health, that they are to serve human health and well-being. And as long as climate change is a risk, is a challenge, this challenge must be addressed and must be fought, must be dealt with. And I think it is a challenge that I think not only the profession of landscape architecture, but also so many other domains, professions are trying to find answers and the strategies of how to deal with and how to find answers. Thank you. It was very good. It was a very good presentation. Thank you again. If anyone has questions. Yes, there is a question, I think.
Yes, please, if I may. May I?
Yes.
Well, I'm. Thank you very much for putting so clearly and outspokenly the problem, which is indeed fundamental, I think, not only to the profession but to our inhabiting urban systems as well. And I think your leading up to the point was exemplary, and I congratulate you for it. Of course. Each individual matter and problem needs an individual solution. But maybe I wonder if you could elaborate a bit more in detail with what you called earlier on at a few slides before your conclusion, the nature-based solutions, because I think that's the closest you've come to what really I think may be the way out from this very, very peculiar situation we are in.
Yes, thank you for your question. Yeah, nature-based solutions are basically the solutions that use the processes of nature. So they are often referred to as a counterpart of engineered solutions. That are also called gray infrastructure. So the very hard and built constructions that we try to solve the problems of rainwater management, for example, or other situations. Also, it can be, so yes, for example, it can be a solution for rainwater management, but also it can be a different approach of maintenance or management of green spaces. We had the presentation in the morning about wildflower meadows. They require a different management approach, and yes, it is also for the benefit not only for the one purpose they are for, but like covering the surface of the soil, but also increasing biodiversity and feed pollinators and so on, and of course the aesthetic qualities as well.
Thank you very much, and I wish you all the good luck and the good ideas you can have for your research. A very, very interesting topic. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are any more questions, please feel free to ask them. Do we have on from the YouTube channel any question?
No, we don't have.
Okay, then thank you very much again. It was a fascinating presentation, and wish you good luck for your research. Thank you. Next, I think in the program we have we'll have a short break if I'm right. The next presentation is due to personal reasons will not happen. So the next in line will be, as far as I see, after the break, Nicolas Cantoni. Then I propose a short 10 minutes break, if you all agree, and see you in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, then a coffee break and back in at 3:26 Romanian time. So we are back from the coffee break. Hopefully everybody is back, and we can go on, proceed with the presentations. The next speaker is Nicolas Cantoni. If he's here. Yes.
Good afternoon.
Then you can proceed. Okay.
Yes. Okay. I can proceed. Okay. Okay. Good evening to all. My name is Nicolas Cantoni. I am a PhD doctorand at the Technical University of Cluj in the first year, and my study here will concentrate about the landscape evolution of Transylvanian medieval abbeys. This topic is organized in 3 parts. The first one will talk about the historical context. About how was the spreading of the abbeys in the Hungarian kingdom of the 20th and 13th century, and how was in fact a policy of spreading the Christianism in the east, and of course in the Transylvanian area. In the Transylvanian area in the 20th and 13th century, there was some orders that were in fact delivered here from the King of Hungary, and was mixed in 6 or 5 orders. The first to come here was the Benedictine order, the second was the Cistercian, and then the Augustinians and the Dominican and Franciscan monks. In fact, their program, the monastery, the architectural and landscaping program of this program, religious program, was diffused by a central one, the Cluj-Mănăștur Monastery, which was also the first one. In the next part, we analyzed 6 of these monasteries that have been conserved in terms of landscaping and architectural organization, which was the model and which are the remainings of these architectural ruins. So the first thing I want to explain is how the abbatial complex of medieval Hungary worked. Like as in the Western Europe, there was a Cartesian planimetry where the church and the interior court atrium were the most important axis of this program. There was, in fact, the monastery work as a fortification itself, because this interior planimetry was surrounded by the wings of the monastery, and after that, at an urban level, also about an other inner wall that housed, in fact, the houses of the peasants that were working for these monks. In the next part, I will present 6 examples of some abbeys and a reconstitution of these abbeys, because I think it's very important for the landscape heritage and architectural heritage today. So the first one I present, it's the Abbey of Akush, which in fact on the base of the historical maps developed around this monastery, this Romanic monastery made by Benedictines in the 11th and 12th century. We can see, in fact, the organization of the village that had developed around this fortification, this monastery fortification, and the topology. In fact, the Akush monastery is the only Benedictine monastery that has developed in a plain ground. So the topology of these monasteries can be as Akush, like a plain domain where these monks settle. They also organized and constructed some irrigation and hydrographic systems, which can be also be seen here, that in time, by the fact that this function was lost because the Transylvanian area got to the Reformation period and all the monastery was dissolved, and practically this system, this hydrographic system, they don't have any use anymore. So these reconstitutions about the monastery of Akush were made on the base of the observation of the terrain observation, and by this parceller of the 18th and 19th centuries. We have made also a reconstitution of the inner complex of the monastery, and of course the reconstitutions of the exterior wall that housed, in fact, all the other functions of the monks. The places for agriculture, the places where were in fact raised the animals, and of course at the exterior part it's the village. The difference between the Benedictine and the Cistercian villages is that, in fact, the Benedictine made only one surrounded wall, and the Cistercian made also an exterior wall that surrounded the village in order to have two systems of protection. In Silvania example, it's the only monastery made by Benedictine nuns. Here, the village started by these nuns, but they also arranged some employees to maintain this village. We can see here the reconstitution of the exterior wall of the monastery, by which here remained only the church today. We can see also the reconstitution of the exterior walls. In difference with Akush, here we can see a topography that climbed into a hill. So all the reconstitution were made on the base of the existing topography of this village, and the traces of the roads and the water channels that had drained. The most old example of Benedictine Abbey is the one of Cluj Mănăștur, the one that was built in fact in the 11th century. This is a very interesting example, because here between the 19th and the 20th century, when the communist era began, there were made some mutations in the structures of the topography of this place. We can see, in fact, the difference between the rural aspect of the village before the communist era and the aspect today where all the place is surrounded by social buildings made by the new regime of this place, the communism. We can see, in fact, that the topography was altered and modified radically. The dominant perspective of the church that was part of this monastery was entirely demolished. Today, the monastery, in the landscape that remained, so the first fortification, the complex of the fortification, of the first fortification, of the most proximately fortification, is all that remained of this complex. We can see in the next example the reconstitution here of Mănăștur. Also, these fortifications and towers, corner towers, were made on the base of the archaeological excavation. The next example is the example of Harina, which has also it's a good example of how this topology had maintained also until today. At the difference with, in contrast with Mănăștur, here the aspect of the village has very well maintained. Also, we can see that the abbatial complex is also they are very good limits and related to the routes that also traversed this part of the village. In fact, the reconstitution made here was made by the topological and topographical traces on the terrain. Also, here we can see the channels, the water channels and brooks that had disappeared because after the dissolution of this monastery, the mill that was an important object for the monastery disappeared because the community had moved this center, the religious center, from here in the center of the village. Here they are made some reconstitutions with some old phases of these buildings. We can see, in fact, important problem is the restorations of these buildings and of the landscape. In terms of restoration, we can see that recently integrated restoration that had tried to reconstruct all the volumes eliminates, in fact, all the traces of the buildings, which has also heritage valor and importance. Here we can see the reconstitution. In the case of Cârța, which is in fact the most complex of these abbeys, we can see very well the hydrographic systems of the channels and brooks that irrigated this area, all made by these monks in the 20th and 30th century. We can base our reconstitution of the Talgot and Tribers tries to reconstruct the complex. Even if Talgot says that the monastery was concentric to the outer wall fortification, in fact, today we can see that on the base of the observation on the terrain, we can see a difference level that makes the difference between the inner part of the fortification and the outer part of the rest of the village. So the monastery was in fact exterior, perimetral to the exterior fortification. We can see also the reconstitution of this monastery with all the channels and all the water channels and all the water brooks that passed here in order to irrigate the agricultural terrain and to sustain the life of the monks. The last example of Rodna is an example that even if it's made by an urban order of monks, because it was the first one, it has developed an entire structures of the actual Rodna village. We can see the channels that had disappeared and they were supposed to be made by these monks. As in the example of Mănăștur, topological analysis shows that the image of the old city was lost, in fact, by this modern insertion that are so aggressive with the landscape, with the soil, with the natural parks and squares that were here. So the image of the city and the relation between architecture and landscape had modified radically. In the last part of the presentation, I want to present also the reconstitution of the Rodna, which is so similar to the Kürza example, but also to give some solutions about how we can today landscape these parts, these heritage complexes that are remained in ruin. So there are three solutions of a sustainable restoration. The first one is the landscaping with vegetable structures and arranging of axes around the building. There are much more solutions. There are quite a lot of solutions, but the most important is the English one, the conservative one, where we can see, in fact, the landscape is very neutral with the in aspect with the ruin, and wants to make possible the perception of the building, of the ruins. So it's an example of a very good archaeological landscape and architecture. The second solution is to reconstruct some hypothetical volumes, but without a present. So how it could be made that? A good example can be the Santa Maria di Siponto example of Italy, where in fact the ruin is also covered with a structure that imitates a hypothetical reconstruction of the historical site. But because it's a very fine and smooth structure with a very little presence here, it is dissolved with the landscape. It is here, but in the same time, it's not. It's a very good concept for adaptive reuse and restorations of the volumes. The third solution, and the last, is the insertion of other volumes in these complexes. In relation with the landscape, with the natural landscape of the monastery, and in relation with the volume of the ruins, this must be very good made, because a good presence is a good presence made by reflective surfaces, not with very present volumes that in fact intervene and conquer with the presence of the ruin. So in a conclusion, we can see that these examples of Transylvania can be good sites where we can use different methods, sustainable methods at landscaping, construction, to construct volumes and to make some reutilizations of these ruins in the adaptive reuse of today's needs. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. If anyone has a question, please. you can ask the questions. I would have actually one question.
Yes.
How would you deal with the idea of sustainability of such built heritage nowadays? How would you manage this built heritage? Are they sustainable, or how could they be sustainable if to be sustainable? And this is actually the first part of the question. And the second one, even though it's not a historical approach from my point of view, my question, could you discover, or is there any hint of possible sustainability and environmental awareness in how these monasteries, abbeys were distributed in the Transylvanian territory, and how they related to the larger landscape?
Okay, so at the first question, I think that how can they be a sustainable solution? The reutilization or adaptive reuse of these complexes. I think that the function that was chosen for these new buildings, that they should be utilized, because today the heritage must be utilized in order to be alive, because this is the major problem, I think, in the sustainable concept of this reutilization. So I think the function must be the one that conducts, in fact, the adaptation, the reuse of these complexes. It's very difficult, because in France, to be sustainable, this kind of projections of architecture and of designing, the function that was chosen was very difficult to find. In fact, in the last example, which I have showed, the École of Louviers, the new function must be a function that has almost the high representativity and sobriety of the old one. So at the last example, in order to reuse in a sustainable way, the function chosen was
I think there is a connectivity problem.
So I think we can continue if Nicolas is not present in the Zoom.
Okay. Okay, then he will reconnect, or we'll find a solution when he can reconnect. Okay, then we can go on, and I would kindly ask the next speaker to start his presentation. Klaus, please, Klaus Birtler, please start your presentation.
Okay. Hello, my name is Klaus Birtler. I want just to check if you can see my screen.
It's okay.
Yes? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So, as a profession, I am an architect, and I was walking around the newly built outskirts of the cities in Transylvania. And I asked myself, is this the future of the new built city? Are these the landscapes of the future city we are seeing now in Romania? And it's happening, some strange things happening, and you can recognize these things, for example, when you see these energy counters at the end of the streets, all of them grouped. That means the street is not public, it's a private street. And that happens because the law says you cannot mount an energy counter only at the edge of the public and private property. So if the street is private, it should be mounted there at the edge of the end of the street. And then happens some things like this, that every owner takes the same its own cable to the house on the street, instead of making a public space with public infrastructure. And I asked myself, is this really the future? And how did the former generation succeeded to build better urban landscapes, considering that these are bad urban landscapes? Urban landscapes with streets, with public streets and trees and sidewalks, because all of these streets doesn't have sidewalks. So I will present now what was the my main motivation to make this research, this historic research I did, and I want to present now. It's not an isolated case what I present you. A lot of cities have this. For example, an extreme case is Florești in Cluj. And what we can observe is that the agricultural parcels were kept in the urban development. So mainly no new street network was created, and no park, for example. And actually it's the new city, the hope of the new generation. It is strange that it happens like this, and I wonder why it happens, resulting such landscapes that they are not harmonic at all. I was a chief architect in the city of Reghin, and I had the chance to see what is happening actually from the administrative point of view. And actually I had the conclusion that the public authority refuses to coordinate urban development, actually. So for example, in this case, you see this row of houses. Actually, one parcel has two streets, even if he uses only one street. So it's an inefficient use of the land of the city. Another thing, this main road, which should distribute thousands of houses in this area, is actually not planned. Actually the change of property, this circulation of property, this give over from your private parcels to a public function, this is still lacking in the most cities in Romania. And here, for example, I tried to create a gist simulation of what happens if the fire trucks try to go to these houses. So actually what we see, the brown areas are houses with difficult access for the fire trucks. And you can see that cities in the 19th century actually has no problem, nor the city planned in the communist time. And actually the new built city has these problems. So houses without public infrastructure were built. And that's, for example, the case of Reghin. And this was my main motivation to see how former generation succeeded to build an harmonic and good-looking city. First of all, I want to analyze how it's at a higher level, what's the political context, what were the political context in that period. And we see those urban regulations, I will show you, had a tough time, I would say. They changed countries, regimes, and it's interesting to see what made them sustainable. Some central regulations or some local regulations. I studied 4 cities in Transylvania, and I will present this time only one. I will present you the urban regulation of Medias at the end of the 19th century and at the beginning of the 20th century. I found 4 urban regulations, and that's why I studied only these 4 cities. And it's Medias, Bistrica or Beszterce, Györgeny, Gyergyószent Miklós, Brașov or Brașov. And you can see here how this political situation changed mainly in about 50 years or less. And they succeeded to build this, for example, this harmonic city. It's a picture from Medias. Even it has some medieval results here. For example, this irregular street, these irregular lines that were regulated actually in the 19th century. The thing is that this urban regulation was not researched until now, as far as I know, because they were written in German, and in Romania we have pretty not that much German speaking researchers interested in urbanism and urban development. Of course, we have Paul Niedermeyer, and I asked him if he studied this this time of the 19th century, and he said, no, I concentrated myself on the Middle Ages. So these urbanistic regulations written in German or Hungarian are still new for Romania. And I try now to make an interpretative historic research. I've written an article about this, and some details you will find also in the article. This is one of the reasons why it was written in German, because in Transylvania at that time, Medias was really the urban German-speaking population was about 50 and between 70% in that city. We can find here also the Hungarian population. It's about 2 until 10% in Medias, and the Romanian population is about 25%, 10 until 25% in Medias. So this urban regulation gives us an overview of how they managed to build the harmonic city, so, or however tried to build this harmonic city. And it comes out that there were very few central regulation. For example, there was regulated who is allowed to build and plan. And for example, we have poorly now regulated who can build, actually. So the regulation changed in time. And what was decided at local level at the end of the 19th century was how to build. And it was a local autonomous regulation. Even they regulated what kind of building would need a building permit, because now this issue is regulated by a national level, at central level. So there were only a law that said who is allowed to build what are the competences, what should be the competences of those one who lead a building site or who is allowed to build. The interesting thing was that now the regulation, for example, at national level goes into the local taxes. For example, if in the 19th century, they could establish their own incomes from taxes, from fines, for example, or taxes for building permits. Now you cannot establish at local level these taxes, only in some small percentage. But there, all these taxes they collected came into the allodial Kassa. It's a fund, it's a community fund. Just a second. It's a community fund, and this urban development issue, that means that buying land for streets and building new streets and squares was funded by this allodial fund. And we don't have this fund in nowadays cities. This issue in Regen, for example, was regulated as a public policy in the 19th century in Medias. So, so the state established it, the local authority established it. It was called the building authority, and it's not clear who was that. However, what we know is that we're a building commission, and as part of the building commission was the magistrate member, that's a kind of local councillor, the city engineer, like the city architect, today's the chief architect, a city physician, that's the city doctor, and the police chief officer. These are the mandatory building commission components, and they, for every building permit, went onto the site and decided two things. The street alignment, if it wasn't decided already by some plans, they decided it on the site, and the street level. So on which level should be the entrance into the house. But however, these things were also regulated, for example, for commercial buildings separately to living building for houses. You can you was allowed to build or you was obliged to build 15 centimeters over the street level for a shop, for example, and about 35 centimeters over this limit, starting with 35 centimeters for houses, for example. And of course, the neighbors should come to this commission. And it was, the German word was, for this commission was Bauverhandlung. That means it's a process, it's a negotiation of the limits and levels. Then the building commission was emitting the building permit, and the building control should come every time, and they should check if the plans are built, the site was built as planned. In Brașov, for example, I don't enter into these details to Brașov because I didn't finish my research for this city. There was also a building council. So there were some advisors. If the plan, so if the building permit or the plans that were given to the authority to be authorized don't respect this urban regulation, if they violated this urban regulation, then the building council should decide what to do next. And there were specific words, like, for me it was difficult to translate, like abtreten. This means if you had piece of land that falls outside the street alignment, the city would buy you from you this land from the alluvial casa, and even if there were some public space remained until this street alignment, you could buy this piece of land in order to build your house on the land. And this was a very natural and simple regulation. It was a public policy of that time that we don't have today that clearly written. And in Romania, I couldn't find the right word for abtreten. It's kind of cedare de teren, but cedare, that means you give it and you don't expect money for that. But in those times, you got money for the land. And a similar word could be expropriere, but even like this, it's not the meaning of abtreten. It means the land release and transfer for public good, and you get money for this. And this expression we still don't have that clearly written in our law in the Romanian language. So that was really interesting that the vocabulary, some words they had before we don't have today, makes it also difficult for the community, for the society to understand what a good city, how a good city can be managed, let's say. Yeah, so those two things, the main things that were established in the regulation was street alignment and level. And we have here some picture that illustrates exactly this moment when you go from chaotic urbanistic street landscape to an regularized urban landscape. For example, this old picture from Medias, you can see 3 or 4 different alignment. And this was the issue they want to get rid of. And you can see now this building from the 20th century here takes the same or respects the same alignment the majority of buildings have on the street. So the alignment number 1. And in this building, it's still not there. Then in this urban regulation, the appearance of building was very clearly written. This is also an image that it shouldn't be anymore in the 19th century. For example, they had wooden shingles, and fire safety was very important at that time. And in the regulation, this kind of wooden shingles were forbidden. Also, this kind of annexes of the house, they shouldn't be in the front, only in the back they were allowed. So stalls and annexes are not allowed anymore in the front. Then fences, there were some fences tolerated. And actually the wooden fences you see like this were not tolerated, but some were tolerated, and they said like this, wooden fences, and I will, yeah. The fences as a general rule should be made of brick wall or iron. And here is the typical image they wanted to achieve, this one at the left. And this one, you can see they tolerated it, but this one, it's also made of wood, they didn't want anymore. So they said, you can build also, or wooden fences are tolerated if they are painted with oil. So probably they referred to some oil painting with color. And this was very subtle regulated in this construction regulation. Another issue, interesting issue, were that if you would build a house on your limit, that was a rule that you have in the inner city, you have to build compactly. So you have to build your house on the property limit. And it wasn't like this before, probably. The city looked more rural, so they had a small distance. And I will tell you a little bit later what another issue about this distance called Traufgässchen. And so if you build on the limit, as building neighbor, you could intervene on the neighbor's roof in order to make a proper drainage of the rainwater. So we can see here this building that actually is an exception, that it has a firewall to the neighbor. And you can see later they put some balconies and decorations. So it's a later intervention. They changed the roof, and actually it's strange that it looks like the roof is not finished, or it has a slope towards the neighbor, because here probably we can see the tower in the back. And as another rule was that if you build a new building in the 19th century or in the 20th century, it should not be lower than the other one, that the neighbor's one. So they built it a little bit higher probably, and this shows also that this 4-story building as a corner building also respects this rule. And you can see that something happens at this roof. So probably the neighbor, as he built a higher building, he changed the roof of the neighbor. So it was mandatory to change the roof of the neighbor to have a proper water drainage. And this Traufgässchen, I had also difficult to translate this into Romanian. Traufgässchen is approximately translated with picuri, mezunie, or mejdă, but here is the problem. I have found in media some pictures that have frozen that image, a rural looking house, and a house with firewall. That also was regulated in the 19th century, at the end of the 19th century, that each house should be independent as structure, and they should have a firewall. So the Traufgässchen is actually the space between these two houses. Before, there were a house that was looking also like this, and the space is actually this meaning, Traufgässchen. But in Romanian, picuri or mezunie is not referring to a space, but to a line, to a border. So I hardly could translate this into Romanian, and I was calling my my research leader. Did you hear some words that I didn't hear about this in Romanian? He said, no, it's called probably picuri or mezunie or mejdă. So there was some urbanistic and spatial expression that we don't have today in Romanian vocabulary. The care for the public space we can see as an important issue in the urban regulation in the 19th and 20th century. And for example, these gutters that was dropping from up into the street, this was not allowed anymore with this regulation. So we have still some picture that shows this issue that we can travel now, for example, in St. George de Mureș, and we can still see this falling water from from the gutters, and this was strongly regulated in the urbanistic, in the building regulation. So another thing is how the water should flow. For example, it was mentioned that the water should flow on the street in the main collector, like this. So from the gutter into the falling pipe, then into the a Steinmuschel, that means a sink made of stone, and then with paved, kind of paved water drainage into the main drainage of the street. And there is also regulated that the sidewalk should be made by the building, the investor of the building, and 50% of the costs for the sidewalk was financed by the city. But however, there was a strong regulation of how it should look like. So the owner of the house could not make whatever sidewalk he wants. It was strongly regulated how it should look like. Another thing what I forgot to put in pictures because it's very difficult is the color of the houses. It was regulated that the color of the houses shouldn't be strong or yelling. It should be pastelate color, and especially avoid the white color. That was something I didn't expect it, but it was like this. So they were not allowed to use as a white color. Probably this house was not white, it was light blue or light yellow. So as a conclusion of my research and as a response to today's time is that in answering the question, how did the 19th century society shape harmonic urban landscapes? I would say as a conclusion that there was a very minimal general central regulation of who is allowed to build and plan. Then a strong local autonomy, also including local tax freedom, made the local authority and local people understand that they are on their own. And it's not some law you have to respect that you don't understand, or do you think, or that you think that it's not appropriate to your city, how a lot of people consider now, which is construction law. So it was a local regulation and much more local autonomy that made this city harmonic. And they use specific keywords specific to urban policies. And these specific words we still don't have today like this. That was my presentation. And if you have questions, I am happy to answer.
Thank you very much for your presentation, for the historical insight that you offered, and what urban regulation meant in 19th, beginning of 20th century in Transylvanian cities or Saxon cities. If anyone has a question, please ask these questions. Actually, I have one question again. Given that this is also somehow it's connected to my academic and professional work, sustainability of our cities is strongly connected to how we build generally in whatever period, historical period. Of course, this building, the way how we build, it's also not only a matter of regulations, but also how is the receiving public, those who are building, the community, the individual. And it seems like it existed for quite a long time, a kind of common sense in how we build, even without regulations. And I'm just asking and wondering whether this common sense nowadays would be possible, could be possible first, and if possible, then is it enough or not to have a sustainable city, sustainable built environment, built landscape?
Thank you for the question. I thought a lot of this issue. What could today make more sustainable cities? And I came to the conclusion that really a common sense would be the best thing, that also at different levels should give also better laws at national level. And actually, we are hanging on education, on general education concerning the city, for example, urban culture. And really, I think that this is also our mission as professionals to talk a little bit also on lower level, not that high level between us with the mayors, with the local community, because I really this issue of the knowledge of the society in form in the 19th century, I still don't know how it was. I think it's a sociologic or anthropologic study of what they knew and what was common sense at those times. But in this regulation, I also find it interesting that, for example, concerning the decorations, they said decorations should be tasteful, and that's all about the regulation of decoration. Tasteful means it's very not specific, so it was dependent at that time on the knowledge and the common sense of the society. And this common sense, I think that is the main issue that we should work on as professionals in Romania nowadays.
Okay, thank you.
And I think common sense will generate also better regulations, because I was part of different groups at the governmental level, and even there are very good professionals establishing the regulation. At political level, they refused because they didn't understand what's about. Nobody explained them, like a storytelling of the problems, and they did not expose to them. And these laws were, for example, not voted. So I think this common sense is the best thing we can do, knowledge in this area. That's why I'm glad.
Thank you. Thanks for the answer.
Yeah.
Thanks for the answer. Is there any more question from the YouTube channel, for instance?
No.
No? Okay, then I think we can go on, because we are in a slight delay. I would ask then Teslavan Marius Robert to begin his presentation. If he can hear me. Yes.
Kérnék egy megerősítést, hogy hallható, illetve látható vagyok-e?
Igen.
Jó, üdvözlök mindenkit, üdvözlöm a konferencia résztvevőit, illetve üdvözlöm az online nézőket is. Teslavan Robert vagyok, tájépítész, alapképzésemet tekintve tájépítész. Az elmúlt évben végeztem a mesterképzést.
Pontosabban last year.
És a következő előadásomban a diplomamunkámat szeretném bemutatni. Pontosabban annak egy rövidebb kivonatát, ami arról szól, hogy Marosvásárhelyen hogyan lehetne kék-zöld folyósakat kialakítani.
How we could make green-blue corridors in Târgu Mureș municipality. In this topic, I will show you what did I
Azt vizsgáltam, hogy Romániában, illetve kelet-európai nagyvárosokban milyen kapcsolat van a város és a vízfolyások között.
In Romania, it's a very specific situation because there are two entities, the city and the water source. Because of this, there is no always solution that can recreate
árvízvédelmi beavatkozásokat láthatunk a városi folyóvizek esetében. Marosvásárhely esetében
Turgumur is, I will
patakot, illetve a turbinaárkot. A turbinárok és a Maros folyó csak koncepció szinten lesz érintve bemutatom.
Turbine canal and the Poklos stream have huge potential.
Rövid elméleti áttekintéssel kezdtem, tervezési irányelvek. Fontosnak tartottam azt megvizsgálni, hogy a városi szövetben a folyóvizek
Here I examine what the water surfaces appear with the middle of the city and how they relate to each other. Underground water courses such as sewers or water pipes, or natural water sources such as streams or rivers. Because of this, they are very important to communicate with each other. It is important to examine how the water and related to each other, and it's so what effect they have on each other. In the case of rivers, it is also important to keep in mind what planning guidelines are in place and what flood prevention solutions need to be considered. Some examples. Because of this, how can they appear? Some examples of how to reconstruct stream beds in sustainable and natural way, and some solutions for these methods. In the upper right corner, you can see the creation of a stream from Germany, from Leipzig. The story of the stream is that in recent decades, the stream has been covered and routed into an underground sewer system. Also, it was recently recognized the need for this to be open. The water surface and start to proceed by which the dug up stream was carried out. It can be observed in the Mureș River has underground forest rivers managed since the 1910s, and many newspaper articles reported that continuous flooding has damaged several residential areas, and the idea was born that a dam should be built. It was really regulated. In 1910, there was many mention that after the rainfalls in Târgu-Mureș should be built a dam. The turbine canal, which has originally a branch of the Mureș River and was used to generate electricity, and the Pokros stream, which had much more zigzag rivers, were also heavily regulated. In this part of the Pokros stream, in this section, the Bernardi György
a városfejlesztési stratégiákban, illetve javaslatokban hogyan jelennek meg a városi vízfolyások. Az 1900-as
Between 1970 and 1980, a number of projects were published with the aim of establishing so-called water retention zones on the Sársfár and the Václav stream in the direction of Jed and Koronka, thereby ensuring a constant flow of the Poklor stream and in the event of heavy rainfall, avoid this discharge. In 2002, there were already proposed for a project on how to use the Poklor stream as a green corridor. In 2010, the Focus Eco and Center developed a proposal through which an interconnected, coherent bicycle network would appear in Târgu-Mureș, and the existing water surface should be used a green-blue corridor. In 2020, the development of the urban area plan began, which is still undergoing in the present day, where the watercourse appear to be certain major hubs and able to pass between them and to be used as blue-green corridors. So we recognize the possibility that rivers could connect large urban green spaces. Here on a large-scale map, I have tried to comprehensively examine the current state of the Mureș River and Mureș River turbine canal and Poklor stream. That there are many free green areas along the river that are not sufficiently exploited and connected together. There is a great potential in some green areas, for example, in the area of the Lovarda, which could be used as an urban public park. In the area of Sopron and weekend recreation area. Poklos patak stream, the turbine and the Maros River. Here, I would like to talk mainly about the current state of the Poklor stream. It can be observed that the Poklor stream has 3 different river sections. There is a smaller one, shorter one, a natural bank. From here, there is a from the Budai Nagy Antal Street. Egy mesterségesen kialakított négyzetes mederszakasza van a Poklos-pataknak. További konfliktusok az ellenőrizetlenül patakba jutó szennyvizek. Tehát a bemutatom jobb sarkában látható néhány ilyen beömlés, ahol kontrollálatlanul a vízfolyásba jutnak a háztartási. There are still a lot of sewers openings where various sewers are households waters can get in Poklor stream flow controllably. Bridges that do not represent any aesthetic value, as well as buildings that in the last century that are along the squares part of the river section and are not sufficiently utilized. The yet section here in red, downstream towards Budai Antal. From the Budai Nagy Antal until the turbine channel is you can see a lot of buildings from the last century. The pedestrians, the streets are not designed for pedestrians. Examining the current situation, I have come to the conclusion that it will be highly important to compile a development guide list for Târgu Mureș. Development strategy, structure and schedule programs of the Poklor stream. The first is the polder zone, close to Koronka. Detailing presentation of the development program, especially with regards to the Poklor stream. Within this, we could separate two major programs within the fewer works of the first programs, creation of polder zones and possible reserves. The development strategy must always have a local representative. So the development strategy must always be supported by local representations and partners, KFTs, LTLs, to support this strategy. The vision of the strategy is for 2050 to make an innovative and innovative Târgu Mureș. The strategy is to make the Târgu Mureș a touristic zone. I would like to present the development program, especially here on this map, the flowing of the water.
The presentation of a comprehensive strategy and concept with special regard to the Mureș River and the Turbine Canal. We could, the most important intervention here would be the construction of a green bridge. Marosztán Király, which is outside Târgu Mureș, there's a green space which could work as a green park, a green area. We could connect them with a green bridge. There could be several other projects by which we could use such green areas, such as theme parks along the Mureș River, or smaller green areas. On this slide, I would like to present a much more detailed concept discussing the Poklor stream, where we should highlight a number of major interventions. First of all, the Poklor stream should have a constant water flow. The Poklor stream meets 4-lane motorways, and there are streets along the stream. So pedestrians and cyclists would have priority, and cars would be of secondary importance. However, there are 3 conflict points where this would lose its priority, and these are exactly the places where the Poklor stream meets 4-lane motorways, the 4-lane motorways. Here I don't see any possibility for it to become a priority. We have other green spaces which are currently not used, and these could be connected with the Poklos stream, starting from Koronka, moving west until the Turbina Canal. And thus we could use such areas. Here are some suggestions on how the different neighborhoods could be reconstructed. We can see a part of the Poklos stream from Budai Nagy Antal until the Tudor Vladimirescu Street. Here the park would be not used anymore. And here we could see pedestrian and bicycle lanes. Unfortunately, the filtration solutions are not present yet, and rainwater flows uncontrollably into the Poklos stream. A very good solution would be the existence of greenery and trees on the two banks. And here you can see on the slide the way these sewage, the filtration system could work. And also the ways we could use them with a constant flow using the water surface as well. This is what I would have liked to present about the development strategy. And if you have any questions, I will try to answer them. Thank you very much for this very forward-thinking presentation. If anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask them, especially the students or the ones who are listening to us.
Most láttam, hogy túl gyorsan beszéltem, nem vettem észre.
Amennyiben nincs kérdés, nem tudom, a YouTube csatornán.
There are no questions, maybe on the YouTube channel. I don't see any questions on the YouTube channel either. Thank you again for this presentation to Slavan Marius. And I am sure that many locals have listened to this presentation as it was about them and for them. And in the case of such projects, everyone should be involved and the whole community should be involved so that such plans could be created and made and fulfilled. I will ask now Szabó Beáta Csilla to present.
Minden rendben, kicsit rossz az internet kapcsolatom.
Hallatszol és látszol.
Jó, köszönöm. Nem engedi, hogy megosszam.
Hogy Robert ki kéne vegyed a képernyő megosztást, addig be nem tud. Köszönjük.
Tisztelettel köszöntök.
I respectfully greet all the participants. My name is Szabó Csilla Beáta, and I'm a PhD student at the Urban Planning University of Ionmingu. And the next 15 minutes, I will present my master's dissertation. The title of my dissertation is The Role of Linear Green Spaces in the Development of Green Infrastructure. Within this, the strategy was developing the green infrastructure of Târgu Mureș in the utilization of linear green spaces. The structure of my presentation is the following. I will describe the objectives and methodology of the topic, followed by the literature review and the presentation of the case studies. I will then turn to examining the area, outline the development suggestions, and finally end the presentation with conclusions. Why did I choose the topic of green infrastructure? Primarily due to its global role, as green infrastructure contributes to the harmonious development of cities and the physical and mental well-being of the population. Why did I choose Târgu Mureș? Due to its existing natural endowments, due to the present challenges, such as environmental pollution, the expansion of the built environment, and the lack of green spaces. And of course, due to the knowledge of the site. My primary goal is to find the optimal solution in the design of green infrastructure, in which urban green spaces and peripheral green spaces are connected to each other by means of linear green surface. The research and the development of the strategy were based on the following points. I searched mainly in the literature about green infrastructure, then searched the case studies, and then the site investigations on which the proposal was based.
Úgymond problémáit a zöld infrastruktúrát illetően, erre építettem a javaslatot és a következtetéseket.
And finally the conclusions. The concept of green infrastructure has been around for about 115 years, and according to the European Environment Agency, infrastructure is a concept that aims to connect ecosystems, protect them, and provide ecological services, including adaptation to climate change. The role of green infrastructure provides ecological, economic, and cultural goods to the population. There are many approaches to the components of green infrastructure. Usually, we encounter the following types. Parks of different sizes. These can be local parks, perhaps regional parks, gardens, community of private gardens, natural areas, or linear green areas. We know 4 types of linear green areas. Green corridors, which are a system of linear elements of different widths that provide an ecological, recreational, cultural, and aesthetic basis. Their main role is ecology. Green roads that connect parks, nature reserves, cultural landscapes, or other protected areas. The main role is transport. Linear parks, whose element is close to car traffic. This is essentially a method of blocking car traffic from recreational areas of green grass rings, which are rings of green surfaces running on the edge of an area. This includes natural habitats, recreational zones, and research areas. The main role of which is ecological, environmental, and recreational. Quantifying the economic and ecological benefits of green infrastructure is increasingly keeping busy professionals and urban managers. In the next slide, I gathered some data on this. Here we can see that a large tree can hold 8.2 meter rainfall per year, saves 136 kilowatt per hour, and can absorb 31.3 kilogram of sulfur dioxide and 330 kilogram of carbon dioxide.
Az útsorfákkal beültetett utcák, utcákon akár 30 Celsius fokkal alacsonyabb hőmérsékletet is mérhetnek a nyári meleg időszakokban, mint a fák nélküli utcákon, úgymond. Az esettanulmányokat illetően
the primary consideration in selecting these case studies was to find European examples that utilizes their linear green surfaces by linking natural and near-natural areas to increase biodiversity and improve the quality of life population. So I choose the All London Green Grid in London and the Barcelona Green Infrastructure and Biodiversity Plan. Regarding the case studies, I will only present the elements that would be transferred to the Târgu Mureș development strategy, such as the All London Green Grid, the creation of linear green spaces to connect green spaces and the institutionalization model of the human Vandal Valleys region. An example from Barcelona is the linking of biodiversity-enhancing interventions and large-scale green spaces. Regarding the planning area, it is important to say that Târgu Mureș is located in the middle of Mureș County on the banks of Mureș River. To the east-northeast from it is about 1/3 of the county, formed of an area of about 2,000, and the construction of the highway will soon be completed south of Târgu Mureș.
A város lakossága megközelítőleg 150 000. Ez 2005 fő per négyzetkilométert jelent. Az aktív lakosságnak a nagy része iparban és szolgáltatásokban dolgozik, megközelítőleg.
Most of the active inhabitants work in the industry. There are around 2,500 companies, 40 kindergartens and several high schools and universities in the city. Different organizations, and one of the big problems is pollution of different types, which is due to the industry found in the city.
Followed by the mapping of green network using the QGIS and the Google Earth. I interviewed the population. I interviewed the population with the help of online questionnaires and consulted with the experts in the field, such as architects and urban planners and ecologists. I started the mapping of the current green infrastructure elements by surveying the patchy green areas, categorized the existing green areas in Târgu Mureș according to their size and function, thus differentiating large, medium, and small areas and transitions between them, each with different function. For example, located in the wooded areas, leisure private gardens, industrial area, city parks. This was followed by a survey of linear green surfaces, where I mainly examined the vegetation cover of roads. 4 different categories have been identified: roadside tree lines with 100% coverage, roadside tree lines with under 15 coverage, advanced unique homogeneous roadside tree lines, and tree-tier roadside plantation consisting of trees shrubs and herbs individuals. On this slide, we can see the spatial location of independent homogeneous roadside trees from developed individuals, which covers 9.3 kilometers in Turgumureș. In this figure, we can see the tree-level missions or the tree-level plantable roadsides that covers 25.7 kilometers. On this slide, you can see the 100% coverage, covering 43 kilometers, and under 50% is coverage, which cover 40.7 kilometers. This figure was created which are indicated the examined elements such as roadside tree lines, relocating the existing railways to the Mureș River bank, creating a municipal park, creating new parks in different residential areas, redesigning the main square, and redesigning the zoo area. As conflicts, I identified zones without vegetation along the road, destructive zones with neglected or absent vegetation, and the presence of facilities that cause environmental pollution, such as the chemical plants and unused water courses with concreted riverbed and unused option. Green areas on the outskirts of the city with the linear green surfaces, Mureș River. Legfontosabb lehetőségként a zöld kapcsolatok kialakítását találtam, amely a városperemén lévő zöld felületeket köti össze a Maros folyóval. Strengthening with the link of nature, improving the quality of life and enhancing climate resilience. The diagnosis outlines key strategic objectives such as increasing biodiversity, improving environmental conditions, strengthening the link with nature, improving the quality of life, and enhancing climate resilience. To achieve the objects, I made the following proposals. Ez az 1- és 2 szintes növényzettel kiültetett utak, amelyek zölddel vannak feltüntetve, 3 szintes növényzettel kiültetett utak. The creation of green corridors along 3 water courses. Az áthelyezett vasút mentén kialakított zöld folyósó, amely a helyi érdekeltségű összeállítást biztosítana. A vízfolyások mentén kialakított zöld folyósó, itt láthatjuk ezt a 3 patakot. The green and dashed lines indicate roads planted with single and double story vegetation. The pink dashed lines indicate roads planted with 3-story vegetation. And the creation of green bridges above the busy roads to facilitate the migration of species, as well as the addition and connection of existing rows of trees. You can see this in dark green. I summarized the proposals in an urban development plan in 17 programs and projects, which aims to create green infrastructure by utilizing linear public spaces. This program requires not only the creation of linear green spaces, but also the creation of cycle paths, the development of sustainable drainage system, the creation of thematic playgrounds, and raising of public awareness and promoting sustainable development and planning. A jobb oldalon láthatjuk a megvalósítás ütemezését, ez 15 évre lett kialakítva egy ütemterv, minden ütem 5 évet foglal magában. The plans were created for 15 years. You can see the plans here. Some of the programs would be present in one of the stages, but there are other programs such as raising awareness or promoting sustainable development, which would be present from the beginning until the end.
fejlesztési stratégia esetében nagyon fontos a
An important point in the elaboration of any development strategy is the identification of potential participants. And the following table shows the participants I have identified from the public sector, public institutions, or non-profit organization. For each participant, I identified the type of contribution, such as support for expertise, different resources they could contribute, and the role they could play. For example, in the public sector, organization and administration; in the private sector, for example, securing social responsibility or various subsides.
Például az egyetemek és a non-profit szervezetek a szakértőket tudják biztosítani, vagy a kutatás.
For example, universities and NGOs could provide with specialists, and the private sector could be securing social responsibility within the project.
The quantification of the interventions can be seen in the following table. Trees planted with 1- and 2-story vegetation cover 24 kilometers, 3-story vegetation 5.7 kilometers, green corridors along the relocated label 5.7 kilometers. The green bridges.
Levetített táblázat, illetve a becslések alapján megpróbáltam.
Based on the table that I have shown at the beginning of my presentation, I tried to find out all the benefits and economical benefits these would have. For example, the effects of trees planted along the roads, and these could save several watts of energy. And the green corridors would also be very important in the case of cleaning the air. You can see all the data on the slides. I have also included the distance between the trees and the height of the trees that I completed these calculations.
Tergomorés has a sufficient amount of linear public space to connect the most significant natural areas. The creation of linear green areas would have ecological, economic, and social benefits for the city. The development of these green spaces is the first step in the development of infrastructure. Besides this, a strategy for pastoral green spaces needs to be developed. The involvement of the community and the various disciplines is important, and regional strategy is needed to make full use of the benefits of the green infrastructure. Thank you for your kind attention.
Köszönjük szépen a bemutatott előadást.
Thank you very much for the presentation.
Bármilyen kérdés adódik, akkor azt bátran.
If there are any questions, please feel free.
Inkább csak egy kommentár szeretnék hozzáfűzni.
I would like to add something. Well, your topic is very interesting, and your presentation was very well done and structured. And I would like to formulate my hope that the local government does not only get to know the results of this research, but also to use it and move along these lines in changing the infrastructure? Well, I have tried sending these information to local government, but I haven't had much success. Maybe the university could contribute in such discussions, because I believe that it would make some of these aspects easier. We should contact them and discuss these ideas with them. I believe that this project or this research is very interesting, and we have heard very interesting thoughts and very important thoughts, which is very good. But I believe that it is necessary to move outside this context and let them work with us. And I wish you success in your future endeavors. Thank you very much.
We just reached the end of the first session. And a short conclusion, I think we saw some very nice presentations. We could follow a wide range of topics, of issues raised in these presentations, from sustainability in the past to water management, energy management, soil management, climate change, preservation, protection of built and natural environment. So really a huge variety of topics. And I think this is in itself, this is a high value of today's presentations, of today's program, of the first session. And I'm really glad to see this mix of different domains that should be interconnected and that should collaborate also in real life in the professional practice. I wish all of the presentations, all of you, a successful research in the next future, and hopefully we see each other very soon in person, and in person at the next edition of our conference. Thank you very much for your participation, for your presentation, and I will hand over all together with my colleague Clara to the moderators of the next session. Clara, if you have some words to complete what I said, what my thoughts in any of the languages, please feel free.
Yes, I think we are late, so we can continue.
Okay, so thank you very much. I think it's my time to start a new section. Hopefully you can still resist. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Adalbert Balog. I'm professor and I'm biologist. And together with my colleagues, Imre István Nyáradi, we will host you on this last session today. The session name is The Necessary Interdisciplinarity, Science for the Responsible Shaping of the Natural and Man-Made Environment. Before starting and before giving the words to my colleagues, let me tell something, some general information about the presentations. We're going to have two plenary presentations, each with 35 minutes. And we're going to have three section presentations after a short coffee break, each with 20 minutes as a length. I would like to invite you to follow our YouTube channel, and you can also put your questions. My colleagues will copy your questions in my chat room, and I will put the question to the presenter. And also I would like to invite you to follow our poster sections. This will be copied today and tomorrow, and you can also put your questions by email, sending to the authors. So I would like to thank you for your time and for your patience, and please, István, if you want to say some words, it's your time. Thank you.
Thank you. Onorată audiență, stimați participanți, dragi colegi, este un privilegiu să vă urăm bun venit la a 6-a ediție a conferinței de horticultură și peisagistică din Transilvania, care practic a debutat în anul 2011 și se organizează bianual cu următoarele scopuri. În primul rând, dorim să asigurăm un for în care specialiștii din domeniile aferente pot să-și expună rezultatele activității de cercetare, pot să dezbată probleme, provocări, respectiv posibilități ale domeniului de activitate. Dorim totodată să stimulăm activitatea de cercetare.
Welcome to this 6th conference.
Științifice în domeniu. Nu în ultimul rând, practic, dorim ca prin această manifestare științifică să putem întreține legăturile de specialitate existente și să putem forma noi căi de colaborare. Consider că prin programul, respectiv participanții la această manifestare științifică, s-a depășit spațiul, într-o oarecare măsură putem spune că am depășit frontierele și totul se desfășoară în spiritul multiculturalității. Practic, manifestarea științifică a împânzit 2 continente și a solicitat eforturile susținute a 8 entități care i-au efectuat organizarea, printre care universități, asociații profesionale, autorități locale și, nu în ultimul rând, Societatea Muzeului Arderean, a cărei secție de științe agricole este strâns înrudită cu organizatorul. Dacă tot am adus aminte de organizare, țin să evidențiez că, totuși, efortul major l-a depus colega Domocoș-Erzsébet, care merită toată aprecierea noastră. Practic, la această oră, suntem în a 2-a secțiune a conferinței, a cărei temă dorește să evidențieze necesitatea interdisciplinarității, conform căreia diferite domenii ale științei trebuie să fie în slujba formării peisajului natural și antropic. În cadrul acestei sesiuni, în această seară, practic, sunt în total 5 prezentări, dintre care 2 plenare, care au un interval de timp alocat de 35 de minute, după care urmează 3 prezentări care au o durată de 20 de minute. Rog pe cei care prezintă lucrările să țină cont de timpul alocat și să permită și formularea întrebărilor și răspunsurilor aferente. Menționez că conferința cuprinde și o secțiune a prezentărilor de tip poster. Rugăm și vizualizarea, respectiv studiul acestor lucrări. Pe lângă platforma Zoom, conferința este diseminată și pe canalele YouTube, live, respectiv în limba engleză. Știu că la această oră unii dintre participanți sunt deja epuizați de manifestarea maraton care a început dimineața, însă vă rog să aveți un pic de răbdare și să savurați lucrările ce vor fi prezentate. Vă doresc audiție, respectiv vizualizare plăcută. Adalbert, te rog să preiei în continuare.
Mulțumesc, köszönöm. Thank you, István. So let's start because you are in delay. We still have to save some time, maybe. So I will let you introduce our first author, Molnár Zsolt. His presentation is about the role of scientific and traditional knowledge in understanding and protecting landscape. So please, Professor Molnár, it's your time.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me well?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. First, thank you for the invitation and for the interesting presentations in the morning and in the afternoon. I followed most of them, and it shows the diversity, how we deal with landscape. And the topic I got from the organizer is interdisciplinarity. It's a very important topic. I would add transdisciplinarity to this topic, and also I think also Zsajka Molnos will speak about such things. I will focus on cultural landscapes, as you see on the picture, and I will mostly focus on the research of our research group at the Ecological Center. No? Ajaj. Okay. The presentation is not, okay, good. So cultural landscapes are social ecological production landscape. And these four words show that they are social, they are ecological, they produce something, and they are landscapes, so spatially extensive. And these landscapes are very important for humans because we changed natural processes to increase certain ecosystem services, certain contributions of nature to people, and doing it in a way that we kept lots of biodiversity in our landscapes. So these cultural landscapes are not simply producing something for us edible or timber or fruits, but they also protect biodiversity and produce other contributions like recreation and identity. So both landscape planners and ecologists love this landscape. There are definitions of cultural landscapes, and I would emphasize that there is a gradient from relict, fossil landscape to continuing cultural landscapes. Actually, most of our present cultural landscape in Transylvania or in the Carpathian Basin, Central Europe, are in between the relict and continuing cultural landscape because some processes are still ongoing, others are already stopped or disappeared. What is the main problem? In Europe, we are losing nature. This is a recent study by Mariana Biro for the last 230 years. And you can see that, for example, natural grasslands in Hungary, that covers, the figure covers the whole country, Hungary. And you can see that natural grasslands decreased considerably, substantially in the last centuries. And if you look at more specifically on certain habitat types, ecosystem types, you can see that some of the losses are around 90%. And most of these grasslands were part of a cultural landscape in the 18th, 19th century. So what is the problem? That our policies fail. European Union, national and local policies are failing. There are different reasons for this failure, and some are manageable. And with our research group, we try to help those, to develop those solutions that are manageable. And we focus on traditional management, traditional knowledge of local people who are still managing this landscape. And some of the key issues are that we simply know very little about those people who manage these landscapes. So we know the pressures, the drivers they put on the landscapes. We see the changes in the landscape, but we know very little about their knowledge, their motivations, attitudes. And if we know something, those are mostly from Western Europe, which are culturally and ecologically inappropriate in our countries, especially Romania and Poland, where there are still lots of small-scale farmers. There are unexpected side effects of subsidies, partly because of this irrelevance to our region. And the knowledge and the practices of local people is not respected as much as it should be. So, what is the relationship between nature and society? And you know, we need interdisciplinarity and transdisciplinarity because in a cultural landscape, in most landscape actually, we are dealing with nature and society, and how we can, for some people, this is nature and society, so they are independent from each other. There are some people who think that society overlaps with nature, and there are people who believe that society is part of nature. And this is probably the most nature-friendly view in our region. But if you look at the traditional knowledge of most societies, most culture around the world, you will find no distinction between nature and society. So one of the problems of our landscape management is that landscape is on one side, and management, manus, the managing by humans, is on the other side. And just think about some of the words when we go in the weekend for an excursion, or Ausflug in German and Kirándul in Hungarian. It all indicates that we go out from something which is not nature. So I would like to move the society a bit more towards accepting that nature and society is not simply interdependent, but actually they are one big system, and we should not study the system separately. We are losing knowledge. So with science, we are gaining lots of knowledge, but on the other side, we are losing knowledge. This is my personal experience in Switzerland. In Engelberg, there was a meeting, a conference, and after the conference, I wanted to make a short walk onto the neighboring hillside, and I asked 5 local persons, old and young, which is the way out from the village. And they always explained me something with a car or escalator and chairlift, and these 5 people didn't know any path that leads the village, where you can leave the village on foot. It was unbelievable for me. So they only leave their village with the help of a machine. So I'm working, or we are working with people who are knowledgeable about the landscapes, how they manage the landscape, young and old, women and men, farmers and herders and other people. So these people learn nature by cooperating with nature. And this knowledge is highly relevant for landscape research, because we learn about the past of the landscape and also the present of the landscape. These people are highly diverse, their knowledge is diverse. We usually say in Central Europe that these people have a hybrid knowledge, which means that they have traditional knowledge inherited from their ancestors, but we also have knowledge they learned from school and from science or from TV. There are some old people whose knowledge is dominantly coming from life, as they say. There are some others who, for example, this is a herder who reads ethnography, and this is his hobby. And on this photo, he's actually reading one of his co-authored paper, because when we worked with him for a longer time period, then we invited him as a co-author because he contributed to the paper so much that he became a co-author. And there are other young people who still have local traditional knowledge, and they use, for example, mobile phones to document, to learn from nature. And this guy is showing us how the beaver impacts his forest and meadows. And he monitored the beaver by taking photos by iPhone. Interdisciplinarity at the global level. There is a program called Intergovernmental Panel for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services. This is a UN-based global process of assessing the status and trends and drivers of biodiversity and nature's contribution to people, so ecosystem services. And this is the conceptual framework of this program. It is not as complicated as it seems. on the top, you see the good quality of life of us. At the bottom, you see nature. On the left, you see the nature's contribution to our well-being. On the right side, you see the direct drivers, natural and anthropogenic drivers. And in the middle, you see the institutions and the anthropogenic assets, our technological knowledge, how we impact this system. What is new and very new in IBES is that they emphasize the importance of traditional knowledge systems in making assessments of biodiversity and ecosystem services. So in each box, you see the scientific term, like ecosystem goods and services, together with a term from traditional knowledge systems, like nature's gifts or Mother Earth. And actually, when we were doing the assessment, then we reviewed not only the scientific literature, but we reviewed the knowledge of local and traditional indigenous communities with a quite complex process of dialogue workshops and field visits and literature review, grey literature. And we also published this approach. This is a paper we published in Science on assessing nature's contribution to people. And we emphasize that for this transdisciplinary approach, we have lots of challenges. One is the challenge of worldviews, because the scientific worldview is a very European white man worldview, which is not shared by many of the cultures from other continents. And there are procedural challenges that it is not easy to work together with the knowledge holders of other traditional, other knowledge systems, because a herder usually doesn't speak English and they don't visit conferences. Jumping into the local landscape, Transylvania, what is the situation here? Here we have fantastic documentation of our cultural landscapes in a quite interdisciplinary way. The books of István Imre on the village regulations from the 16th, 19th century. And without going into the details of the values of these historical documents, I would like to emphasize one thing, that the first explicit mention of ecosystem services of the word is from this region. So if I will not read the text, but if you read the text, it is a 100% explicit description of ecosystem services of forests. It is named benefits that are provided by nature for free. So this is really, and I read some reviews on ecosystem services, the history of the term, and the oldest explicit mention is from the late 19th century. So this is 100 years older. And if you travel across Transylvania in Romanian, German or Hungarian villages and landscape, you can still see this understanding of nature and the cultural landscape. So traditional knowledge is very different from science. So if we want to cooperate and produce knowledge together, then we have to understand traditional knowledge. As a herder put it, it does matter who leans on the stick. So you cannot really herd cattle without having traditional knowledge on cattle herding. And one indicator, they mentioned that they see the grass through the mouth of the animals. So their knowledge is not based on scientific inquiry. They don't test hypotheses like we in science, but they do have questions, they do observe things, and their knowledge is unexpectedly deep on nature. So what is traditional knowledge or indigenous and local knowledge? This is a short definition. This is a cumulative body of knowledge, practice, anchored within specific worldviews of people with close ties with the nature. This is a multi-generational knowledge. This is not a static knowledge. This is not outdated. This is adapted and reappropriated by each generation, if regulations allow it. I will speak about it later. About the relationship of living beings, including humans, with one another and with the environment. So when you are studying traditional knowledge, you have to be a biologist, ecologist, geographer, historian, psychologist, anthropologist, ethnographers, because this knowledge is holistic. And even if we are specialists in certain disciplines, we have to aim for interdisciplinarity, multidisciplinarity, and transdisciplinarity. So what these people know about nature, they can name habitats. They have a very rich vocabulary of plants, animals, and ecosystem types. They know not only the medicinal species or the cultivated species, but they distinguish many grasses and sedges. And they know which one is useful for what. They can distinguish flies, for example. This is a study by my student on ethnozoology in Szilárdság. And why we need multidisciplinarity in studying traditional knowledge related to cultural landscapes, because there are different levels of traditional knowledge. One is what I showed you, the knowledge of species and habitats, then the knowledge of land use and its effect, and the history of land use. This is more agricultural science. Then there are social institutions and social norms. This is more social science. And there is a worldview and mentality that actually, as an umbrella, impacts all the knowledges in the first three levels. So if you are a social scientist, you start usually your research from the right. If you are a biologist, you start from the left, but you have to reach all four levels to a certain degree to really understand how cultural landscapes are managed. And you can imagine this is also true for urban landscapes. So if you just replace traditional with the local, and you lose all traditional historical knowledge, but you focus on the recent modern knowledge, there are lots of local knowledges. We heard lots of presentations from the city, from your city, and those are all local knowledges, and you have the four levels of these local knowledges, similarly to traditional ecological knowledge. Another thing I would like to emphasize that usually when we are speaking about interdisciplinary study, we speak about scientists and we speak about data collection and data analysis. But a research process starts, and also a planning process starts from planning it and finishes when you publish, you disseminate the results. So if you want to work with local traditional knowledge holders, then you have to plan your research already together with them, and you have to let them participate in the publication and dissemination process. I will give you some examples later. So, and these colors in the middle show that there's a knowledge co-production process where you invite different knowledges, different knowledge systems to the same table. Everybody puts his knowledge on the table or her knowledge on the table, and then we discuss the problem to be solved. So some slides about the methodology. We do indoor and outdoor interviews. And this is a co-authorship process when one of the knowledgeable knowledge holders was invited as a co-author, and at this moment, I'm reading the discussion and results sections of the English language scientific impact factor paper. And he's commenting sentence by sentence our results and our discussions and improves it from his experiences. So he was not simply interviewed during the data gathering, but he was interviewed when we were writing the discussion and conclusion of the paper. We do lots of participatory field work with different farmers. We work in Hungary, Romania, Serbia, in Mongolia, and in Iran. And we try to be as often with the locals during their work as possible. There are more formal gatherings like this with national parks, when herders, conservationists, and researchers discuss certain issues. And this is another type of knowledge exchange between traditional knowledge and science. One herder answered 60 questions raised by conservationists and researchers. And this dialogue is available as a podcast. 4 hours teaching by a herder. And you see in the audience directors of national parks and top researchers as well. So the local person was teaching the professors. A Transylvanian example, land use diversity at the fine scale, micro scale, is very important. Biologists and conservationists always emphasize this. And I show you one example. So if you go there in the summer, you see that the parcels are cut for hay at different dates. But in the spring, if you look at these pastures, you see that these heterogeneity in land use impacts species. For example, Salvia pratensis has a different abundance and pattern on these parcels, and it also impacts diversity. On the x-axis, you see the diversity of microscale land use, and on the y-axis, you see the species numbers. So there's a direct relationship. And this is just an example. The columns are the parcels. On the left, you see the different management elements, and you see the diversity, how people manage these hay meadows. If you are interested in the details, we have already published this. So parcel scale, family level decisions impact biodiversity in a cultural landscape. And this is one practice which was hidden for ecologists for centuries. There's no publication of this practice in the 1980s, that people collect hay, and from the hay, they collect seeds, they store the seeds, and then they scatter the seeds, called hay seed, back on those meadows. And we already have data from Sweden, Estonia, Switzerland, France, Austria, Slovenia, Hungary, and Romania for this practice. So when you are in a mountain hay meadow, imagine how many people already worked on the diversity of these meadows. A bit on the social science of the issue of hay meadows. We studied 3 time periods, 50s, 60s, 70s, then around 2000 and recently. And we focused on the date of mowing. So how the date when you cut your hay is decided. You have drivers, because if the weather is dry, you have to cut it earlier. You have regulations as drivers, because you don't get APIA money if you cut it too early. You have social issues, whether the children are at home or not. So you have to make compromises. And what happens? So on the left, you see the compromises. On the right, you see the drivers. And without going into the details, this is the story. So the complexity of interactions of drivers and compromises is increasing, which means that the adaptive capacity of the system is threatened, because people have to make more and more complex compromises. And our paper shows that actually many of the social institutions like the Kalaka, common work between families, is collapsing, partly because of the interacting drivers and the complexity of these drivers. So without understanding this complexity, you actually cannot regulate cultural landscape by subsidies, because you will end up with side effects of these subsidies. And because we have not enough time in this presentation, I will not speak about the complexity of herding management, so managing cultural landscape by animals. The figure shows a French example and the photo a Hungarian example, that traditional herders who are not too much forced by the market economy, they usually manage their grasslands for the long term. I know that in Romania, the situation is worsening and overgrazing is becoming the major trend, but the moderate grazing intensity is a typical example of cultural landscape management. And I'm studying this management type for 15 years, and it turned out that it is unexpectedly complex. We are just publishing a film on this. And my last slide, Adalbert, this is my last slide, take-home messages for scientists, landscape planners, and knowledge holders. So we need an explicit recognition of the knowledge that was born in a cultural landscape. When we want to manage, regulate a landscape, first we have to learn about the local landscape. There are human rights. In Central Europe, we are not really aware of the human rights. These people who live in a landscape, they have certain rights. And many of the national and European Union regulations go against these human rights. Management and regulation should help not only the generation of this knowledge, of local knowledge, but also its transmission and adaptation. We need inclusive and participatory interdisciplinary research, and we do have a responsibility to help these people manage these cultural landscapes and help them to adapt it to a 21st century situation. I know that we are not keeping these cultural landscape in their past status or state, but we are moving into the 21st century, but we are losing too many things because of wrong regulations and unnecessary conflicts. Thank you very much again for the invitation and for your attention.
Thank you very much as well. I would like to ask my colleagues if any questions arrived, but until we are waiting for questions, I would like to put a question. First of all, congratulations for this presentation. It's very close to my personal research. We are studying invasive species, and we are especially interested if this invasive species has indeed some problems like holding some specific viruses. So my question is now here: did you have any observations about the sensibility of these landscapes to protect themselves against invasive species? I mean here invasive plants or invasive insects. Or these environments, these traditional environments are resistant somehow against these species?
Yeah, the general answer would be that they are resistant, but it is not totally true because it depends on many things. So in the cultural landscape, some of the ecological processes are slowed down on the locals. For example, in a hay meadow, they keep the grassland, and that's why the density of the roots in the soil increases, which prevents the invasion of new species. In other parts of the landscape, they dynamize the system. They burn certain areas, they overgraze certain areas, they plow certain grasslands. And in those areas where they dynamize the system, there is a higher chance for the immigration of invasive species. So it is not black and white. And locals do not value invasive species from a conservation perspective. So if an invasive species is useful, then they plant it, they manage it, they protect it. If an invasive species is bad for the ecosystem services, then they try to exterminate it. So the world view of the locals is different. And we have just had a PhD defense yesterday by Noemi Uihazi, who compared local and conservationist perspective, for example, on invasive species, and non-useful invasive species were not valued by locals, but useful invasive species were highly valued.
Okay, this is very interesting, you said, because this would be my next question. So without spending time, that this means that the traditional knowledge, especially, has knowledge about invasive species, and they can handle this problem, they can manage it. So as I understand your answer, this society can really do a traditional management on this problem, on invasive species, which is extraordinarily interesting. And I think this would be on my way to keep and follow some new research, because this knowledge is missing. So especially in many parts of Europe and the United States, you don't have this knowledge actually.
What I know, so I use the term traditional ecological knowledge, but if you check the literature on indigenous knowledge, if you search for indigenous knowledge and invasive species, you find quite a lot of reports and publications, because in the tropical areas, invasive species are a great problem, and indigenous organizations and also researchers working for and with indigenous peoples are managing this issue, studying this issue. And as I know, for my research, almost all invasive species has a local name already. Okay. From the scientific name or not, but even this Harlequin katica, I don't know the English. Harlequin ladybird.
Harlequin ladybird, yeah, that's in English.
Locals know it well and know how to manage it. They know this Poloshka bug, this new bug. They know it. They know the Asclepias and Amorpha, the plant. So I think we can work with locals, not only having traditional knowledge, but also locals having local knowledge.
Thank you very much. Thank you again for your presentations. And again, I put my question: do we have any questions from our colleagues or from visitors? No questions. So thank you very much again. And in this case, we are continuing with the next plenary presentations. Our next presenter is Zsejke Molnár, and she will talk about the nature connectedness in an ecophysiological approach. So please.
Köszönöm.
Kicsit hangosabban, ha lehet, és akkor talán...
Jó. A megosztás az megy, ugye?
Igen, megy a megosztás, köszönjük, és így halljuk is. Köszönjük szépen.
Szeretettel köszöntök mindenkit. Az előadásomban a természetkapcsolat ökopszichológiai megközelítéséről fogok beszélni. Biológusként és pszichológusként több éve foglalkozom ökopszichológiával, és ebben az előadásban kifejezetten az észlelésre, a természet észlelésre fogom helyezni a hangsúlyt. A következőkben beszélni fogok egy kicsit a viselkedéstudományok szerepéről, a fenntarthatóság témakörében, a paradigmaváltásról, illetve a domináns észlelési módunk megváltoztatásának a szükségességéről. Fogok beszélni a természettel.
I'm going to talk about the levels of perception of nature and our programs educational programs.
Környezetátalakító tevékenységei és ezek hatásai az ökológiai rendszerekre mind a viselkedésről, az emberi viselkedésről szólnak, és ezek mögött egy szemlélet is áll.
Human activities that transform the environment and their effects on the ecosystem are all about human behavior. And it is therefore very obvious to think about the role of behavioral sciences and especially psychology in sustainability. This is precisely what ecopsychology is for. This term has existed for around 30 years. However, the practical part started in the 1960s. Up until the 2010s, it seemed that it is linked to several conditions to draw attention to the psychological aspects of our relationship with living systems. In the 2010s, a shift started to take place in mainstream psychology of the American Society of Psychologists published writing on environment. More and more psychologists from Hungary are starting to address this issue as well.
As I was saying, both human behavior and psychology work.
Hogy egyfajta világnézetet, egyfajta valóságfelfogást értünk, és hogyha nagyon leegyszerűsítem, egy ilyen szemüveges vonattal tudom ezt érzékeltetni, hogy van egy olyan szemüveg mindenkünk, amiről alapvetően nincsen tudomásunk,
I could illustrate this with a pair of glasses. Everyone has a pair of glasses, and this is used by all of us to view the world, and this is used to try to interpret the world around us. According to Stephen Sterling's paradigm model, there are three specific elements. They are built upon each other. The practical element is the easiest to grasp, which is the most obvious, the most visible. Then there is the knowledge element, not only information, but beliefs, views behind our behavior. And the third element is the perception itself and mindset itself, the most abstract of all of them. The last two could be called mindsets. These are values, emotional components, views, and perceptual knowledge.
Most néhány elvet emeltem ki, ez korán sem teljes a lista, és bizonyos szempontból leegyszerűsítő is, de azt azért elmondhatjuk, hogy alapvetően a működés módjainknak a többsége az nem egyfajta feljogosultságon alapul, kizsákmányolás, más emberek eszközként való használata, elpusztítása jellemző nagyon-nagyon sok esetben és módon. Mindezek mögött van egy olyan gondolat, ami néha explicit módon, néha implicit módon van csupán jelen, ez az emberi felsőbbrendűség gondolata. És
belief in human superiority is an integral part of our knowledge, and our perception and way of thinking is characterized by a fragmentized perception, which means that we seem unable to see connections. We see only objects, parts, elements. Our thinking is short-sighted. This is what David Abram calls a collective way of looking at the world. And This means that we don't perceive the way we are embedded in nature. This is connected with a linear if-then way of thinking. This is what Gregory Bateson calls the pragmatist perception. Our culture is characterized by an inadequate epistemology that does not allow for realistic perception of the complex world. He adds that in a technologically advanced culture, this can be fatal, life-threatening. And it is precisely for this reason that we can use the idea of collective myopia to say that the ecological crisis can be approached as a crisis of perception. Crisis. We have good news as well, because perception can be formed and it can be relearned. Since our own endogenous attention acts as a kind of filter, it lets in information that reaffirms what we already think. And that is how these very different realities are created. There is a possibility to perceive our own place and embeddedness in nature more realistically.
And then let's look a little at the levels of nature perception.
Ez az állapot, amikor egyáltalán nem vagyunk benne a térben, kívülről szemléljük azt, és akár egy ablakon keresztül, és a természettől nagyon elszakadt emberek számára ez a táj nem több, mint egy poszter, aminek nincsen mélysége, és ami tőlünk teljesen független, és maximum egyfajta esztétikai értéke van. Ebből az állapotból tudunk elmozdulni a következő felé, amikor már benne vagyunk a térben, tehát megjelenik a 3D állapot, viszont úgy mozgunk egy erdőben, egy tájban, hogy teljesen egy gondolati buborékba zárva, és minden, ami körülöttünk van, ez egyfajta díszletté egyszerűsödik le, és egyfajta díszletté redukálódik. Ebben nem különülnek el különböző lények, nem figyelünk fel rájuk, minden egy nagy masszává olvad össze. A következő állapot az, a szint az, amikor a táj részben megelevenedik a szemünk előtt, tehát észreveszünk különböző élőlényeket, ezeket adott esetben fel is ismerjük, meg tudjuk határozni, beazonosítjuk különböző rendszertani kategóriákat, taxonokat, és itt ezen a szinten sémákban gondolkodunk, illetve sémák mentén észleljük a környezetünket, és most szándékosan használom ezt a kifejezést, hogy környezet, mert itt még mindig külön értelmezzük önmagunkat, vagyunk mi, és van a környezetünk. És a sémák alatt itt most azt értem, hogy a különböző élőlények objektumokként, tárgyakként vannak jelen, akik nem mások, nem többek, mint egyes taxonok képviselői. A következő lépés az lenne, ugye itt már az előző szinten is megjelent a biológiai tudás, ugyanakkor egy szakember számára ez a kép, ez többet hoz, több információt hoz, mint csupán mondjuk fajfelismerés, nem csak a fajfelismerés szintjéig jut el egy szakember, tehát itt a tőzigéken túl például meglátja ezen a képen az ártéri erdőt, látni véli, ugye ezt nem tudhatjuk pontosan, de...
Beyond the naming of species, the specialist can see things that the average person cannot. Beyond the spring snowflake, they recognize the forest. They can see the fungi and insects that grow during the lunar cycle, and their knowledge of systems enables them to think in terms of relationships and in larger spatial and temporal dimensions.
So this is the reality of those of us with the sense of
amikor elengedjük a kategóriát, elengedjük a taxont, és megpillantjuk az egyedet. Ez az individualizált észlelés, ez egy következő lépés lenne a kapcsolódás irányába. Azt tudjuk, ugye, hogy minden ivaros szaporodással létrejött élőlény az egyedi génállománnyal rendelkezik, és ennek az egyedi génállománynak a környezettel létrejött interakció során egy egyedi fenotípus keletkezik. Mégis nagyon nehéz, vagy nem ezt gyakoroljuk a mindennapokban, nagyon nehéz szubjektumokként gondolni más élőlényekre, tehát nem humán lényekre. És hogyha ezt netán mégis megengedjük magunknak, akkor ennek az lehet a nyeresége, hogy felfedezzük a hasonlóságot önmagunk és a másik lény között. A hasonlóság pedig az empátia alapja, és az empátia az ugye nem csak egy érzelmi összetevővel bír, hanem egy kognitív komponenssel is, ami alatt azt értjük, ugye, hogy a másik nézőpontjának a felvételét is magába foglalja. Egyfajta szempontváltás, nézőpontváltás, perspektívaváltás. És hogyha ez az individuum, ez talán mégsem használható, adott esetben azt gondoljuk, hogy ez nem működőképes, akkor is van 3 olyan dolog.
Even if this individual cannot be seen, even in species most different from us, there are 3 characteristics that we all share. We are alive, just in different ways. We all have needs, demands, aspirations, and we all interact with other living beings. So there are 3 aspects that show that we are in some ways similar. And if we allow ourselves to look at the world in this way, the world will present itself as a very different picture.
Level is the complex perception which includes the
Ez magába foglalja az előző 2 szintet, tehát az individualizált észlelést és a timing rendszer megközelítést, és az tartozik még hozzá, hogy itt önmagunkat is rendszerbe ágyazottan észleljük. És itt nagyon fontosnak tartom kihangsúlyozni, hogy az észlelést emlegetem, és nem a tudás részét, tehát ez több annál, mint hogy tudomásunk van az anyagkörforgásról, energiaáramlásról, arról, hogy minden molekula, amit felveszünk, amit leadunk, az összekapcsol minket más élőlényekkel. Több annál, hogy tudomásunk van a különböző szerveződési szintekről, tulajdonképpen ezekről az egymásba ágyazott élő rendszerekről, hanem mindezt képesek vagyunk látni.
But also the perception and experience of it all. So we perceive ourselves in a bubble.
Tovább lépnem. Pillanatra megállítom a megosztást. A 2018-ban kezdtünk el, bocsánat, mondom, és akkor hamarosan megtalálom.
Right, in 2018 we started participative walks born out of the realization that connecting with nature requires more than just biological experience and more than just biological knowledge. It needs integration. So thus, a model was born, a 3rd component was needed, an integration. So based on this model, we launched our first nature facilitator training in 2020 and 2 more this year for 2 different target groups. I will talk more about the experience later. So what are these 3 pillars? Firstly, professional knowledge is very important because you cannot relate well to something you don't know. Equally important is the experiential, personal connection. And finally, the practices that aim to transform the way we perceive. I would like to give you some examples of you may already know. I believe that it is very important for the one specialized in humanities to understand nature and how to see nature and how the invisible becomes visible through our knowledge. We have some species that do not connect with each other. However, knowledge makes the invisible visible. This is just a picture that shows me thermodynamics or cellular respiration. Another example is, for example, in a spring walk, I can see different species. Let's see the oak tree or the Eurasian jay, and I will not see them in the summer. And of course, I can imagine currently invisible organisms. And finally, a third example. If I look at these two pictures, I cannot see any open water surfaces, so there's no reflection of the sky or the treetops, but I can still see it through vegetation. These are a few examples, and there are many more such examples of how the invisible becomes visible. So the second pillar is the personal connection with other living beings, landscapes, or places. And as I mentioned earlier, that the similarity experience with living beings can be empathic. But what does our relationship with habitats, landscapes, and larger ecosystems look like? These can become part of our identity by expanding our self and no longer identify only with our narrower self, but also with the larger living system of which we are part of. And finally, the third pillar of our relationship with nature, all of those perceptual practices that aim to change our fragmented way of perception, which I mentioned earlier, rearranging familiar mental patterns and perceiving connections. These practices do not only target sensory awareness, but also abstraction. And now let's see a few examples about the types of exercises we use. I mentioned that the perception of depth is important in order to place ourselves in the landscape. I believe it is familiar for all of us when we are traveling on a train and look out the window and see the nearby trees rushing past us while the distant hills are motionless. If we look at this landscape on a screen, no matter which way we turn our heads, compared to the screen, the trees and hills we see on it are still in relation to each other, so there is no sense of space. Laura Stowell said the following: without experiencing depth in some way, how can we expect to be anything but superficial? I believe she is absolutely right. Exercises aimed at this transforming perception include drawing participants' attention to redundancy, or more precisely, redundant diversity as well. Or the analogy of leveling in the cases of the cityscape of Sibiu, or even in the case of mushrooms. We work not only with the perception of space, but also with the perception of time. We find it very important to be able to place our own existence in a broader dimension of time. And it is important to be in touch with the rhythms of nature and the changes of our bodies. Coming back to the way we perceive space, we work a lot with the so-called depth perspective change exercises, zoom in, zoom out exercises. These allow us to look at the same thing from different ways, from different perspectives. Continuing with the previous line of thought, zooming in allows the detailed presentation of different surfaces, and thus the compressed information can be revealed. Working with the boundary surfaces can be used in many other ways. Participative walks and our training based on such participative walks as a longer process built on the one hand on biological, ecological knowledge, but also on experiences, personal experiences, meeting uniqueness, encountering uniqueness and similarity, and of course the perceptual practices for all the participants. And through them, we can target the most difficult and the most abstract element of the paradigm shift, the transformation of our perception and the way of thinking. Just a few experiences from the first group of graduates. We have revealed a lot of material that provides a good basis for further research. They said, for example, that my pre-existing relationship with nature has been renewed and deepened. It's hard to formulate it. Maybe everything has become a little clearer. I am completely different and I feel I'm going deeper. I see almost everything in a more complex, embedded way. I can participate much more intensely and consciously in the space of which I am a part. In conclusion, let's wrap things up. I have talked about the role of behavioral sciences, including psychology and sustainability issues, that we need information, but that information alone is not sufficient to initiate change and sustain change. We need a complete paradigm shift according to the eco-psychological approach, and part of this paradigm shift is a change of structure. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your presentation.
Fontos előadást hallottunk. Kérdezném, hogy van-e a hallgatóság részéről bármilyen kérdés? Before starting our coffee break, I would like to thanks for this very interesting speech, and I would like to ask if we have any questions, please. No, hát én akkor megint kérdeznék addig, ha nem tűnök túl...
I would have a question, if you allow me to. This was very interesting, and as a biologist, I would like to ask that this reopening of relationships with nature, does it depend on the place these people are from? For example, the connection is very different in the case of people who live in, let's say, a rural area from the experiences of people who live in large cities. I believe that in the latter case, this reconnection is much more needed. Yes, the participants come from various backgrounds, so these participative walks are around 2 and 3 hours long. These are processes, in fact, and they have a structure where they can go step by step. We start with the experience that they feel that it is much cooler in the forest. However, you are right, there are huge differences between the participants, and our previous experience and their previous experience is very much defining. The next question is, how can you use this method with children, because they have some kind of affinity. Children are not afraid from snakes, for example, and they touch snakes. Couldn't we or you connect with this generation so that they can they do not turn away from nature, in fact? Yes, I believe that children should keep their curiosity and the attitude towards nature and the way they perceive that. Because in time they start being afraid of things. Children are very curious when they are young, and I believe it is what we do is very similar to that. It is a part of environmental education, and such programs exist, the majority of which aims children or young people. They do not target adults. So that is why we target adults. I work with children and kindergarten teachers. Thank you very much. It was a very interesting presentation. And I would like to ask, before a 10-minute break, if there are any questions from the audience. I would have a short question. Thank you very much for the presentation. The topic is really, really interesting. With my colleagues in garden planning, we tried to insert something more in such projects. And I would like to ask whether the material that you presented can be read in some form or another. Have you published this? Because I'm really interested in it. I have 2 one-hour-long webinars in the topic. I can send you written material. This is not really researched. So maybe in 2 years' time, if you ask me this, I will have more answers. You can discuss this in the chat room and exchange email addresses. That would normally happen during a coffee break. Thank you. I will send my email address. Thank you. And if there are no questions, we will have a 10-minute coffee break.
Break, and after 10 minutes, so exactly at 6:30 we are back, so 10 minutes break, and we'll see you here after this coffee break. Thank you. Okay, we still have 1 more minute. Aș dori să puneți prezentarea înainte de a începe să verificăm un pic. Mai avem vreo 30 de secunde și mulțumim.
Se vede acum?
Da, un pic să mișcați să vedem dacă merge bine și puteți muta de pe un site pe altul. Ok, merge perfect. So let's start. Hope everybody is back, and we still have 1 hour, and we will continue with 3 very interesting presentations. First presentation is from Irina Panțiriu, and the title of the presentation is Land Art: Borders Between Dream and Rewire, I think. Rewire. Okay. Thank you. So please.
Prima parte a prezentării cuprinde elemente generale ale mișcării.
And the second is, according to the dictionary of contemporary art, land art is a conceptual art movement that emerged in the 19th centered around the environment, which the artists act on release from modifying them or populating them with man-like activities. This adapted visual art defines land art as a rigorous branch of contemporary art. In Romanian, it has no synonym accepted by specialists, but lately the art in landscape term has taken root.
Excesive a artei. Artistul avea astfel ocazia de a merge în natură și de a realiza o lucrare fără a avea ca scop expunerea ei în fața unui public larg sau de a atrage colecționare.
Rejecting traditional galleries and museum spaces became the practice of land art. The main purpose of making art in nature
was to experience the natural environment as an outdoor studio and to work with living art materials. Artists have attempted to change the human perception of landscape through installations or land art works that can be grouped into the following categories: large-scale sculptural terraces on site, minimal and ephemeral interventions directly on site, installations made of materials collected directly from site, planned naturalization of industrial sites. Many projects do not fit into just one category, but tend to combine aspects of 2 or more of the categories above. Land art is as a way to develop experiences in a landscape so that people can connect with nature and ultimately care for the other components around them. The artist has the opportunity to explore the natural elements through the materialization of creation. These materials have a great diversity, being represented by natural sources such as or recyclable auxiliary materials. The Roman concept of genius loci is a complex one, which represents the embodiment of the relationship between the inner character of man and the context in which he lives. An undeniable aspect of the land art movement is that structures are meant to live and die in the same place. They are created in relation to a particular landscape or location, using collections of natural materials available at the site, respecting the attributes of the site. Social psychology claims that most people have a deep, if conscious, attachment to the natural environment, and the human connection to the environment is fundamental. Green spaces contribute to increasing social inclusion by creating opportunities for people of all ages to interact both through informal social contact and participation in community events. Land art can be traced back to many 20th century art movements, such as minimalism, public art, etc. According to Malcolm Andrews, land art has its roots in gardening, landscape design, and other changes in the environment. Despite the variety of definitions and applications of art in nature, its connection to landscape art is surprisingly simple. Land art artists and landscape architects are connected by a sensitivity to the environment, notions of time and space, and the creative process, which is based on scale, culture, and the artist's visibility. In terms of a concretization of land art structure, the main idea is to integrate symbolic elements into the natural setting, giving people the opportunity to perceive and be populated by a scenario created in the midst of nature. The natural setting in which a land art project was implemented is located in the southern part of the campus of the University of Agricultural Sciences and Veterinary Medicine of Cluj-Napoca, with the Institute of Advanced Horticultural Research of Transylvania. Currently, the site is a study of experimental area. The main characterization of the analyzed area is represented by they are guided and carry out to their practical hours during the establishment and maintenance of a forest. Students are also involved in projects related to inventory, tree development, and annual replenishment of dry forest elements. The studied area is part of the agrobotanical garden of the university and is 90% covered by trees with an estimated age of 19 years. The area has an approximately 5% slope and is located on one of the hills of Cluj-Napoca. The terrain is slightly uneven, creating small ditches as the slope increases. From a geological point of view, the area characterized by a clay loam, dusty, mostly dry soil. Only in some areas where there are more decaying plant remains, the soil is slightly moist. Given that the site was studied with the intention of building a land art structure, the analysis of the natural materials available on the site was an important step. Thus, there were found numerous cut branches left over from the regeneration and grooming of the trees in the university season. Plant remains were also found at the ground level, which could be used in the design. Pieces of bark, litter, and moss. The project proposed for implementation is called Border with Enjoyment and Revere, a concept that has a rich background of meanings. By materializing a path in a space dominated by silence, the visitor is challenged to explore the natural world, entering the state of revere. Therefore, by giving free rein to the imagination, the structure that symbolizes a gate can represent where nature dominates man and not man dominates nature. Revere, as the French philosopher Gaston Bachelard defines it, is a concerted metaphysics, a natural faculty of man, who carefree and anchored in reality can contemplate the natural world without counting the hours. The implementation of the project itself included several stages, such as terracing, Due to the sloping terrain, it was necessary to form a digging to level the ground and provide a linear base position to the structure. The metal frame was fixed midway between two trees. To which a high-strength galvanized steel cable was attached for piling. The shaft cable was fixed by means of galvanized steel flanges, also using shaft guards. A third stage involved the collection and storage of dry branches from existing stacks on the site that were not in the process of decaying. The branches were stored as close. The branches trimmed to size between 20 and 30 centimeters. The construction of the support base of the structure involved inserting two wooden stakes into the ground on either side of the metal frame to provide the minimum of support for the trimmed branches that form the base of the structure. The latter, about 40 centimeters high from ground level, was formed by overlapping several branches, decreasing in diameter from the base to the upper level, and the metal frame was covered with trim branches tied together with jute twine. The next stage involved knotting the single filament wires to galvanized steel cable and distribute them at various distances. Subsequently, the cut branches were suspended and distributed in such a way that a thicker curtain was formed at the base. As they approached the upper level, they became sparser and thinner. In order to lay out the path leading to the wooden structure, it was necessary to bring in soil from the near southeastern boundary of the site. The litter contained a lot of decaying plant debris from a soil suitable for landscaping the site of the wooden structure. The soil was distributed over the surface of the dry, dusty ground near the structure, creating a visual pleasing but also tactile contrast as it had a soft texture. The final step in this phase was to accentuate the edges of the pathway by distributing the remaining cut branches from the construction of the structure on either side of the compacted forest floor. The last stage of the project implementation included raking the area where the work was carried out, storing the plant debris in piles already existing on site. Upon completion of the work, the natural space was completely changed, the atmosphere of the site arousing feelings of curiosity and delight. After the construction of the wooden structure was completed, the landscape site was open to the public, which was directed by a wooden sign titled Land Art. The first visitors came on the day the project was completed, being students from the university. In the following days, people from outside the university from various fields of activity also made a visit. The time spent on the site by visitors ranged from 3 to 7 minutes, most of them examining the hanging branches and the metal frame covered with fused branches. A survey containing 8 questions was designed in order to understand how people perceive the concept of land art, the integration of a structure into nature, and the associations they make about the atmosphere of place and land art structure. The questions of the story were related to first reaction, the atmosphere of the place, impression of structure, the percentage of knowledge of the land art movement, and field of activity. Although very few have heard of the land art movement, and there are few structures of this type in Romania known to the general public, two who visited the site had positive reactions of amazement and delight. Some general conclusions on the presented subject would be the following. The relationship between land art and landscape design is a complex one, both influencing the human being's perception of the landscape. The art movement is little known and there are few structures of this type in Romania known by the general public. However, people are open to spending time in nature and accept the idea of integrating structures built from natural materials into a natural site. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for your presentations. If anybody has questions.
Eu aș avea o întrebare. În primul rând, felicitări pentru prezentare.
Mulțumesc.
M-ar interesa partea tehnică.
I have a question. First of all, congratulations for your presentation. I would like to ask you how durable are such constructions, which look nice, of course, and which are easier to create. How long does such a construction live? They are ephemeral structures, and the structure we created is also part of this. And the structure we realized had a lifespan of around 4 months. Taking into consideration the environment. They are ephemeral structures.
Lucrări care se dureze chiar și ani.
Da, cu siguranță.
Mulțumesc frumos.
Și aș avea o întrebare. Deci, land art-ul, eu am citit și în contextul că se folosește și piatră, da? Și probabil că și combinație între piatră și
stone as well.
Și lemn. Deci, de asta vreau să întreb dacă se folosește piatră, are ceva, un peisaj special unde se folosește sau este diferențiat dacă se folosește undeva în anumite condiții lemn și în anumite...
Are there some conditions where they use stone or some kind of a rule behind these perceptions? There are no rules. We use local materials that can be found around the site. This is the basis of the movement, so we can connect with the local space. For example, to connect with nature. Thank you very much.
Like that we don't have any question. Thank you very much again for your presentations. So there's any questions? Sorry. No? Okay, so let's continue with the next presentations. That would be very interesting, I think, music and sound in landscape architecture from Livia Vamosi. Please.
Thank you very much.
Igen, látható és hallható is ön. Rendben van.
Akkor elkezdeném. The nice start. I'm a graduate student in Hungarian University of Agriculture and Life Science in Landscape Architect MSc. And with my topic, I started to deal with the topic in a connection with my thesis, for which Karl Lóczné, Dr. Bakai Eszter. The subject of my thesis was the outdoor architecture renewal of the Tehaika-Skovki Park in Kőbánya, where I also integrated the theme of music into the concept of the park design. This is my source research, which consisted of a review of the relevant literature and the complication of 42 element collection of pre-images provided the basis for this. As it became clear during this and then I would like to start the presentation of the topic. During the 1960s, thanks to the work of R. Murray Schaffler, the more audible acoustics environment, the soundscape began to be scientifically investigated as a major influence on our impression of place. As a result, a large number of psychological research in the 21st century has shown that the sound sensations on perceived in their environment also affect factors such as sense of place, sense of security, stress level, and mood. In addition, it has also been shown that the sound vibration experience there play a major role in determining which urban space users prefer. Now I would like to discuss the principles and some examples of acoustics environment design. The starting point of the planning is always to take stock of the negative and positive sound sources in the existing condition, followed by consideration of ways to eliminate unwanted sounds, vibrations, and to identify the tonal character of the site. In this context, particular attention should be paid to the designation of acoustic landmarks or sound marks, which are key to local identity. This concept was also introduced by Schaffler, following the example of the landmark already used and refers to the most distinctive sounds of a given environment. In this context, we can think, for example, of the squares of the south, whose atmosphere is closely linked to the sound effects of the restaurants, the conversation, and the clinking of plates and glasses, for example. With this in mind, it is therefore important to design the new sound effects to match the atmosphere of the space. It should also be stressed that silence is not the only way to improve the acoustics environment. When locating the planned functions, it is important to take into account that the sounds generated by the actions they entail should not interfere with each other, and that the surrounding functions should be taken into account. Furthermore, it is also advantageous to provide a choice between more intense, livelier sound effects and quieter spaces in acoustic design. This can be enhanced not only by adjusting the volume, but also by different sound effects, such as conversation, laughter, or dynamic music that add the vitality of the venue. Even, for example, wind chimes, bird song, or meditation music can add the calming effect. From this point of view, water is a multifunctional element, as it can have both effects depending on its appearance and its water image. The surrounding walls should also be taken into account in the design, as buildings can have a sound attenuating and sound reflecting effect. And by shaping the terrain, you can create, for example, sound attenuating ramparts. Good examples are the landscapes created between Amsterdam, Schiphol Airport, and the residential areas. Then there are also the noise barriers, which should be at least 1.8 meter high, placed close to the sound source, and their effectiveness can be further increased by planting them with creepers. Avoiding unpleasant sound effects can also be achieved by rethinking the maintenance, taking into account the sound of the maintenance machines. In this respect, for example, ornament lawn that requires regular moving cause much more noise pollution than a flower lawn. Traffic noise is common problem in the existing acoustic environment and can be mitigated by traffic calming, and sound attenuating pavements can be used on traffic routes and in certain functional areas such as skateboarding rinks or sports fields. If noise sources cannot be eliminated and their volume does not exceed 65 to 70 decibels, masking negative sounds can be an effective way to improve the acoustic environment, for which there are also many landscape architectural tools. Of these, the most effective soundscape quality is defined as the sound of water, which is also typically ranked first in sound preferences survey with park users. Of the many forms of water, the most attention-grabbing and therefore the most effective in sound absorption is the constantly changing rhythmic sound of water. While the monotonous sound effect can be more calming, but takes a human brain shorter to get used to. Maximizing the effectiveness of water can be achieved by combining it with music, which is exploited by landscape architects. For example, in the case of the musical water shows in the gardens of the Château de Vals. There are even examples of the Renaissance garden architecture in the park of the Villa d'Este, where the Neptune fountain surrounds a water organ that is still in operation today. Although the sound absorbing capacity of vegetation is only significant in the vegetation in sufficiently wide and dense, for some plants, the sound absorbing effects of wind and leaves can also enhance the role of sound control. Plants that are particularly valuable from an acoustic point of view can be bamboos, poplars, especially viburnum, or various ornamental grasses. By consciously placing them in areas exposed to wind, the desired effect can be improved. The attraction of birds and insects such as bees, crickets, cicadas, etc., can be an acoustic factor of an open space that is strongly related to the plant population as a more diverse environment produced by more varied and stronger sound waves. To suppress unwanted sounds, nature sounds are also increasingly being experimented with in modern cities. Examples include the sea-themed Gardens Park in Gothenburg, where seagulls, whales, and the sounds of the waves are used to enhance the atmosphere of the place, or the work of Bill Fontana, who has experimented in London and Paris, for example, with the busiest places in the city to drown out the noise of the cars with the sounds of the country's coastline. However, these methods raise the question, in my opinion, whether it would not be better to try to create more biodiverse green spaces, and whether in places where this is not possible because of the environmental pressure, these sounds might not be more alien. But there are also examples of park features offering only music, such as the hidden speakers of the Southgate system in Melbourne's shopping district, which promoted the works of local musicians. Then an interactive Hungarian initiative is the installation of poetry and short story reading phone booths in the natural environment in Remeteszőlős and Pilis Szent László, which gives an extra experience to those who relax in the natural environment. However, most research shows that live music is much more engaging for park users than music from loudspeaker. In this light, music pavilions and amphitheater-style open-air stages for artistic performances in parks can also play a prominent role. What's more, the amphitheater-style terrain also plays a role in amplifying the sounds of the performance. This phenomenon can also be observed in Erzsébet Square in Budapest, for example, where the sound of the traffic on Bajcsy-Zsilinszky Street is reduced in the area below street level, while the music of the nightclub at the bottom of the stairs is amplified by this design. And there are countless examples of the artistic representation of music in the form of acoustic sculptures in installations, wind chimes, and other land artworks such as the sea organ in Quartia or the wind pavilion in London. These examples are often found in gardens showing the five senses or even in landscapes. In addition, outdoor musical instruments can be placed in public spaces to enhance the acoustics character of a place, which can also create social interactions and actively involve the users of the space in shaping the acoustics environment. A good example of this is the Greenway in Syracuse, New York, which has been enhanced with music stops. Or in Canada, the interactive hydrophone, which is essentially a fountain and a flute. And interesting to note that the acoustic stimuli provided by the choice of cladding materials can also contribute greatly to the identity of an environment. For example, the sound of traveling on a bumpy road can be combined with a sense of history, so it can add to the atmosphere of a historic location. In terms of sound preferences for the use of materials, research shows that the crackle of bark cladding provides one of the most positive sound experiences. In addition, the sound effect produced by the pavements can also be determinant of place identity for those just passing through. A special way of enriching the acoustic environment is the use of interactive musical enclosures that detect the weight or even the shadows of the passers-by and trigger hidden speakers, as in this example from Arizona. In my thesis, I also collected the visual representations of the music theme, from which I have now only come tiled summary side. Typical examples include sections of park dedicated to composures, landscaping, compositions, or installations visualizing specific pieces of music, paving patterns, decorations, etc. There is also a special segment of the music team playground, which I have dealt with in a separate chapter, but this would be the subject of another lecture. In conclusion, there are many opportunities to incorporate music and soundscapes into landscape architecture, and by consciously designing the acoustic environment, the experience of open spaces can be significantly enriched and their livability enhanced. And finally, I would like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for this interesting presentation. This has been a very new topic for me, a very interesting one. Thank you very much.
Anybody has a question, please. Amíg várunk a kérdésekre, én megint kérdeznék egyet, hanem...
While we are waiting for the questions, I would like to ask one. At the beginning of the presentation, I could see that in the building of different neighborhoods, it was taken into consideration what sounds are part of that particular environment. Is it a stereotype that everyone wants to live in a silent environment? Is it true? Because I believe there is some kind of conflict between these two concepts. Have you discussed this? Well, I don't know much about architecture, but it was interesting for me that, for example, live music, which can be very loud, is in some cases extremely positive, and it had a positive result. No, for example, I meant that, for example, if we are at the seaside and we can hear the waves crashing or the sounds of nature, what about these sounds? How much are these accepted or different from what was previously accepted? In these sound reference research, the sounds of the sea have a very positive attitude attached to them. So people would like to live in such places.
Nincsenek kérdések, akkor köszönöm szépen még egyszer az
If there are no questions.
And now we're gonna start with our last presentation, Study of Braid's Real Mover from Daniel Zsombori.
Most csak egyetlen, igen. Szeretnék egy pici visszajelzést, hogy látható-e? Igen, akkor kezdhetem a kivetítést, így is látható?
Igen. Igen, látható és hallható is. Úgyhogy
és csak a bemutató látszik, vagy jó magunk is itt valami, nekem egy picit a képen.
Bemutató.
Horticulture.
Látszatok is lehet kezdeni így.
Tökéletes, tehát a mozaikban az előadó is látszik.
Rendben van.
Köszönöm szépen. Tehát tisztelettel köszöntöm magam, Pásztor
for my and on behalf of myself and my co-author Daniel, 6th Conference of Horticulture and Landscape Architecture in Transylvania. And I would like to present the study of blade rail lawnmower.
Mivel ő is elmondta, hogy mi készítette ennek a vizsgálatára, jó magam is, tehát a dolgozat a vizsgálatára, jó magam is akkor itt árulnám el, hogy a hengeres fűnyírógép vizsgálatával azért kezdtünk foglalkozni. Zsombori Dániel volt
We started to analyze such blade wheel land mowers to attract attention to these types of land mowers, especially for students of landscape architecture and for other specialists as well.
By way of introduction, lawn mowers are important machines for lawn and turf maintenance used for adjusting the height of the green grass. Lawn mowers have become popular mainly with the spread of hobby gardens. For me, in this, we will present the
és főleg a vágási minőség és vágási utóhatás fogalmakat fogjuk tisztázni. Továbbá
furthermore, we will present a blade reel lawnmower stand that we created will be used to determine the cutting force for sheep and worm cutting blades. Here's the machines for the lawn mowing. As the picture suggests, they are very numerous. It is good for the many. We can classify them in many different ways, but we will present three total. On the basis of the drive, we distinguish between hand drive and motor driven and animal driven machines. As a response of the conference call for response to excessive consumption of energy and materials, a manually driven and manually controlled blade reel lawnmower will be studied.
Vágószerkezettel rendelkezhetnek, ellenpengével szerelt és ellenpenge nélkül szerelt gépek. Az ellenpengével rendelkező gépek hengerkéses és hengerkéses változat.
A further classification aspect is the grouping of based on the cutting mechanisms, according to which there are machines with counterblades, blade reel, and finger mowers, and machines without counterblades, which can be rotating blade and rotating disc mowers. These are important for the defense for this paper, but we will be studying the mower.
The general construction of a lawnmower is shown on this slide: cutting mechanisms, watting wheels, transition arms, grass cuttings, collecting box, and driving gear. The cutting mechanism is the essential part. It includes sharp knives and blades. The knives and blades are used to cut the stems and leaves of the plant, and as shown in the previous slide, the cutting is carried out by rotating motion without support and without counterblades. And the cutting of plants can also be done with support, with counterblade, and is usually done with an alternating movement or rear blade. Here you can see the basic mechanisms. We mostly deal with the rear blade. In the second part of this paper, we will highlight the blade removing and its advantages. For this, we describe this process of cutting the stem.
Során nincs élirányú elmozdulás, ha viszont van élirányú elmozdulás, akkor ezt metszésnek. Ennek a tükrében
we speak of cutting when the blade end, which penetrates the material, has no edge displacement. If there is edge displacement, it is called pruning. You can see the pictures below. And this one that I am showing to you shows you the power of cutting. As a very simple fact, this figure is intended to show that during cutting, the distance traveled to cut the stem is denoted by S1, while during pruning there is also slight displacement of the edge along the S2 path. Less force can be used, or less force will be used to do this.
Other differences between rotating blade and blade reel lawn mowers are the cutting height of a blade reel lawn is between 10 and 70 millimeter, that is between 1 and 7 centimeter, while the rotating blade versions leave the grass height within much larger, more than 40 millimeters. Cutting quality and cutting after effect is shown in the illustration. Here you can see that compared to the blade reel lawn mower, the rotating blade tool can cut the grass fiber more than the blade reel lawn mower, and therefore the grass will be more damaged. The differences remain significant even between a knife and scissors cut. It's worth imagining the force and speed at which knife would have to be moved to put free hanging rope. How much easier the task is with a pair of scissors, a tool with a counter blade. There's an equally big difference between the cutting equality of a rotating blade lawnmower and a counter blade lawnmower. So
ahonnan ezzel szembesültünk, ugye természetesen internetes források ott alább láthatóak, ez magyarázzák is a jelenséget.
Information can be found on the websites displayed below. And with a rotary blade, the grass is less damaged, the grass is healthier, thicker, greener, and does not turn yellow after mowing. I try to illustrate this with my own picture. On the left side, you can see rotary blade after 3 days, and on the other side, on the right side, we can see a blade reel mowing. I'm sorry, this picture is not the best. It is not a picture I took.
Találtunk erre a fogalomra, hogy egyidejű hatástér, nagyon megtetszett nekünk, és ezt is bevettük a dolgozatunkba. Ez az a tér, ahol a kassa egy adott pillanatban hatást gyakorol.
Another sentence from the website called our attention from a conversation point of view. An important factor in the simulation impact space, the space where the mower has an impact on the wildlife at the given moment. It depends on the length of the mower. I would say it's working with the width of the site, that is the drums, discs, cutting blades, and the height at which the site is cutting or violating the impact wildlife. The greater the space, the more danger a machine can pose to the wildlife. The relationship of the simultaneous impact can be approximated by a simple slide volume calculation. Within this, to make easier to compare different sizes, we therefore disaggregated the volume of the simulation's impact space that is divided by the width of the work or length of the site. So the units measurement are cubic meters per meter. So the volume per cubic meters of simulations impact area, and we have calculated these ourselves for the trimmer mower, rotating mower, disc mower. Measuring the energy required for cutting or pruning becomes justified since the energy required for cutting depends on the sharpness of the knife, but at the same time the quality of the cut also depends on the sharpness of the knife. Therefore, we set up a measuring stand to measure the cutting energy demand of cutting with sharpened and blunt cutting edges in two different positions. In the picture, you can see the stand, the blade drill lawnmower is tilted upside down. This is not in real working condition, where the real blade is driven by a small particle electric motor. An electrical current and voltage are measured by means of a sensor connected to the laptop. The essence of the method is that torque is calculated from the current recording and cutting force from the torque. The basic condition for cutting with a sharp cutting edge is shown on this slide. This required preparing the cutting edges, which was done by leaving the knives on the right side of the picture sharp and treating and dulling the part of the knives on the left with sandpaper. For the measurement, we initially used a grass blade, a real grass blade, but we found that the measurements could be very uneven and difficult to evaluate. So we decided to make a grass blade with the same texture. More precisely, we cut a 1 centimeter to 10 centimeter strip of paper and cut this of the corresponding side of the knives in the right side of the sharp cutting edge. Some of the results are shown here. The current consumption and the cutting force to be determined here for the cutting edge cut is obtained by inserting the grass blade on the left side. There are grass blade approved sides of paper side. The currents that we measure are shown in the graphs present.
You can see the results of our measurements here. We also calculated the mean, and we can say that the difference is clearly visible. When cutting with a dull cutting edge, it is almost 4 times greater than when cutting with a sharp knife, and it can be seen in the graph. It can be followed in red for cutting with a dull knife, which is much higher, so energy consumption is much higher than cutting with a sharp knife.
Elvégeztünk egy hipotézis vizsgálatot, annak ellenére, hogy eléggé láthatóak a különbségek. Feltételeztük, hogy
even though the difference is clearly visible, the hypothesis this test was still performed, assuming that there is no difference between blunt and sharp cutting tools, and the counter hypothesis that there is difference between blunt and sharp cutting tools. We performed the corresponding calculations and confirmed that there is a difference between the cutting force with blunt and sharp cutting tools, and that the difference is significant. In conclusion, the blade drill lawnmower has many advantages, a few of which are it cuts with a counter blade with pruning, which requires less force than the actual cutting. So this force can be provided by less torque, and this explains why these machines can also be operated by hand. The open surface is cleaner and dries less, so the after effect is better. The stimulation and this. And thank you for your kind attention.
Köszönjük szépen az előadást, és szeretném megkérdezni, hogy van-e valakinek kérdés.
Thank you, and I would like to ask if anyone has any questions.
And if anybody has questions, please. Úgy tűnik, hogy nincs kérdés.
Ha lehetséges, akkor én
Parancsolj, István.
Gratulálnék
I would like to congratulate my dear colleague for her presentation, and I would like to know why this type of lawnmower is not that widely used. We could see objectively an objective analysis of all of the aspects, and it is obvious that this is a good tool. Why isn't it used more widely? Thank you very much for your question. In my opinion, I would like to point out that it does have some problems or slight problems in the height of grass. And in the case of lawnmowers operated by hand, it would be too difficult. I mean, it would have to be used much more frequently because the height of the grass is significant. And that is why I believe that these machines are replaced. This is my opinion as an experienced mower. Grass is very quickly growing, and in this case, in the case of a hobby garden, it would need to be used at least twice per week. Of course, you are right, but I believe that, and with some of my colleagues, I would say that mowing the lawn should be done more frequently and more easily than less frequently and much more difficult. We should mow the lawns much more frequently. And this is why they are not as widely, they cannot be found in the stores because they say people do not buy them. One of our aims was to raise awareness of this lawnmower because they are not widely known. Thank you for the answer. If anyone has any other questions.
Ha nincs, akkor a mai napunk végére értünk. Én megkérem Istvánt, hogy néhány mondatban akkor magyarul esetleg foglalja össze. Az előbb ez egy picit hiányzott, most a végén egy magyar nyelvű, pár zárszóban kérném, hogy foglalja össze a mai napot, illetve ennek a szekciónak a tanulságait. István, parancsolj!
Köszönöm szépen! Valóban a 6. alkalommal szervezett Erdélyi Kertész és Tájépítész konferencia első napjának a végére értünk. Gondolom, hogy azok részére, akik reggeltől aktívan ebben részt vettek, érzik ennek a fáradalmait. Tehát ez a típusú konferencia is az embert részben feltölti, de részben le is tudja fárasztani. Mindenképpen ma összesen 19 eladást hallgathattunk, láthattunk. Én úgy gondolom, hogy ezek révén határozottan ismeretekben gazdagodtunk. A tudományos rendezvényt igaz, azzal a céllal indította útjára a Sapientia.
We have reached the end of our 6th conference on horticulture and landscape architecture in Transylvania. I believe that it has been a very fruitful and somewhat tiring day. And I believe that this could be a forum for professional discussion. We have heard 19 presentations today, and we believe that it is important to involve young professionals, young researchers, and to support them beyond borders, beyond cultures. if we reflect to today's presentations, I believe that we can state that we have reached our goals, even if the lack of physical presence seems to limit the way we can connect with each other. But if these presentations can be accessed on the internet in the future as well, I believe that it is a positive side of this online organization. I think in this endeavor of ours to go beyond borders, we were successful as we have reached 2 continents. 8 institutions took part in the organization of this conference, universities, associations, and different institutions. However, the most important and most significant part of the organizing activities was carried out by Erzsébet Domokos, and we wish to thank her for her huge work. I would like to stress the fact that there's a whole team working behind the scenes. However, one of the teams should be thanked, the background work done by the Department of Applied Linguistics, because without them, the translation of these presentations and interpreting could not be carried out. Thank you. Thanks for the team, and I am very happy that this conference could become the yeast for a cooperation within our communities. Even if we think about the emails, and if I look at my phone, there are hundreds of messages in the WhatsApp group. Can you hear us? Can you see us? I believe we really managed to work together, and this is a huge achievement, even if it wasn't that visible as coordination or translation. But the technical team behind this is also extremely important. Going back to the second section of our conference, the topic of which also underlines the fact that our environment depends on interdisciplinarity. Sustainability implies the collaboration of the different disciplines and fields of studies. I would like to thank our presenters for taking part in this conference, for sharing their work with us. And please follow us on our YouTube stream, because there could be other questions formulated on the YouTube online stream. We will continue our work tomorrow and have a nice evening. I would like to say a few words in Romanian as well. Dear participants, dear colleagues, we have reached the end of the first day of our conference. It is the 6th conference on horticulture and landscape architecture. This was not a short day. We have listened to 19 presentations. I am sure that we are wiser than we were this morning. I would like to thank the whole organizing staff and team, besides our colleague Erzsébet Domokos, the whole technical team behind this scientific conference. It is if I only mention the WhatsApp messages, there are hundreds of them, and huge work and very important work of the team that assured the international character provided by the Applied Linguistics Department. Performing the translation and interpreting of the presentations in a rhythm of only a few minutes can be translated at once, and thank you very much for the head of department. And I would also like to stress the fact that this conference has shown that for a good cause, we can work together. And the common knowledge and the common intelligence always has better results. Within this last section of the conference, we had the opportunity to listen to 5 presentations, and even if they were present in this section, they show that our whole life needs interdisciplinarity. And the way the environment surrounds us, it needs the contribution of different domains and different sciences. Thank you. And many thanks for those, or to those who participated and shared their research. I wish you the best of luck. Let us rest a little bit and let us continue tomorrow. Goodbye. I wish you good health and see you tomorrow.
Minden jót mindenkinek, viszontlátásra, arrivedere, have a good evening, and we will see tomorrow from 9 o'clock. Thank you very much. Köszönöm, minden jót, sziasztok.